Parallel timeline. 1975. The back hills of Chun family village. When I opened my eyes, my head felt like it had been pierced by needles. A flood of memories poured in, and the pain made me clutch my head. Faster, hurry. I transmigrated. A moment ago, I was still lying on a cold hospital bed, swallowing my last breath all alone. Decades of grinding, $1 billion in net worth, and not a single soul at my bedside. Only as I was dying did I finally understand. My whole life had been a joke. Now, my name was Chun Yao, and I'd landed in the body of some dimwit kid named Chun Ziao. Just one character off. I clenched my fists, feeling this young body. The blood was burning, the muscles twitching. Thank you, God. This time, I'm going to live all over again. Big dummy, what are you grinning about? A crisp voice. Following the memories, I knew. She was calling me. The original owner looked scrawny, but he was strong as an ox, so everyone in the village called him Big Dummy. The girl calling me was a sent-down youth named He Chun Xiao. She was a year older than me, tall and slender, with a sweet smile. Usually she'd order me around to do her chores, but whenever she had something good to eat, I was the first one she'd think of. I immediately put on a goofy grin. Comrade He, you called for me. She shot me a look and turned toward the woods. Come keep watch while I do my business. She didn't treat me like an outsider at all. In her eyes, being with this big idiot was more reliable than being with the other female youth she roomed with. A few young men in the distance looked on with envy. Dumb luck for the dumb guy. I grinned and followed her. Running into something like this the moment I transmigrated. Now that's fate. We walked about 100 meters into the woods. She glanced around, and only after making sure no one was there did she order, right here. Don't wander off. Won't wander off. She crouched down into the tall grass. I looked the other way, the smile never leaving my face. Big dummy, did your auntie feed you breakfast this morning? I thought about it. Ate one cornbread bun. How's that supposed to fill you up? You earn 10 work points a day, and you're feeding all of them. How can you be so dumb? Don't you know how to stand up for yourself? Stand up? I scratch my head. My auntie's real good to me. When my clothes tear, she sews them up, and she even washes them for me. She looked at me like I was a hopeless case. You're the family's strongest laborer. Her sewing and washing for you. That's the least she owes you. And she won't even let you eat your fill. That's on her. But without my uncle and auntie, I'd have starved to death long ago. That much was true. The original owner was 18. His parents, a younger brother, and a younger sister had all died during those 3 years of famine. He wasn't slow as a child. It was the hunger, and then he'd caught an illness, and his mind had never been sharp since. After scraping through, he'd survived for a while on the charity meals of the whole village, until my uncle took him in. He Chun Xiao sighed and waved her hand. You're hopeless. She stood up and straightened her clothes. Catching me staring, she rolled her eyes at me. And that was the exact moment a venomous snake dropped from the branches overhead. It dropped down with a hiss, striking straight for the back of her neck. Look out. My mind hadn't even caught up. My body moved first. My right hand shot out, for fingers hooking around its neck, thumb clamping down hard on the snake's head. Smooth as flowing water, like instinct carved into my bones. The dagger left its sheath. One slice, one cut. Clean and quick. He Chun Xiao went white with fright. When she turned and saw the bloody scene, she clapped her hands over her eyes. You big dumb oaf, you stinking oaf. That's disgusting. In that instant, an unfamiliar voice echoed in my mind. A flash of sharp light crossed my eyes, then vanished. I forgot you were here. I held up the dressed snake meat. Comrade He, this stuff smells amazing. I'll have Auntie stew it and bring you a bowl. Keep it away from me. She dodged back. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Her mouth was full of disgust, but the little bit of gratitude in her heart went unspoken. I picked up the snake meat and followed. That voice in my head, I'd look into it later. Back with the crowd doing field work, the snake meat set off a round of teasing. Dahan caught another snake, nice and fat. Might as well give it to me. I'll cut you a few pieces later. Urgu, quit picking on Dahan. You want some, go catch your own. I shoved the snake meat into Urgu's hands. Take it. Go stew it up for your grandpa. Help him get his strength back. I already dressed it for you. Now Urga looked embarrassed. I was just messing with you. Take it back, quick, or your auntie won't feed you again. Not scared. I'll just drink more water. Grandpa's sick, he needs it. The people around us nodded quietly to themselves. Except for a few outside families, everyone in Chinjia village shared the surname Chen. Trace it back far enough, and they were all one family. Day to day, there were plenty of little squabbles, but deep down they stuck together. He Chun Xiao took it all in and said softly, "Dahan, carry my grass for me." "Comrade He, why don't you just marry Dahan and be done with it?" someone joked. "Yeah, then you could order him around every day." He Chun Xiao planted a hand on her hip. "Keep talking nonsense, and I'll have Dahan beat you all up." All right. All right. We give up. Your Dahan could kill an ox with one punch." Amid the laughter, I loaded her grass into the bamboo basket, hoisted the firewood I'd chopped onto my back, and headed down the mountain with them. The whole way down, I dug through my memories. Chinjia village sat up north, backed against the mountains, and the land wasn't exactly poor. It was those 3 years, all the chaotic rules and regulations, that had done people in. The original owner of this body had been lucky enough. He'd only ended up a little slow in the head. This time, running a high fever and slumped against a tree, he'd simply passed on, which is how I got this body cheap. Right as I was thinking it over, a soft, warm little hand pressed something into my palm and darted away just as fast. I looked down. A white rabbit milk candy. He Chun Xiao winked at me and lifted her chin smugly. "Helping your big sister out, are you happy?" "Happy. I love helping you most of all." I threw in a goofy grin, cracking up everyone around us. At the edge of the village, the accountant Chin Shuha logged my work points and grinned. "Most again, like always. Now hurry home. You'll miss dinner if you're late." He Chun Xiao said in a low voice, "Just hang in there a little longer. My family's wiring money at the end of the month. I'll buy you some meat buns. You eat them. I don't need any. I'm strong. Don't listen and I'll hit you. Don't. I'll behave." I headed to my own place first. 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, bare walls all around, with all the pots and bowls over at my uncle's house. At least the doors and windows were solid. No drafts got through. This was my home now. In my past life, I'd grown used to high-rises and mansions, so a little hardship like this was nothing I couldn't take. Getting to live all over again. I was secretly thrilled beyond words. My stomach let out a loud growl. Time to eat at my uncle's. I'd just reached the door when I heard shouting inside. "That idiot nephew of yours. A snake over a pound. And he just gives it away like it's nothing. The little wastrel. And you don't say a word to him. Marrying you was the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. Quit calling him an idiot nephew. Dahan had Urgu take it to give grandma some nourishment. What's wrong with that? Fine. Then from now on I'm done. He can go eat wherever he pleases." Not a ripple stirred in my heart. I walked in smiling. "Don't be angry, Auntie. I'll catch you an even fatter snake later, to build up your strength and the kids too." Somehow most of Lu Zuelian's temper mysteriously drained away, though her face stayed tight. "Food's ready. Eat." It wasn't forgiveness. She just couldn't bear to lose me. This dumb kid was a strong laborer and a skilled hunter to boot. Useful to the family. My uncle, Chen Shuli, puffed on his pipe, all smiles. "Dahan, you helped that educated youth miss he again today?" "Yeah. She cut a lot of grass, couldn't carry it. I'm strong. She's a city girl. We're not her kind. Don't go getting fixated on her," he warned, uneasy. "Okay, I'll remember." Dinner was simple. A bowl of thin rice porridge, a plate of stir-fried greens, with steamed cornbread and wild vegetable cakes for the main course. My uncle's 3 sons got the cornbread, while his second daughter, Chen Zixio, gnawed on wild vegetable cakes like me. They tasted awful, but I was hungry. 1 piece of cornbread in the morning, then a whole morning of hard labor. I'd been running on empty for a while. 3 wild vegetable cakes down, and still nothing settling in my gut. I reached for a 4th. Lu Zuelian was quicker. She snatched the basket away. "The way you eat, you'll bankrupt this house sooner or later." "Cousin, have mine." My youngest cousin, Chun Zihua, held up half a piece of cornbread. I patted his head. "You eat it, Xiaohua." Cousin's full. My uncle kept his head down, shoveling in his food, as if he'd seen nothing. After finishing my porridge, I stood up. "Uncle, Auntie, I'm heading back." Lying on the earthen Kong in my own house, I sifted through every memory in this body and shook my head with a bitter smile. The original owner really had it rough. With his skills, catching a wild rabbit or the chickens never went hungry. But he was too simple-minded. All that big heart got him in return was a few cold, hard buns. A hunter in the village had taught him to hunt, and with his strength, he worked faster than anyone. If it weren't for his slow wits, someone would have come knocking to arrange a wife for him long ago. Ding! Life energy detected. System charging complete. Activate. That voice again. I jolted upright. So it turned out I was one of those people with a system, too. Activate. Devour system activated successfully. Binding in progress. Binding complete. Current initial state. Capable of devouring medicinal herbs and animal essence to level up. Leveling up requires 10,000 essence points. Devour essence to level up. I knew this trope. Detected. Host has slain one 5-pace viper. Meets the conditions for the beginner's gift pack. Claim it. Claim. Congratulations, you've received Gene Serum ×1, personal space of 1,000 cubic meters, comprehensive combat arts. Before I could even feel happy about it, a flood of memories came crashing into my mind. My vision went black, and I passed out. The inheritance hit too hard. I'd figured combat arts were just a few sets of punches and kicks. I never expected fist techniques, palm techniques, saber, spear, staff, and sword, along with sanda and taekwondo, even real combat experience, to all become instinct, crammed into my head at once. In the haze, I heard everything erupt into chaos outside. The village work bell had rung. When the accountant didn't see me come to pick up my tools, he called for my uncle. The moment my uncle stepped in and saw me lying motionless, his face went pale. He turned and rushed off to fetch old Lou, the barefoot doctor. Chun Xiao came bursting in too, tears streaming down instantly. Dahan, don't you dare have something wrong. If anything happens to you, what am I supposed to do? I was conscious, but I couldn't wake up. Feeling her cry, my heart actually warmed. So it turned out this simple boy really did have someone who cared for him. Old Lou took my pulse, shook his head, and sighed. This child is too depleted. He worked the hardest, and he's gone hungry for years on end. From now on, he's pretty much finished. What? Chun Xiao grabbed hold of him. Doctor, is there really no other way? He's so young. My uncle stood in the doorway, his face full of guilt. The courtyard had already exploded into an uproar. Lu Zuilian stamped her feet. Who's got it easy these days? Haven't we been the ones supporting him these past few years? Pa, a woman shot back. When his whole family died off, it was the whole village that fed him with scraps from 100 households. You only took him in once you saw he was strong enough to work. At 14, he was already earning 10 work points, enough to eat his fill. But the moment he came to your family, he never had a single full meal. That's right. Any other man would have smacked you long ago. Chen Shuwen, captain of the 3rd production team, walked into the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Lu Zuilian throwing her fit, didn't so much as acknowledge her, and headed straight inside. He gave a cold snort and fixed his eyes on my uncle. You? That's how you act like an uncle? Civilian Lu didn't dare make another scene, but her eyes darted around quickly. Meanwhile, on the Kong, I was slowly being pulled back to consciousness by that system's voice. A new life, from this very moment, was truly beginning. Dahan just turned 18. If he's crippled for life, what's he gonna do? Right? He was always the hardest worker. If he can't do heavy labor, what else can he do? The courtyard buzzed with chatter. These voices drifted through the fog of my mind and into my ears. Zuilian's eyes rolled around for a long moment. Then she suddenly shot to her feet and hollered. Fine, since you're all blaming me. Then that's it. From today on, we each fend for ourselves. He's got enough work points to feed himself, right? Then we're done with him. The team leader's here today, so let's spell it all out. The words hung in the air, and dozens of eyes in the yard filled with contempt. The second they heard he was crippled, they turned around and washed their hands of him. Where were they before? In the inner room, Shu Lichen's face flushed crimson, but he couldn't get out a single word. Shu Wenqin sneered. Even now you won't speak up? You really want to watch Dahan go down the drain? Chun Xiao, he gripped my hand, tears streaming down in strings. Old man Lu packed up his medicine kit, shook his head, and sighed. From now on, let him do some light work. With a few years of care, he'll recover most of the way. He slung the kit over his shoulder and headed out. At that moment, I finally caught hold of that unfamiliar stretch of memory in my head. The original owner of this body was also named Yao Chun. His parents had died young, and he'd been taken in by his uncle, Shuli Chun, though in reality, he became free labor for Tien Lu's household. Hauling water, chopping wood, working the fields, every heavy, dirty job fell on his shoulders alone. What he ate were the hardest, coarsest corn buns. And now, I had become him. Dahan, you're awake. Chun Xiao wiped her eyes and leaned in close. The doctor checked you out. You're just worn out. Rest a few days, and you'll be fine. Shu Wenqin forced a smile too. Anything hurting? Let's go into town and get you looked at. I'm fine, uncle. I sat up. I'm heading out to work right now. Suilian took one step into the room, her voice louder than anyone's. Good. Since you're awake, let's make this crystal clear. From now on, we each fend for ourselves. Team leader Chun, his work points are his own. We're not responsible for him anymore. Then she put on an aggrieved act. That way nobody can say I mistreated him. I'd like to see whether he can live any better on his own. Shuli Chin squatted on the ground, rolling tobacco, saying nothing. The old ancestors here. A commotion broke out beyond the courtyard. Chuan Wu Chun came in slowly, leaning on his cane, supported by his grandson Ergu. He was the most senior elder in Qinjia village, over 80 years old. In his youth he'd trained in martial arts, and word had it he'd even fought with the army, though nobody had ever verified whether that was true. He swept his gaze across the yard. How's the boy Yao doing? Awake now, ancestor, don't you worry. Chen Shuwen hurried over to help support me. I got up to head outside, but Chun Xiao stopped me. You need to rest. The ancestor's here. I've got to at least say hello. I walked out of the room and grinned. Ancestor. The old man looked at me with warm affection, then glanced at Chun Xiao beside me and nodded. Pretty girl. You two look like you're meant for each other. Chun Xiao's face flushed instantly, and she pinched my waist with her fingers. The pain nearly made me cry out, but I could only force a smile. I'll behave. Don't hit me. Everyone in the yard burst out laughing. But there's always someone to spoil the fun. Lu Tzuilian spoke up again. Ancestor, you finally showed up. Everyone says I treat Dahan badly, so let's split the household. He's 18 now. From here on out, we each live our own lives. Chen Shuwen quickly explained. Ancestor, old Lu just took his pulse. He said Xiao Yao's body is too depleted. He won't be able to do heavy labor for years. She sees that Xiao Yao can't earn work points down the road, so she's rushing to cut ties. The smile faded from the old man's face. He looked at Lu Tzuilian, then at Chen Shuli, who kept his head down and said nothing. Well now, looks like from here on out, our Chun family's going to be run by the women. I rushed to smooth things over, grinning good-naturedly. Don't be angry, ancestor. All these years, Annie washed my clothes and cooked my meals. She treated me well enough. I'm grown now. I can take care of myself. I can't keep being a burden to uncle and the rest of them. What a good kid. Still sticking up for her even now. What a shame. Xiao Yao, come to my house. From now on, I'll feed you. My place works too. But the old man's expression darkened. Xiao Yao, think it through. Living on your own isn't easy. I scratched my head. Ancestor, I can manage. It's just that all the pots and pans and dishes from home got moved over to uncle's place. Can I get them back? Chen Shuli finally spoke. They're all still here. I'll go get them for you. Lu Tzuilian exploded on the spot, stamping her feet and shouting, Get what? I waited on him all these years, and now I've got to haul stuff back to him too? Where in the world is the sense in that? Chen Shuli's face burned red. He whipped his head around. What are you hollering about? Haven't you embarrassed us enough? If you can't learn some manners, then get the hell out. I'd like to see if this family can't get by without you. Fine, Chen Laoman. Grown too big for your britches, have you? I'm taking the kids back to my mother's right now, and you can live alone from here on out. I chimed in with a dopey look on my face. Times are hard everywhere these days. If Annie goes back to her mother's, they might not welcome her. She'd probably go hungry. But uncle living alone? He'd eat his fill every day, wouldn't even finish all the grain, might even marry himself a young new wife. The whole yard roared with laughter. Oh, you're killing me. Dahan's got a point. Laoman living alone, he just might land himself a new wife. Laoman, send your wife packing. Our Chin village is known far and wide as a good place. Plenty of girls would love to marry in. We'll find you a new one. Lu Tzuilian was completely dumbfounded. Did she really want to leave? She'd threatened it so many times it had become a habit, but now a single sentence from a fool had called her bluff. Shin village sat at the foot of the mountains, mountain goods, medicinal herbs, wild game. All of it could be traded for money. In a normal year, no family ever ran out of grain. Everywhere else, folks worked themselves to the bone all year and only got one full meal on New Year's Day. She'd sent plenty back to her own family, so she knew better than anyone. If she really went back, all that waited for her was hunger. Her face flushed and paled by turns. Chinshuli, on the other hand, seemed to draw some backbone from his nephew's words. He snapped at his wife. Well, go get his things. Lu Tzuelian didn't dare talk back. She nodded again and again. Fine, fine, I'm going. Then she turned and hurried off. That's how people are. There are plenty who'll add flowers to your brocade, but few who'll bring coal in the snow. And precisely because of that, the hand someone reaches out to you in your darkest hour is one you should remember your whole life. Watching Lu Tzuelian scurry off with her tail between her legs to fetch my things, everyone in the yard broke into laughter again. Chun Xiao shot me a glance, biting back a smile of her own. One sentence had left that shrew speechless, and yet there I stood with my dopey expression. The more she looked at me, the more she wanted to laugh. I really can't tell if you're actually a fool or just playing one, she muttered under her breath. Chen Shuli's face was full of guilt. Xiao Yao, this is all my fault. How about, forget it, just come live with us? I shook my head. Uncle, I know you mean well, but I'm grown now. I can't keep watching you and Annie fight over me. He let out a long sigh. I've let you down. The elder nodded and made the call. Since everything's out in the open, let's settle it this way. Record Xiao Yao's work points separately, give him some light work, and let him rest and recover properly. I've got it, elder, Chen Shuwen answered. The crowd saw the old man out of the yard. Before long, Lu Tzuelian came back carrying a big pot and a few sets of bowls and chopsticks. I smiled and took them. Thank you, Auntie. She'd figured it out. Getting rid of this burden meant she couldn't be bothered to squabble anymore. She glared at her husband. What are you standing around for? Get to work, no lunch for you. And with that she spun around and left. Chen Shuwen came over. Big Ox, rest up a few days and I'll assign you something easy later. As the production team leader, he had that much authority. Thanks, uncle, but I feel fine already. I can work. You'll do as I say, he said, putting on a stern face. Oh, I'll do as you say. I scratched my head. That made him laugh. All right, get some rest. I've got things to take care of, so I'll head out first. Once everyone had cleared out, Chun Xiao helped me back inside. Your auntie's a real shrew. But this is for the best. From now on you'll live on your own, and I'll come check on you often. I smiled. If I catch anything tasty, you come get me. Warm feeling in her chest, she smacked me on the arm and raised a little fist. Don't you forget it. You don't come get me, I'll clobber you. No way I'd forget. That's more like it. I'm off to work. You stay put and behave yourself. I walked her to the door, latched the courtyard gate behind her, and headed back inside. Finally, I could dig into my system. I remembered it clear as day. It had just rewarded me with 3 things. Closing my eyes, I tried to sense them the way they did in the novels. In an instant, everything within a 2-meter radius flooded into my mind. Even the space beneath the earth in Kong was laid bare, as if I'd sprouted X-ray vision. Then a space, 10 meters in each dimension, unfolded within my consciousness. A stream of information poured in, and all at once I understood how it worked. However far I could sense, that's how far I could reach. Within 2 meters, dead objects could be stored and retrieved in an instant. Living things, no. Inside the space, time stood still. My hearing had sharpened several times over, too. Every stir within 20 meters came through crystal clear. Even the sound of a bug burrowing through dirt couldn't slip past me. I leaned back against the Kong, and with a single thought, the cabinet vanished into thin air. Another thought, and it dropped neatly back into place. Slick. Storage that stops time. And the system wants essence energy. Perfect. Time to hit the mountains and stock up. After playing around for a bit, I pulled out that bottle of gene serum. Talk about lucky timing. Just receiving that combat technique earlier had knocked this body out cold. If I'd drunk the serum first, Old Man Lu would have taken my pulse and found me freakishly strong, and there'd have been none of that little scene from before. As it stood, I'd shaken off that auntie clean and proper, and from here on I could live a nice quiet life on my own. Suited me just fine. I tipped my head back and downed it in one gulp. A rush of warmth exploded inside me, surging through every limb and bone. I could clearly see every cell in my body boiling. The serum seeped in inch by inch, smoothing over the hidden injuries from years of hard labor and the ailments born of starvation. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring, so good my very soul felt like it was floating away. Stamina, strength, sinew, and bone. Each was cranked higher, until I half believed a single punch could bore straight through a wall. A dozen or so minutes later, the serum's effects faded, but it hadn't truly vanished. Over the next month, it would keep slowly remaking my body. I clenched my fists, feeling the power coursing through me. Reborn from the bones up, so this is what it feels like. Suddenly my stomach churned, and I bolted for the outhouse. Half an hour later, I came out refreshed and light as a feather. Every last toxin and impurity flushed clean from my body. Back inside, I scooped up cold water and washed off. The air had turned chilly, but I didn't feel the slightest cold. If anything, it felt great. Looking at my reflection in the mirror-like surface of the water, I saw a physique already toughened by years of labor, now honed to something close to perfect. And I'll be even stronger in a month. With a foundation this solid. Scary as hell. I changed into clean clothes, tossed the dirty ones into a basin to soak, and headed out. Dahan, why aren't you resting? Yeah, you need to take care of yourself. I smiled. I'm feeling a lot better. Just gonna walk up the mountain. Maybe I'll catch a wild rabbit. Rabbits aren't that easy to catch. Be careful. I made my way to the foot of the mountain and didn't hesitate to slip inside. He Chunxiao was up on the slope gathering pig feed. When she saw me coming, she hurried over. Dahan, why are you out here again? I was going stir-crazy at home. Figured I'd check the traps. If I bag a rabbit, we'll have some meat. You big lug, you're not even healed yet. No running around. I'm really fine. I'm tough as nails. If I catch a rabbit, I'll roast it for you tonight. Her heart melted, and she lowered her voice. Then don't go far. Stay close by, and holler if you need me. All right, I won't go far. I smiled and headed up. After climbing a few hundred meters, once I was out of sight, I finally let loose. My strength had grown tremendously, and I moved like the wind. I kept my senses locked on a 2-meter radius around me the whole time, so if any danger came up, I'd have time to react. Gastrodia. A few wild gastrodia plants were growing in the brush. I pulled out my dagger and started digging. Asterisk ding. You have obtained 3 wisps of plant essence. You may check in once today. Check in, asterisk. Oh, there's a feature like that. System, explain. Asterisk ding, devour system. Each day, obtaining any wisp of essence allows 1 check-in. Cannot be accumulated. No essence, no check-in. Asterisk. I see. Let me try one first. System, check-in. Ding, just think it. Asterisk ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, 10 yuan in cash. Asterisk. Claim it. 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and a banknote appeared in the space right on cue. A progress bar floated in my mind's sea, and the gastrodia I'd just dug up had bumped it up by 0.00001. At this rate, it'll be forever before I level up. I shook my head and didn't bother thinking about it. With the check-in, I'd never have to worry about food or clothing again. The original owner didn't have a penny to his name, and a single check-in netted $10 plus 10 pounds of sweet potatoes, enough to eat for days. Next time I'll save up and buy a bike. I pressed on deeper, deliberately taking paths no one else used. With my newfound strength, I could scramble up steep slopes in a few moves that ordinary folks couldn't climb at all. Along the way, I gathered some more medicinal herbs, enough to trade in at the recycling station for $1 or so. A wild rabbit, startled, bolted out of the grass. I couldn't catch up, so I just hurled my dagger with all my might. Thunk! The dagger missed the rabbit and lodged straight into a tree trunk ahead. But the rabbit ran headfirst into the handle and knocked itself out cold. What luck! I picked up the rabbit and yanked out the dagger, weighing it in my hand. About 2 pounds. Let's go check the traps now. I learned a few tricks from the hunters in the village. How to set traps, that kind of thing. Every few days, I'd come away with something. Qinjia village sat on the outer edge of the big mountains. Not many fierce beasts around, though wild boars wandered down now and then. I stayed alert, keeping an eye on my surroundings the whole way, until I reached the spot where I'd set my traps. Huh, we're eating good tonight. A wild hare and a pheasant, both still alive and thrashing. The second they saw me, they went wild. I pulled out my cloth sack, bagged them up, reset the traps, and headed down the mountain grinning ear to ear. He Chun Xiao had already bundled up the pig feed and was staring up at the mountaintop, a little worried. Lu Yun, one of the female sent-down youths, teased her from the side. Waiting on your Dahan, huh? Whole village says the guy's a cripple now. You'd better learn to fend for yourself from here on out. No use counting on him. Hey, He Chun Xiao, I'm strong as an ox. Marry me, and I swear I won't make you lift a finger, one of the young guys butted in. You? Fat chances she'd ever look twice at you. He Chun Xiao planted her hands on her hips. Keep running your mouths, and I'll have Dahan beat you black and blue. Won't be able to get out of bed. Don't come crying to me. The young men who'd been jeering shut right up. They'd all felt Chen Yao's fists before, and that pain? It went straight to the bone. Lu Yun covered her mouth, laughing. Look at you sorry lot. Gutless as mice, but always dreaming of swan meat. Lu Yun, you work hard too. Why not just pick one of us and settle down? Tui. She had a sickle in one hand and pointed with the other. You really think we're pushovers? Anybody's tongue too long. Come here. I'll cut it off for you. Haha. Lu Yun's even prettier when she's mad. She took off after them, sickle in hand, and the young men scattered, laughing. I came down with my sack and, seeing them all making a racket, walked straight over to He Chun Xiao. Look what I caught. Come by my place after work. I'll cook you something good. She leaned in for a look, and her eyes lit up. Wow, that's a lot. Dahan, you're amazing. I scratched my head and grinned. Got lucky today, one hare, one pheasant. This hare knocked itself out running into a tree. Basically free. Lu Yun gave up the chase too, and the other female sent-down youths crowded around, eyes glued to the catch, practically drooling. They couldn't go into the mountains, didn't know how to hunt. If they wanted meat, they had to spend money in town, but who had cash to spare? Dahan, you're the best. With hunting skills like that, he'd never go hungry, even without working the fields. He Chun Xiao lifted her chin, looking as proud as if she'd caught the game herself. Of course, our Dahan's the best there is. Lu Yun shot her a sideways glance. Oh, we're the ones praising Dahan. What VE you got to be smug about? Haha, Dahan, got any dirty laundry? I'll wash it for you after work. Yeah, you live all alone. Call us anytime you need washing done. He Chun Xiao stepped in front of me, standing her ground. You little hussies, back off. What a scheme. Did you think I couldn't see through it? But since you're all so eager to pitch in, I'll accept on Big Dummy's behalf. Everybody comes to clean up my place after work. The male educated youths watched the whole scene with envy and jealousy burning in their eyes. Too bad none of them had the guts. Once the fun died down, I stuffed the bag into He Chun Xiao's hands and turned to carry that basket of pig feed on my back. Big Dummy, let me do it. You can't be lifting heavy things. It's fine, I'm doing great. Come on. She hurried after me, holding up the bottom of the basket with her hands the whole way. People really do show their true colors when you're down on your luck. Every bit of kindness like this, I'll remember. The accountant, Chen Shuha, logged the work points, then pulled a stack of letters from inside his coat. Educated youth Lu, there's mail for you all. There was nothing for He Chun Xiao, but she didn't seem disappointed. Her family was sure to write before the end of the month. She tugged at me. Come on, let's go to your place. Once we got home, I said, I'll get dinner started. You rest. Let me light the fire first. No need. Out in the yard, I quickly dressed the rabbit and pheasant. My technique was practiced. I'd handled plenty of them before, but eaten little myself. I always cleaned them up and brought them over to Annie's family, then watched them eat while I gnawed on my own corn buns. A thought struck me, and I drew in 3 more wisps of animal essence. The progress bar ticked up slightly. Half an hour later, everything was done. The rabbit hide and chicken feathers hung out to dry in the yard, and I headed back inside. I walked in carrying the dressed hare and pheasant. He Chun Xiao had already scrubbed the big pot until it shone, and the firewood was blazing away. Big Dummy, you don't even have a single seasoning in this house. I'll run back to the youth quarters and grab some. We'll stew a rabbit tonight, and you can take your time with the rest. I put on my best simpleton's expression. Just cook it all. I've got a big appetite. I want to eat my fill today. She shot me a look full of concern. Don't be silly. You never eat meat. and your stomach can't handle that much all at once. Be good, one today and the rest tomorrow. She was right. But what she didn't know was that I'd just been overhauled by that gene serum today. This body of mine was nothing like it used to be. Okay, I'll do what you say. That's more like it. Wait right here for me. Chun Xiao. I packed the hair into a bamboo basket and held it out to her. Serious now. Take this back for them. Can't just take your seasonings for nothing. I can't do that. Be good. She obediently took it, then caught on and stamped her foot. Humph, the nerve, ordering me around. Just wait till I get back, I'll deal with you. And with that, she dashed off. I watched her retreating figure, a smile welling up from deep in my heart. The room was dim. The village had no electricity, so it was pitch dark even in the daytime, let alone at night. I dug out the kerosene lamp, and though there was hardly any oil left in the wick, I lit it anyway. The flame flickered to life, and the room brightened. Back at the youth quarters, a group of people sat around a meal of corn buns and pickled vegetables. Really, envious that Xiao's got meat to eat. Well, that's 'cause she's got herself a big lug looking out for her. Chun Xiao walked in with her hands behind her back and lifted her chin. Humph, talking about me behind my back again. Lu Yin grinned. Oh ho, if it isn't the belle of our sent-down youth camp. Your big lug not feeding you tonight. Chun Xiao tossed her head proudly. I came back to grab some seasonings. Dahan's got nothing at his place. Then go ahead and take them yourself. Nobody minded. It was just a bit of seasoning. But she set the bamboo basket down on the table with a thump. Take a look at what I've got. Whoa, a wild rabbit. Dahan told you to bring this to us? My man Dahan is the real deal. The male sent-down youths cheered too. They hadn't had any meat in days. Of course. You guys handle it yourselves. I've got the seasonings, and I need to head back. She set the basket down and headed for the kitchen. Behind her, the chatter continued. Dahan's a stand-up guy. In the whole village, he's got the kindest heart. The rabbit was already in the pot. Cooking's nothing new to me. In my past life, I loved digging into food. I ate a lot, and I cooked a lot. Now, one look at the ingredients and a dozen different recipes flashed through my mind. Chun Xiao came in, caught the aroma, and couldn't help swallowing. Smells amazing. Here are your seasonings. Leave the rest to me. Go grab some water and take a break. She looked around. I'll help you tidy up the place. Before she'd even finished speaking, she'd scooped up the dirty clothes from the basin and headed out to the yard to wash them. The moonlight outside was even brighter than it was inside. While the rabbit stewed, I mulled over the road ahead. With the system, food and clothing were the least of my worries. But living in this era, I still had to watch my step at every turn. Even though everyone in Qinjia village was family, I couldn't let my guard down. Luckily, old man Lu had checked me over today and declared me done for, said I needed a few years of rest to recover. It turned out to be the perfect excuse. From now on, no more heavy labor. Fewer work points? So be it. I didn't care. All that saved time would go into the mountains. The daily check-in couldn't lapse, but it wasn't hard. Even if the mountains got snowed in, I could just pick a random herb or raise a few wild rabbits ahead of time. The system never cared whether things were cheap or valuable. Thinking of the sweet potatoes I'd gotten from today's check-in, I fished out 2 and shoved them into the stove. Each one had to weigh a good half pound. There was no rice or flour at home, so they'd have to do. Out in the yard, Chun Xiao washed the clothes, a smile playing on her lips. She had a kind of trust in me I couldn't quite put my finger on. She'd probably sensed that I'd changed, though she couldn't say how. Either way, it was a change for the better. The sweet fragrance of roasting sweet potatoes drifted out. She finished hanging up the clothes and ran inside. Dahan, is that roasted sweet potato? Found 'em in the mountains. Big ones, they'll be ready soon. There are sweet potatoes in the mountains too? That's fantastic. Yep, the mountains have got everything. I just got lucky. When the food hit the table, Chun Xiao's eyes crinkled into little crescents. Smells amazing. There's no grain in the house. Sorry it's not much. She broke a sweet potato in half and handed me a piece. Don't be. Plenty of folks would kill to eat this well. I took it with a smile. We both ate easy, and it wasn't just the sweet smell drifting through the room. There was a kind of peace I hadn't felt in a long time. For most of the meal, she talked and I listened. Her family was back in the capital. Both her parents were intellectuals, university professors, once. A few years back they'd hit hard times and been out of work for a while. but eventually some friends pulled a few strings and got them jobs at a newspaper. She also had a pair of twin sisters, 14 this year. Those two look exactly alike. Even we can't tell them apart. One time Chunshua broke my dad's vase and pretended to be Chunyu, and poor Chunyu ended up getting chewed out for no reason. It was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing. She shot me a glare, stood up, and tossed her head with a proud little sniff. Humph. All you do is grin like a fool. It's getting late. I'm heading back. I'll walk you. Outside, the night was ink black. We took the little path toward the sent-down youth quarters, her hands clasped behind her back, skipping along. Big guy, you ever think about going to live in the city someday? I can't do anything. If I went to the city, people'd look down on me. Humph, who'd dare look down on you? You're every bit as good as anyone. I glanced at her and just smiled, saying nothing. She went on and on about the city, her steps light. The youth quarters used to be where the village kept its livestock. A row of 4 rooms, split down the middle by a dirt wall, men on one side, women on the other. At the door, she turned around. This is me. Head on home. I'll wait till you're inside. You goof. She laughed and hopped through the door. I watched her disappear before turning back home, taking in the village that was about to become my new roots along the way. The next morning, amid crowing roosters and barking dogs, I stretched and sat up. Spoiled by soft beds, these hard boards are going to take some getting used to. I got dressed and stepped outside, drawing in a lungful of crisp morning air. Felt great all over. After washing up, I set 2 sweet potatoes to steam in the pot and started planning out my day. Head into the mountains this morning, then go into town this afternoon to buy grain. Big guy. Chun Xiao came into the yard. Chun Xiao, you eat yet? I've got sweet potatoes steaming. Already did. Here, these are for you. She held out 2 steamed buns. I waved them off. No need, the sweet potatoes are plenty. She shoved them into my hands. Just take them. You've got no grain, and I've still got some over at my place. I knew she didn't have much grain either. Giving me 2 buns meant she'd probably go hungry herself down the line. Then let me trade you some sweet potatoes for them. Deal. The ones you dug up? I've never tasted any that sweet. I brought out the steamed sweet potatoes, carefully peeled one with a spoon, and set it in the bowl. It's hot. Eat slow. Seeing how thoughtful I was, she smiled sweetly. You eat too. We chatted and laughed together. I ate 2 cornbread buns, and the sweet potatoes practically all ended up in my stomach. Time for work. The team leader's holler came from outside. She stood up. I'm heading off to work. You get some good rest. I watched her walk out the door, tidied up the room, and then set off myself, straight for the mountains. Once inside, I ran full out the whole way. Today I needed to gather more herbs. If I spent the money the system rewarded me directly, it'd surely raise suspicion. Better to collect plenty of medicinal herbs and trade them openly in town. That way, my spending would have a legitimate source. After running for about an hour, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and picked a trail nobody had ever traveled. Winter was closing in, but there were still plenty of venomous creatures around. Truth be told, winter is actually the best time to head into the mountains. It's cold, but all the poisonous critters go into hiding. Wild beasts are dangerous, sure, but at least you can see and touch them. It's the venomous ones that are truly deadly. You don't even know when they've gotten you. The enemy you can see isn't so scary. What's terrifying is the bite that comes from the shadows. I moved carefully the whole way, staying alert to everything around me. FODI root, and quite a bit of it. It was exactly the season for harvesting. Even though it hadn't matured for long, the recycling station would still give a few bucks a pound for it. I drew my dagger and dug carefully. There were more than a dozen plants in this patch. I bagged them all and pressed deeper in. Gastrodia, nodo ginseng, astragalus. I made quite a haul along the way. That's enough. Time to head back. I slung the pack over my shoulder and ran back. This time I moved a little slower, keeping an eye out as I went, stopping to gather any valuable herbs I spotted. I passed the trap I'd set yesterday. It had been destroyed, no game caught. I didn't mind. I reset it and continued down the mountain. As I passed a thicket, I heard something moving inside. I pricked up my ears and couldn't help letting out a cough. The thicket went silent. Then a tense female voice called out, "Who's there?" It was Lu Yun, one of the female educated youths. I played dumb. Who's there? Dahan, you scared me half to death. It's me, Lu Yun. You came at just the right time. Keep watch for me, would you? Oh, don't be scared, Miss Lu. She let out a breath of relief. Why are you up in the mountains again? Why aren't you resting at home? I crouched down beside her and grinned foolishly, looking for some herbs to trade for grain in town. The moment she heard that, she got indignant. Humph, your aunt really is something, not saving any food for you. I've got some, let me share it with you. No, it's fine. I found a whole bunch of herbs today. They'll trade for quite a lot. Lu Yun, you done yet? He Chuanxiao's voice drew nearer. Ah, coming. Lu Yun lowered her voice. Dahan, hurry and hide. Don't let her see you. I feigned confusion. Huh? What? Because I don't want Chun Xiao to get the wrong idea, obviously. What if she gets mad at you? Right. Can't make Chun Xiao angry. I said. She crouched down behind a tree. Lu Yun's face flushed crimson. You idiot, don't crouch there. Get farther away. That spot faced right toward her. Chun Xiao walked over. Who are you talking to? No one. Just humming to myself. Lu Yun caught sight of me across the way and turned mortified. She probably regretted telling me to hide. Now she'd really lost out. Well, hurry up then. I'll keep watch for you. Okay, done. Face burning red, Lu Yun finished up, stood, and straightened her clothes. Seeing me still gawking dumbly, she shot me a fierce glare and turned to leave. Let's go. I watched the two of them walk off, my heart blooming with joy. Lu Yun was a real beauty, curves in all the right places. Even though she worked the fields every day, her skin was fair and clean like Chuanxiao's, not tan dark like everyone else's. Grabbing my bag, I stepped out and ran straight into the crowd heading down the mountain after work. Hey, Big Han's been up the mountain again. That bag stuffed full must have done pretty well. What did you dig up this time? Let's have a look. Chun Xiao, coming face to face with me emerging from the direction she and Lu Yun had just passed, shot Lu Yun a suspicious glance. A woman's intuition told her something was up. Sensing that gaze, Lu Yun reached up to smooth her hair and teased with feigned nonchalance. Your Big Han's back. Aren't you going to go greet him? Me greet him? He should come running over to report to me. Chun Xiao lifted her chin. But the moment she saw me approach, she rushed right up. You disobedient thing. Why'd you go up the mountain again? Seeing through her words, Lu Yun laughed. Chun Xiao, I had nothing to do at home. Look, I found all this medicinal herb. I'll go trade it in town this afternoon. She peeked into the bag and marveled. Wow, this much. You're amazing. I gave a simple grin and said nothing. Lu Yun shot me a look, clearly still remembering the little advantage I'd taken earlier. She leaned in to look. That really is a lot. Trade for more grain. It'll last until the team hands out rations next month. Chun Xiao patted me. Let's head down. Sure. I eagerly hoisted the bamboo basket onto my back and followed. Huh. Educated youth, he's got Big Han wrapped around her finger. Fools have their luck. Don't be jealous. Chun Xiao turned back and glared indignantly. You're the fools. Anyone talks nonsense again. Watch out. Big Han will clobber you. Huh, protecting him already? Looks like the Chun family's got another wedding coming up. I just grinned along, unbothered. The villagers were good-natured at heart. Even these educated youths meant no harm. None of the ugly scheming you'd find elsewhere. Seeing me grinning like a fool, Chun Xiao smacked me again. All you do is smile. Can't even talk back. They don't mean any harm. She shot me a look, then walked off with her hands behind her back, saying over her shoulder, I'll take the afternoon off and go with you, so nobody swindles you again. Sure. Lu Yun, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. I actually wanted to pick up a few things too. Let's all go together. Chun Xiao glanced at her. Didn't you just go a few days ago? Last time, I forgot to buy something. Lu Yun mumbled, then turned to call out to the others. Who else is coming? Let's all go together. Sure. I've got a letter to mail home anyway. I'll tag along too. A few more chimed in. I just grinned foolishly, as if none of it mattered to me. After we headed down the mountain and logged our work points, everyone agreed to set off together after the meal. Back home, I splashed some water on my face, but didn't rush to cook. With a flick of my mind, check in. Ding, gathered 54 wisps of plant essence. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received large steamed buns times 10, cash times 10 yuan, universal grain coupons 10 gene times 1. Claim. Looking at the buns and grain coupons in my space, I was thrilled. I grabbed a few buns and, not caring whether I had anything to go with them, started wolfing them down. System rewards really do taste better. I swallowed 5 big buns in one go, then rubbed my belly. Finally, a full meal. Only someone who's known hunger truly understands the weight of a full stomach. Lying on the bed to rest, I started thinking. They gave me an extra grain coupon today. Is it because I gathered more herbs? Probably. I'd test it again tomorrow. Drifting off, I fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed before someone called out from outside. Dahan, what are you up to? He Chunxiao walked in. I rubbed my eyes and grinned. I fell asleep. Seeing me all groggy, she laughed. All right, we're ready. Let's go. Sure. I picked up that bag of herbs and headed out with her. Lu Yun, another female educated youth, and 2 male ones were chatting outside the courtyard. When they saw us, they said hello, and the whole group set off toward the edge of the village. Chen Family Village was more than 10 li from town. Once in a while you could hitch a ride on a cart heading in with deliveries, but most of the time you had to rely on your own 2 legs. Chatting and laughing, we walked for over an hour and reached Shiqiao town. Dahan and I are going to the recycling station, He Chunxiao said. Let's meet back here later and head home together. Sure, we're off to buy some things. Lu Yun didn't follow this time, leading the others toward the supply co-op instead. At the recycling station, the clerk inspected the goods and nodded. This is all good stuff. Gastrodia is $3.50 a jean. I'll give you $3.80 for the fleece flower root, astragalus. The prices were fair. I nodded readily. Sounds good. I don't want all of it in cash. Help me swap some for grain. He Chunxiao grabbed my arm. Don't listen to him. Just give him the money. The clerk teased. Looks like the woman's the one running the household, huh? All right, I'll write you up the receipt. Her face flushed red, but she didn't explain. I grinned like a fool. Once we were outside, she grabbed my hand and hauled me straight to the grain station. She pulled a little cloth bundle from her bag. Inside were a few grain coupons. Hee, my family gave these to me. Good thing they came in handy today. But what are you going to do later? She tilted her head with a proud little smirk. If I can't get enough to eat, I'll just come mooch off you. Sure. I'll take care of you. Silly. She rolled her eyes at me. We bought 10 pounds of grain, then headed to the supply co-op. Towels, tea mugs, soap. We stocked up on all the daily necessities. Anything that required coupons, she paid for. I didn't refuse, just watched with a smile as she bustled around. There, your place is all set now. I followed her out, arms loaded with stuff. Lu Yun and the others were already waiting at the intersection, waving us over. Goji, check out that chick. She's a real looker. Let's go mess with her. Hey, you're right. Come on, boys. A few street punks came swaggering over, cigarettes dangling from their lips, walking like they owned the place and didn't give a damn about anyone. Well, where'd this little sweetie come from? Want to come have some fun with us big brothers? Lu Yun shrank back nervously. One look and you could tell these guys were trouble. The male educated youth, Wang Chong, stepped in front and puffed out his chest. What do you think you're doing? Just want to get to know this little lady. What? She your girlfriend? Ha ha. Goji, with a wimp like this, if she really was his girl, she'd have to be blind. Wang Chong's face turned crimson. Lu Yun was furious and frantic. You bunch of hooligans. Hooligans? Ha ha ha. Today, I'll show you exactly what a hooligan does. He Chunxiao saw what was happening and jogged over, her voice tight. What's going on here? You want me to call the patrol officer? The street punks turned around, and the ringleader, Goji, lit up. Ooh, this one's even prettier. Little sweetie, want to come play with Big Brother? I walked over with my things and planted myself in front of them, my voice cold as ice. Get lost. Where'd this little runt come from? Goji whipped out a switchblade, his face twisting into a snarl. You got the guts to mess with your Goyi's business? He Chunxiao grabbed my hand, her fingertips trembling. Just ignore them. Let's go get someone. Getting someone won't help, one of the punks sneered. Our Goji's got connections. Lu Yun and the others went pale, their eyes rimming red. I set my things down and gave He Chunxiao a smile. It's fine. Go wait over there for me. She looked up at me. For some reason, seeing that look on my face, that flicker of panic slowly melted away. She nodded firmly and obediently stepped aside. Goji exploded. You blind son of a, get him. His lackeys charged in, howling. I wasn't the least bit rattled. In my past life, ever since the reform and opening up, clawed my way up through the tides to a net worth in the billions. I've seen more knives than these punks have ever seen cash. This body was already strong to begin with, dosed with gene enhancers, and trained in hand-to-hand combat. Taking these guys down was like a grown man beating up a bunch of kids. "Dahan, watch out," Luyan shouted. Before her words even faded, I grabbed the wrist of the young man charging at the front, planted my feet, and hoisted the guy, well over 100 pounds, clean off the ground. The onlookers froze. They'd seen good fighters before. Someone swinging a person around like a whip? That was a first. The young man spun through the air as I slammed him into the others, sending them howling in pain. Brother Go's dagger clattered to the ground. His face went pale as death. I dropped the men, grabbed the young guy by the collar, turned to Brother Go with a cold smile, and then, right in front of everyone, hurled the guy through the air. Wham! Two heads collided head-on, and both of them crumpled to the ground, out cold. Chun Xiao ran over, eyes shining, and threw her arms around mine. "Dahan, you're incredible." Lu Yun and the others crowded around, every pair of eyes filled with admiration. I scratched my head, tucking the grin back behind my dopey expression. "As long as you're all okay. Come on, let's head back." Right, let's go." Afraid the other side might call for backup, they didn't slow their pace. The crowd dispersed too. Nobody wanted any part of the trouble. "Brother Han, let me carry some of that." Wang Chong rushed to grab the bags. Lu Shuai, another male-educated youth, quickly chimed in. "I'll take some too. It's a long way back." "No need, I've got it." "Don't be so polite." Wang Chong gave me a thumbs up. "From now on, you're Brother Han. A guy over 100 pounds, and you tossed him around like a toy." Chun Xiao tilted her face up and asked, "Dahan, where'd you get all that strength?" "That guy was so scared he cried," Lu Yun said, still buzzing. "That felt so good. I just grinned like a fool and said nothing. I didn't give the whole thing a second thought. If someone had really been dumb enough to push it, there might have been blood. Everyone in business knows one truth by heart. You can be kind, but you can't be without teeth." We made it all the way back to Qinjia village. Lu Yun had no reason to stay, so she went back to the educated youth quarters with the others. Chun Xiao helped me get everything put away, then clapped her hands and smiled with satisfaction. "Now this feels like a home. You must be tired. Sit down and rest. I'll go boil some water." "You're the one who's tired, carrying all that stuff. Sit. I'll do it." And with that, she went to start the fire. Watching her bustle back and forth in front of the stove, I felt at ease. This was what life was supposed to look like. She noticed me watching her, put on a stern face, and said fiercely, "Don't go getting any funny ideas, or I'll teach you a lesson." What's a bad idea?" It's. She struggled for a long time, but couldn't get it out. Her face flushed red. "Ugh, you don't get it. Just don't think about anything, okay?" "Oh, got it." She was so exasperated she couldn't stay mad, and turned away with a smile. She made dinner with the flour we'd bought that day. When it was ready, she smiled and said, "Eat up and get some rest early. I'm heading back." I grabbed her hand. "Stay and eat first." With her hand in mine, she lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito's hum. "There's food waiting over there. Just eat by yourself. There's enough. Stay." She looked up, met my earnest gaze, and nodded. "Fine, I'll stay." Delighted, I dug out the leftover pheasant from yesterday. "Wait here, I'll cook it for you." "No need, this is fine. It's okay. I'll catch more tomorrow. We won't be short on meat from now on." Back at the sent-down youth quarters, Lu Yun picked at her food, her mind full of images of me showing off my strength earlier that day. She felt a restless itch inside. The moment she remembered that idiot had seen her naked, her face burned all over again. That big idiot. So infuriating. I'll get him back next time for sure. She felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't she noticed how good Chun Yao was sooner? She'd let someone else beat her to it. But then she thought of her family and sighed. How could her parents ever let her marry an idiot, even if he wasn't actually an idiot at all? After dinner, Chun Xiao cleared the table and sat down inside. For a while, neither of us said anything. I looked at her and spoke earnestly. "Chun Xiao, why don't you move in with me from now on? I'll take care of you." She lifted her head. There was clearly a light in her eyes, but her words came out stubborn. "Humph. I bet you just want me to cook for you every single day. You wish." I laughed. She shot me a look. "Silly. If I move in here all by myself, people will talk. We'll see about it later. She stood up and put her hands behind her back. All right, I should be getting back. I'll walk you. There wasn't a soul on the village road. At this hour, every household was eating dinner. Only a few dogs romped around, chasing each other. She toyed with her long braid the whole way, then suddenly asked, "Did you go with Lu Yun to the outhouse today?" Huh? I don't know anything about. I froze, nearly letting it slip. She glanced at me, then lifted her chin smugly. Humph, that's more like it. I found it funny. A woman's jealousy is always a jar of well-aged vinegar, no matter the occasion. When we reached the quarters, I watched her skip through the door before I turned around and headed home. Chen Shuli sat inside, smoking his pipe. Lu Tzuelian nagged away beside him. I told you that idiot nephew of yours has been guarding against us all along. It's only been a few days since we split up, and in one trip he gathered dozens of pounds of medicinal herbs. I hear they're worth several dozen yuan. And he came back hauling a whole sack of grain too. And a bunch of other stuff. He gets a little money and just blows it, doesn't know the first thing about managing a life. Go talk to him, get him to come back and live with us. I'll save the money up so he can get himself a wife. Chen Shuli listened and figured it made sense. Spending money left and right. How much could anyone burn through like that? Save it up to get the boy a wife? Now that'd be nice. All right, I'll talk to him when I see him tomorrow. Lu Tzuelian's eyes lit up. She said with a cheerful grin, "Great. Let me go pour you some water to soak your feet. You've been busy all day." Chen Shuli was pleasantly surprised, and it warmed his heart. His wife was finally coming around. The truth was, Lu Tzuelian had been kicking herself for ages. Why on earth had she split up the household on a whim that day? Even if Chun Yao couldn't handle heavy labor, how much did he really eat in a day? And he was always bringing back wild game. No matter how you added it up, it was money in the family's pocket. Now look, he was eating meat every single day while she could only sit there and stew. She had that simpleton's temperament figured out. One word and he'd come scampering right back. The sky was just beginning to lighten when I woke. Once I'd gotten myself together, I took out the steamed buns from yesterday's check-in, washed a couple down with water, and headed out. I had nothing on but a threadbare shirt, thin as could be. But with the body I had now, I didn't feel the cold one bit. In November, the mountains saw wild temperature swings between morning and night. Along the way, I ran into a few villagers, also heading up the mountain early to try their luck. "Dahan, up this early? Didn't you just haul in a whole sack of medicinal herbs yesterday? Going again today, don't you ever rest?" Uncle Dashin figured I'd go poke around. Won't get in the way of the day's work. "You foolish kid. Even old Lou said you need to take care of yourself. Don't blow it off. When you get to be my age, you'll be suffering for it." I smiled and nodded. They meant well, and I appreciated it. But there was no way to explain the situation. I walked a good stretch deeper in, and everyone gradually went their separate ways. Herb gatherers each had their own routes, and nobody asked about anyone else's. The skilled ones went alone. Only the greenhorns traveled in pairs. Danger lurked everywhere in these mountains, and your life was the thing that mattered most. Once I reached a spot with no one around, I broke into a run. My stamina and speed had climbed again today. The gene serum was quietly reshaping this body a little more every day. This kind of silent, gradual enhancement was the way to go. If I'd transformed overnight, I'd have scared the whole village stiff. Gastrodia, nodo ginseng, astragalus, fleece flower root. I gathered whatever I came across along the way. When I reached the edge of a cliff, distant mountains stretched out in layers, and clouds churned below my feet. That feeling of standing atop everything washed over me. Nice spot. I leaned out and looked down. The forest below the cliff was dense, had to be dozens of meters deep. I swept the area with my mind. There it was. A little over a meter down the cliff face stood a lone, cylindrical plant stem. Wild ginseng. I grabbed hold of a jutting rock, carefully climbed down, and began digging it out bit by bit with my knife. Digging ginseng had its own rituals. You were supposed to use a quick dig pick fashioned from filed deer antler, tie on a red cord, and hang 5 copper coins. The rules. A whole list of rules. I had none of them, but today I'd stumbled onto the real thing. No way was I letting it slip by. When you get right down to it, all that fuss came down to one fear: damaging the roots. The older the ginseng, the more it's worth. The more intact it is, the more precious. It took me over an hour, but I finally worked it free, roots, whiskers, and all. Asterisk ding. Harvested 186-year ginseng plant. Gained 100 wisps of plant essence. Asterisk. Few 86 years. A flick of thought, and I tucked it into my space. This one I wasn't selling to the recycling depot. They'd give me 300 at most. Take it to a pharmacy in the capital, though, and it'd fetch 10 grand. Easy. I swept my eyes over the cliff face again. Nothing left. But this plant was over 80 years old, dropping seeds year after year. That dense forest at the base of the cliff had to be hiding plenty more. I marked the spot, planning to head down another day. No telling what was down there, so safety came first. I took a different route back, jogging the whole way with my senses spread wide, digging up every herb I passed. This haul was through the roof, filled a whole sack. I kept a little less than half in hand and stashed the rest in my space. Bring home too much in one day, and even your own family might turn green with envy. Don't flash your wealth. A lesson I'd paid for in blood in my last life. After breakfast, Chinshuli went over to his nephew's place. The door was locked, nobody home, had to be up in the mountains. The next door neighbor came out to dump some water and needled him. Well, if it is an old sourpuss. Finally deigned to check on your nephew. He's my nephew. Of course I think about him. Heh, now you remember he's your nephew? Where were you all this time? The commotion drew the other residents, and they gathered around. Dahan's living the good life now, meat every day. Yesterday, he had white flour buns with stewed pheasant. Smelled amazing. He used to catch plenty back then too, but every time all he'd get in return was a coarse-grained bun. Chinshuli's face went beet red. He didn't say a word, just clasped his hands behind his back and strode home fast. The moment Lu Tzuilian saw him back, she hurried over. Well, did you settle it? Didn't see him. Instead, I got an earful from the villagers, said Xiao Yao eats meat and white buns every day now. And back then whatever he caught only ever got swapped for a coarse-grained bun. The sour remark on the tip of Lu Tzuilian's tongue got swallowed right back down. Her beady eyes darted around. If all those good things ended up in her own household, she could even help out her own family back home. As for that dumb kid, worst case, from now on he wouldn't even get a wild vegetable pancake. Husband, don't you get it? She lowered her voice. That's exactly why we've got to get Dahan back here. Eating like that, what's he going to use to land a wife down the road? Chinshuli was easily swayed. Every word sounded reasonable to him. He stood up. I'll go wait for him at the village entrance. And off he went, hands behind his back. My luck was off the charts today. Over 100 pounds of herbs, 1 ginseng plant, and 2 wild rabbits crouching in my traps to boot. I carried it all down the mountain, grinning ear to ear. The villagers out picking mushrooms clicked their tongues at the sight. Dahan loaded up again. Eating meat every single day. This beats the old days by a mile. Oh, right, Dahan, your uncle came looking for you at your place first thing this morning. Bet your aunt saw you doing well for yourself and wants you back. Don't you dare say yes. Whatever you do, don't agree. I nodded. Yeah, got it. Down by the wall at the edge of the village, Chinshuli spotted me from a distance, sat down, lit his pipe, and waited. Uncle. I greeted him with a smile. Been up the mountain? Yep. He eyed the wild rabbit in my hand and the bulging sack, then nodded. You're still young. From now on, come back and eat with us. Your aunt can save the money you make for your wedding someday. I scratched my head. The second I come back, Annie's going to start fighting with you again. I'm not coming. I can take care of myself just fine. Bullshit, he snapped. The way you eat, where's the money for a wife going to come from later? Meat and white flour don't come cheap. Eating something plainer for once won't starve you to death. The villagers who'd gathered around listened to the uncle and nephew go at it, enjoying the show. I shook my head, my stubborn streak kicking in. I can earn my own. Why save it? What's the point of a wife anyway? I do just fine on my own. Chinshuli hadn't expected his dim-wit nephew to talk back, and raised his hand to teach him a lesson. The villagers couldn't stand it. Chin the grump. All you know how to do is throw your weight around with Dahan. If you've got the guts, go home and straighten out your own wife. Exactly. Dahan earns his own money and catches his own game. He's got more than he can eat. Why would he tag along to your place to gnaw on wild vegetable cakes? Dahan don't agree. That day, right in front of the elder and the team leader, your aunt said with her own mouth that you were splitting off. She kicked you out 'cause she thought you were useless, and now that she sees you can earn money she wants back in. There's no such sweet deal in this world. Chun Shuli stiffened his neck. Ergu, what do you mean? Kicked him out for being useless. Erga didn't cut him an inch of slack. You think we're stupid? That day, the moment your wife heard what old Lu said, she started hollering about splitting up. Plain as day. Lu Tzulian couldn't sit still at home and had run out, walking right into that remark. She blew up on the spot. Ergu, quit stirring the pot. That day it was that pack of shrews saying I treated Dahan badly. Who are you calling a shrew? Lu Tzulian, you said it with your own mouth that day. Said we'd see who ends up better off after the split. So how's it looking now? Dahan's eating meat every single day. Exactly, Lu Tzulian's the nastiest of them all. Who knows what kind of spell she put on Grump? The women all around erupted, surrounding Lu Tzulian and piling on. I kept a blank, dopey look on my face, like I couldn't figure out why everyone was ripping into my uncle and aunt. Lu Tzulian, no match for the crowd, just plopped down on the ground and started putting on a show. Oh, woe is me, I can't go on living. Slaving away morning and night for the whole family, and this is what I get, branded the wickedest one of all. The Chun family's bullying me. I scratch my head. Uncle, take Annie home. The ground's cold. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm heading back. With that, I grab my things and walk straight home. Chun Shuli stands there dumbfounded. Lu Tzulian, still bawling on the ground, is stunned too. The two of them didn't get a thing out of it. Instead, they took a good scolding from the villagers and made fools of themselves. Huh, being a simpleton like Dahan has its perks. Let her carry on. Time to go home and eat. How'd the Chin family end up with such a shameless bunch? Back in the old days, they'd have been run out of the village long ago. Back home, I take the wild rabbit to the woodshed, tie it up, toss out some feed, and then head inside to fix breakfast. Chun Chao comes over. Dahan, have you eaten yet? Oh, caught another rabbit, and some medicinal herbs too. When do you go up the mountain? First thing this morning. Didn't cut into work time, I say with a grin. Got lucky today, 2 rabbits. Just not as many herbs as yesterday. You call that few? That'll still fetch a few bucks, she says, chiding me. The doctor told you to rest, and here you are up at the crack of dawn. As she talks, she steps inside, sees me kneading dough, takes off her jacket, and rolls up her sleeves. You rest. I'll do it. All right. I sit off to the side and watch her work. I heard from the villagers that your uncle and aunt came looking for you again. Yeah. They wanted me to move back in and live together. I said no. Good thing you did. They only came around because they saw you can make money. Just ignore them. Okay, I'll listen to you. She bursts out laughing. You goof. Then she turns back and cheerfully kneads the steamed buns. I pat my pocket and remember this body doesn't smoke. The buns are ready in no time. She digs a piece of pickled vegetable out of her bag, slices it, and says with a smile, There, dig in. You sit down and eat too. I already ate. Go ahead. I don't bother refusing again and grab a bun, taking big bites. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host on receiving the skill tracking 10 pounds of pickled vegetables and 5 large yellow croakers. Whoa, so generous this time. Something clicks in my mind. Could it be because I dug up ginseng today? Probably. I don't rush to claim the rewards, afraid I might pass out again. I glance up at Chun Xiao across from me, smile, then lower my head and keep eating. Chun Xiao rolls her eyes at me, watching until I finish the last bite before heading out the door with me. Look at you up so early today, dead set on going to work. Can't sit still at home. Better to be out with you all. When the accountant, Chen Shuha, sees me coming, he frowns. Dahan, why not rest a few more days? Uncle, I'm fine. I'm tough as nails. The team leader, Chen Shuwen, pats my shoulder. Then go cut pig weed with he and the other educated youth. As for the other work, I'll assign you more later. All right. I grinned, grabbed my tools, and headed off into the hills. Cutting grass was easy work. My hands were quick. One basket filled up in the blink of an eye, and I turned to help Chun Xiao. Dahan, you rest. I've got this. She had that stubborn look on her face. I chuckled and obediently plopped down to the side. Lu Yun and the other girls came over to tease her. Ooh, looks like Chun Xiao's got a soft spot for Dahan. Of course I do. If I wear him out, how are we supposed to get by later? Chun Xiao lifted her chin proudly. Humph. You bunch of little hussies can just eat your hearts out. Ergu finished tying up his firewood, sat down beside me, and held out a hand-rolled cigarette. Dahan, have one. I shook my head. Don't smoke. What kind of man doesn't smoke? Here, let me light it for you. The smell of tobacco drifted into my nose, and a long-lost familiarity washed over me, though I didn't let a hint of it show on my face. Seeing that I didn't cough, Erga lost interest. He took a drag and lowered his voice. Dahan, whatever you do, don't say yes to your aunt. Otherwise, she'll haul everything you make back to her own family. Yeah, I just want them to stop fighting. This is good enough. Now you're thinking straight. He patted his behind and went off to chop more wood. I sat there with the cigarette in my mouth, watching everyone work, but my mind was somewhere else, running the numbers on that tracking skill I'd signed in for today. Was it actually any good? Chun Xiao finished gathering the pig fodder, wiped the sweat off her brow, and sat down next to me. She shoved the green canteen into my hands. Drink some water. I unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp, then paused. It's sweet. Her eyes curved into little crescents as she lowered her voice. I put a little sugar in it. I took another sip and handed the canteen back. She took it and drank straight from the same spout without a second thought. A few of the young folks off in the distance watched with envy, but all they could do was keep their heads down and gather their firewood. Guess it's just not in the cards for us. Stop looking and you won't be so jealous. Once everyone had rested up, they hoisted their bamboo baskets and headed down the mountain. By the time we turned in our work, it was almost noon. Chun Xiao politely turned down my invitation to eat together, but I knew the real reason. She was worried there wouldn't be enough food for me. Back in my room, I lay down, but I couldn't resist accepting the task. The tracking skill contained the study of traces, footprint analysis, camouflage. It could even tell how long prey had lingered in a spot just from its droppings. A flood of knowledge poured into my mind, but this time I didn't pass out. Seems like only the first time knocks you off your feet. A dozen or so minutes later, the skill had settled into me. I sat up, the corners of my mouth curling into a grin. Yeah, looks like from now on, I really am going to have to be a hunter. Dahan, you home? A shout came from outside the courtyard. Uncle, I'm here. I went out to meet him. Chen Shuwen walked into the yard with his hands behind his back. Seeing that I looked well, he nodded. You just can't sit still, can you, kid? He pulled out his pipe and lit it, taking a couple of puffs. Old Lou knows his stuff. He says you need a few years to nurse your body back to health. Boy, don't take this lightly. If it settles into a chronic condition, you'll suffer for it down the road. I scratched my head and grinned, saying nothing. He sighed and got straight to business. It's getting cold out. Don't come along for the regular work. You know how to set traps. Folks are going to be heading up the mountain to chop firewood for a while. So you set traps around the perimeter and check them once a day. Keep the wild animals from coming down and hurting people. I'll credit you 10 work points a day. Warmth spread through my chest. The job looked dangerous, but it was actually the easiest. Plain as day, he was looking out for me. And having just gotten my skill, this assignment was practically tailor-made for me. Uncle, I've got it. I promise no animals getting down that mountain. All right, stay safe. If you spot an animal, holler for help. Don't go charging in like a fool. He was genuinely afraid I'd rush headlong into it and turn something good into something bad. Got it. After seeing the team leader off, I pulled out that dagger and looked it over. An old hunter in the village had given it to me. Sharp, but still too flimsy for the big beasts. It'll do for now. I'll get myself a machete later. I tucked a coil of hemp rope into my space and headed out. Chun Xiao and the others came by. Dahan, time for work. Coming. I locked up and talked as we walked. Chun Xiao, Uncle Team Leader gave me a different job. I've got to head up the mountain to set traps. I'll come help you once I'm done. Set traps. She was taken aback. Yeah, it's getting cold, and he's worried the animals will come down. So he wants me setting traps around the perimeter and checking them every day. Then you be careful. Don't go rushing in like an idiot. I know. I definitely won't do that. Lu Yun frowned beside her. This job's so dangerous, and they're sending you up there alone? Right? That's way too dangerous. Did they give you a weapon? I picked up a shovel, walked the girls to the work site with a cheerful grin, then turned and headed into the woods alone. I knew this mountain well. When animals come down, there are only 8 narrow passes they have to go through. They're far more wary than people, and they'll never step where folks travel often. As long as I set traps at those narrow passes, there's a good chance they'll get caught. At the nearest one, I scanned the area, saw no signs of large animals, and started digging with the shovel. The ground was frozen hard, but with my strength, in half an hour I'd shaped out a big pit, 3 meters deep, 3 meters wide. I used what was on hand, chopping down a heap of thick branches, sharpening each one to a point, and driving them into the bottom of the pit in tight rows. After tamping them down, I sprang out with a light leap. 3 meters was nothing but a single step for me. I laid branches across the top and scattered dead leaves back over them. Seamless. This trap was made for anything over 100 pounds. Lighter creatures could step right over it without trouble. Wolf packs were rare on the mountain's edge. It was mainly the wild boars I was guarding against. A grown male boar's pair of tusks could kill a man with one thrust. I set wooden posts on either side and carved words into them to warn the firewood gatherers. I set 3 traps over the afternoon. As it was getting late by the time I came down the mountain. Chun Xiao and the others had finished their work and were sitting in a circle, waiting for me. Can Big Dummy really set traps by himself? With Han's strength, I bet even wild animals run when they see him. Exactly. I walked over carrying my tools. Chun Xiao's eyes lit up as she came to meet me. You're back. Yeah. Let me carry the grass for you. I grabbed the bamboo basket and hoisted it onto my shoulder. I've got it. You're tired. I'm not tired. I grinned. Come eat at my place tonight. I'm stewing rabbit. She shot me a look. Food's all you think about. That rabbit could fetch some money in town. We've got to be careful with it. It's fine. There's plenty of good stuff up in the mountains. The captain put me in charge of patrolling from now on, so I can catch even more. 2 more days, and all 8 traps were set. After this, I just need to make my rounds. While I was at it, I gathered some medicinal herbs in the mountains, stashing most of them in my space and carrying only a small portion down. A single snowflake drifted down, glittering. It's snowing. I looked up at the sky and quickened my pace. Back home, I sorted the herbs. Just the ones I dried out in the open these past few days already came to over 100 pounds. I washed my hands and went back inside. Check-in. Ding. Obtained 35 wisps of plant essence. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received braised pork elbow ×1, 10 yuan in cashed. Claim. These past few days, the check-in rewards had all been food. Big Dummy, we're heading into town today. Get ready if you're coming. Coming, uncle. I tossed the herbs onto the wagon. Old Ma looked at the sacks of herbs and laughed. That's quite a haul. I just gave a goofy smile and didn't answer. I discovered this dim-wit persona was incredibly useful. Any question I didn't want to answer, I could just smile my way past it. The snow was coming down harder. This snow won't let up today. You be careful heading up the mountain from now on. Right? I'll remember. When we got to town, we split up. First, I went to the recycling station and traded the herbs for cash and coupons. Then I stopped by the supply co-op and picked out a thick cotton quilt. The one the original owner had been using all these years was pitifully thin, and bought a set of cotton underclothes. Brother Go, I spotted that Big Dummy from last time. The whole group at the card table stood up at once. Brother Go stared at the underling who'd come running back. You sure? No mistake, it's that kid. Good. A cruel little smile crept across Brother Go's face. Grab your gear and bring him to me. One of the underlings hesitated. Brother Go, what if that kid starts hollering? Hollering. Brother Go's eyes went cold. Don't you worry. From now on, your folks are my folks. I'll take care of your family. Instead of being afraid, the underling swelled with a surge of bravado. He cupped his hands in a salute. Brother Go, you're a righteous man. I know just what to do. The others looked on with envy, as if this was what the heroes and tough guys the storytellers rave about. They never stop to think that this kind of loyalty usually earns them a one-way trip to the firing squad. I finished shopping at the store and was heading to the intersection to wait for Old Ma. 2 young men came straight at me, heads down. I stepped aside to let them pass. A black muzzle jabbed up at me. Come with us, kid. With a flick of my mind, the bullet in the chamber dropped silently into my space. My brain raced. Who was after me? The answer was obvious. I faked a panic. Don't shoot. I'll come with you. A flicker of regret actually crossed the gunman's face, like my not resisting had robbed him of his chance to play hero. I sneered inwardly. Dumbass. After a winding route, we arrived at a courtyard. Dog Bro spoke up, his voice slick and sinister. Yeah, We meet again, kid. My face stayed blank. You brought me here. What do you want? My calm clearly ticked him off. He snatched the gun from his underling and pressed it against me. I hate that look on your face. Get on your knees and beg. Maybe I'll leave you a whole corpse. I looked at him, my tone light as if asking about the weather. Oh, so today, there's no walking away peacefully. 8 men in the room. To me, they were nothing but ants. Kid, you won't cry till you see the coffin. One of the underlings swung a club straight at my legs. If that hit landed clean, a broken leg would have been getting off easy. I stopped holding back. My hand shot out, and the man's head made one grotesque full turn before he crumpled limply to the ground. Dog Bro's hands shook on the gun like leaves in the wind. He knew I could fight, but he never expected me to be this ruthless. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. I raised my hand. A few bullets glinted coldly between my fingers. Does your gun still have any bullets? You don't try to trick me. The gun's been in my hands the whole time. I couldn't be bothered to argue. I lunged forward and smashed my fist through his throat. He collapsed, eyes wide open. I didn't feel a thing. A single thought, and the cash, the bills, the bodies, all swept into my space. I picked up the pistol and reloaded the magazine. I searched the entire courtyard and came up with only a few $1,000 and a stack of ration tickets. Dirt poor. Old Ma sat on the wagon, puffing on his pipe. When he saw me come back, he grinned. Huh, buying a whole quilt outright? What a waste. You should have bought some cotton and cloth and let your auntie make you one instead. I don't know about that stuff. Saw it and just bought it. I answered with a dopey grin and climbed onto the wagon. The killing from moments ago didn't weigh on me at all. Since a feud was already set, I might as well end it once and for all. Later, I'd head into the mountains, find a spot to bury them, and no one would ever find them. When Lu Tzuoyan saw I'd bought a thick quilt, her expression turned even uglier. She tugged at. The gaffer stood at the village entrance, hollering, "Would you look at this fool nephew of mine? You call this managing a household? He'll run this family into the ground sooner or later." Chen Shuli came out of the house, and the moment he heard it, he panicked, didn't even bother pulling his shoes on properly, just came trotting after us. Xiaoyao. I'd spotted him a while ago, but I put on my best surprised face. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Old Ma pulled his cart to a stop. "Xiaoyao, how can you be so hopeless at running a home? Who just goes out and buys a quilt like that? From now on, hand your money over to your aunt to save. If you need something, let her take care of it." I scratched my head. It's getting cold. We only had thin blankets at home. It's freezing at night when I sleep. The nearby villagers had gathered around, standing in the snow, watching. "Even so, you don't just buy one," Chen Shuli said, exasperated. "Buy some cloth and cotton, make do for a few days, and you'd have one stitched up in no time." It was that "why won't this kid learn" tone. "Oh, I'll remember that." I nodded obediently. "As long as you remember. All right, hand over the money, all of it. If you keep it, no telling how you'll waste it next." I shook my head, playing dumb. "Spend it all. No money left." "No money left?" He froze. "You spent it all on this." There's a padded coat too." Old Ma took a slow drag from his pipe and drawled. "Old men, if you've got that much concern to spare, you ought to head home and get your own wife in line." With that, he cracked his whip and the cart rolled off. The villagers' chatter drifted into my ears. The Hans worked for that family all these years, and they wouldn't even fix him up with a proper quilt. Let his wife handle the money? No telling where it'd end up. Chen Shuli ignored them and turned back toward home. Back at my place, I made up the bed with the new quilt, hauled some firewood in from the woodshed and got a fire going, then headed out to the yard to sweep the snow. The snow was coming down harder now, falling in big, feathery flakes. He Chun Xiao came walking over, bundled up in a thick padded coat. "Dahan, you're back." "Chun Xiao, get inside, quick. I just got the fire started," I called out to her. She shook the snow off and stepped inside with a smile. Once I'd finished sweeping, I came in and handed her a package of pastries. "Bought these for you. All you know how to do is spend money," she grumbled, though her hands honestly reached out and took them. She took a bite. These are good. Here, you have some too." We passed it back and forth, bite for bite, until the pastry was gone. Her eyes caught the new quilt on the bed, and a flicker of tenderness crossed her face. "I was going to write home and have them send some cotton ration coupons so I could make you a quilt. You've been getting by with that one thin blanket." I honestly don't know how you made it through these past few years. I'm tough. It's nothing, I said, grinning that same simple grin. She swatted me lightly, but there was happiness in her eyes. I'll boil a pot of water and take a bath here. The educated youth quarters are just too inconvenient. Sure, I'll go get it ready for you. I rinsed out the wooden tub, carried it into the inner room, and hauled in a few buckets of water to fill it. She raised a little fist in warning. No peeking, got it? I won't. I'll stand guard for you. I opened the door. I nodded with a smile. That's more like it. She tilted her head up smugly. In Shirshiao Town, outside Brother Dog's little courtyard, a middle-aged man pushed open the gate with a few young men in tow. Dog, Master Bai is here. Bai Laosi walked in with his hands behind his back, took one look, and frowned. Huh? Why isn't there a single soul here? Master Bai, the snow in the yard is this deep, and there's not even a footprint. He must have headed out a while ago. Bai Laosi sat down. Probably went to fetch something. Let's wait. They waited until nightfall, but no one came back. Master Bai, you don't think Dog ran off with the money and the tickets, do you? Bai Laosi's face darkened. Dog had sold tickets for him for years, and they'd settled the books every month without a single hiccup. He never imagined the guy would screw him over. He slammed the table. Find him. He's got some nerve, touching my stuff. He must be tired of living. Chunxiao took a nice, relaxing bath. I dumped out the water from the tub, rinsed it clean, and put it back inside. Drying her hair, she asked, Dahan, when you went to town today, did you run into those bad guys from last time? Nope. I definitely beat the fear into them. They wouldn't dare show their faces. You're really something. I took out a braised pork knuckle. Bought it in town. Let's have it tonight. Ooh, it smells amazing. Her eyes lit up. I'll go steam some buns right now. I walked to the doorway and looked out at the sky full of falling snow, then made a round to the woodshed. The few wild hares and the 2 pheasants were all lively as ever, so I added a bit of food for them. When the heavy snow sealed off the mountains and I couldn't get in, I could kill one a day and still earn my check-in reward. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Lu Zulian was eating her meal, and the thought of that dim-witted kid eating meat every single day made her blood boil. But these days the whole village was on his side, so she couldn't just strong-arm him. Her beady eyes darted around, and she came up with an idea. Husband, things can't go on like this with Xiao Yao. We need to find him a wife. Once he's got a wife, she can keep his spending in check. I've got a niece back in my family who's just the right age. You've got to make this decision for him. Chen Shuli nodded. All right. Once the snow stops, bring her over. I'm his uncle. This is my place to step in. Right. And then the villagers won't have anything to say about it. Lu Zulian was thrilled inside. That niece of hers was the most obedient, so whatever she said would go. I walked He Chunxiao back to the educated youth station and turned in early once I got home. Early the next morning, the snow had stopped. I swept the snow off the courtyard and the rooftop, ate a quick breakfast, and headed toward the foot of the mountain. Along the way, every movement within 2 meters registered in my senses, and I steered clear of every dip and hole. When I reached the traps, there were only small animal tracks, no big beasts. I checked each one, and, confirming all was well, started heading back. On the way, following the tracks in the snow, I dug out a burrow of wild hares, just 5 little ones. The mountain road was rough after the snow. Taking that detour cost me hours, and it was almost noon by the time I made it into the village. No work today. Every household was busy sweeping snow, holed up indoors. But Chen Shuli wasn't resting. Bundled in a shabby cotton coat with his hands tucked into his sleeves, he stood at the village entrance waiting for me, stamping his feet against the cold. When he spotted me coming from a distance, he crouched down and lit up his pipe. Seeing him standing at the entrance, I knew right away this was Andy's idea again. As I got closer, I called out, Uncle, what are you doing standing out here in the cold? I'm hungry. I'm gonna head home and eat first. And with that, I walked straight past him into the village. He was still putting on airs, but when he saw me just breeze right by, he choked on a mouthful of smoke so hard his eyes watered. Cough. Little Yao, cough, cough. I played dumb and shouted, I'm hungry. I want to go home and eat. He caught his breath, got up, and chased after me. Hold on. Your auntie brought a girl back for you. You're not getting any younger, and settling down is something I, as your uncle, have got to look after. Come back with me. We'll get this settled today." The villagers sweeping snow heard there was a wife being lined up for Big Dummy, and they all crowded around. "Old Mute, you finally did something decent." "Huh, isn't Big Dummy with that educated youth, Miss He? She's a city girl. You really think she'd stay here in our village?" A boy about 10 years old heard the grown-ups talking and turned around, taking off in a run. This time the villagers didn't give him any grief, and Chinshuli was pretty pleased. "Little Yao's my nephew. If I don't look after his marriage, who will? So how's the girl?" "She's my wife's niece from her side of the family. Good childbearing hips." I just stood there grinning like a fool the whole time, not saying a word. In everyone's eyes, I was nothing but a dim-witted kid with no mind of his own. Chinshuli noticed something moving in my bag and laughed. "Perfect, you caught some game. We'll stew it up back home and let the girls see what you're made of." I scratched my head. What do I need a wife for? I'm doing just fine. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go home and eat first. The villagers burst out laughing. "Huh, Big Dummy, having a wife's got its perks. Yeah, someone to warm your bed at night." Chinshuli stepped forward and grabbed hold of me. "Silly boy, come eat at the house at noon. Your auntie's got the meal ready. Be good now." And he pulled me back with him. Inside the house, Lu Tzulian was passing along her secrets to her niece. "Xiaoping, this silly boy's a simpleton. When you meet him, just butter him up first. Once the deal's set, you'll never want for food or clothes again. Don't let his dullness fool you. He's strong, he can hunt, and these past few days he's sold hundreds of pounds of medicinal herbs alone." Lu Kaiping looked smug. "Auntie, don't worry. I'm an expert at handling fools like this." But inwardly she scoffed. Once she had this dummy wrapped around her finger, tossing your family a scrap now and then would be more than enough. "Support you? Dream on." Hearing the commotion outside, Lu Tzulian lowered her voice. "Someone's coming. Be on your best behavior." Chinshuli pulled me into the house. Standing inside was a girl about my age, wearing a bashful look on her face. But there was something worn and jaded beneath that shyness. Her looks were plain, and there was a mean streak in her eyes. Clearly not someone easy to get along with, and who knew how many hands she'd passed through. Lu Tzulian was practically bursting with enthusiasm. "Little Yao's back. Oh my, caught another critter, did you? Xiaoping, what did I tell you? This boy's the most capable one around. Stick with him and you'll never go hungry." Lu Kaiping nodded shyly and stepped forward to take my bag. "You must be tired. Here, let me take that. I'll get it cleaned up. You go sit down and rest." The villagers by the door craned their necks to watch. That girl seems nice. Already knows how to take care of people, and they just met. Meanwhile, back at the sent-down youth quarters. "Sister Chunxiao, we've got trouble." Chunxiao stepped outside. "Sure too, don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened." "Old man Shin found a wife for Big Han. You'd better go see for yourself." Her heart clenched suddenly, as if something important was slipping away from her. The color drained from her face. The other youths crowded around too. "Chunxiao, it's definitely his aunt trying to bully Han again. That's why she cooked up this scheme." "Right, it's despicable. We can't let her get away with it." Her eyes lit up. "Yes, that has to be it." With that, she took off running toward the village, everyone following close behind. Inside the house, I looked at this woman putting on her little act and sneered inwardly. Even if I were blind, I'd never marry someone like her. But I kept the same dopey grin on my face, took a step back, and didn't let her touch the bag. Lu Kaiping assumed I was just shy since it was our first meeting, so she didn't think much of it. Little Yao's getting all bashful now," Lu Tzulian laughed. "Here, give it to me. You two chat for a bit. I'll go put it on to stew." I hid the bag behind my back. This litter of rabbits is still too small. Gotta raise him up first. Small ones are still meat. It's your first time meeting Xiaoping. Don't be stingy. Your aunt's right. You're a grown man. Act generous. Chinshuli was still basking in the pride of having secured a wife for his nephew. I turned and walked off. "I'm going home. Big Han, stop right there." Lu Tzulian couldn't hold back any longer. She marched up and demanded, "Your uncle and I are being kind enough to find you a wife, and this is the attitude you give us? A dimwit like you. If we don't set things up for you, you'll be a bachelor your whole life." Chinshuli's face darkened too. "Your aunt's words may be harsh, but they're for your own good. I'm your elder, so you'll listen to me on this. We're settling it today." The villagers chimed in one after another. Big Han, you're old enough now. It's time you started a family. With a woman around to take care of the home, life just keeps getting better. I knew they meant well. Getting married at 18 was pretty common in the countryside back then. Too bad I wasn't the same person I used to be. I put on a dopey, innocent look, but I've got nothing to my name. Why would anyone want to be with me? Lu Tzuilian's face lit up. You've got me looking out for you. And my niece is the most obedient girl there is. Then her tone shifted. Of course, I'll hold on to the money you earn and save it up for you too. And you'll come to my place for meals. It's not that I'm after your money. I just worry that you kids are too young to manage a household. Lu Tsiping's expression changed in an instant. If she let this woman take control, wouldn't she be under her thumb from now on? Auntie, your household's already got so many mouths to feed. You work hard enough as it is. We can't be a burden to you. Since I'm marrying Dahan, I'll take good care of our home myself. I laughed to myself. Nothing had even happened yet, and the two of them were already scheming against each other. A few of the villagers nearby caught on to the situation too, but none of them said a word. They were just waiting to watch the show. Lu Tzuilian hadn't expected her usually obedient niece to speak up at a moment like this, and it irritated her. You're not even married yet, and you're already rushing to draw your lines. So what was all my trouble for? Xiaoping, you two are young. Even if Annie takes the money, it's only to save it up for you. You don't know Dahan. He's blown through every cent he's earned lately, and he's stubborn as a mule. I'm afraid he won't listen to you. Lu Kaiping kept a polite smile on her face. Dahan seems just fine to me. Marry a rooster, follow a rooster. He's the breadwinner, so there's nothing wrong with listening to him. Dahan. He Chun Xiao came running up, drenched in sweat, her breath puffing out in white clouds. Clearly she'd sprinted the whole way. Seeing so many people, and a strange girl among them, she didn't care about anything else and just called out to me. I went to meet her, my face full of delight. Chun Xiao, I dug out another rabbit burrow today. A few of them are still small, so I'll raise them for a while. This big one, though, we'll take it home and stew it. The worry in her heart melted away in an instant. This was still the same Dahan who hung on her every word. She smiled. You're really something. Lu Yun and the others arrived too. Seeing this scene, they all breathed easier, then turned to size up the girl in the yard. Lu Kaiping looked at He Chun Xiao, fairer and prettier than herself, and could no longer hide her jealousy. How can you be so shameless? This is my blind date, and here you are pawing all over him. What's that supposed to be? By now, Lu Tzuilian had no time to squabble with her niece. Presenting a united front against the outsider was what mattered. You little vixen, I never could stand the sight of you. Making Dahan do work for you all day long. You're just stringing him along so he can't find himself a wife, aren't you? What a vicious, scheming mind. He Chun Xiao glared right back at them. You think I don't know what you two are up to? The moment you realize Dahan could make money, suddenly it's nothing but sweet talk. If you really cared about him, would you make him sleep under a thin blanket every winter, meal after meal of wild vegetable cakes, and never enough to fill his stomach? Only tossing him a corn bun when he caught some game. One by one, she laid bare all the hardships I'd suffered in this family over the years. Most of the villagers already knew about these things, but hearing it all again still made their blood boil. Educated youth, he is right. Makes sense. Ever since the family split up, this Lu Tzuilian's been stirring up trouble every couple of days. Back then, when word got out that Dahan couldn't handle heavy labor, they wanted to split off. Now that he's doing well, they want to pull him back in. But this time it's about finding Dahan a wife. We can't really just let him stay a bachelor, can we? Ergo huddled at the edge of the crowd, his eyes darting around, then hollered at the top of his lungs. Just let Jiqing he marry Dahan and be done with it. The moment he finished, he ducked out of sight. I recognized that voice right away and had to hold back a laugh. From now on, I'd have to look out for this kid. That one shout from Ergo, the whole crowd heard it. My heart was bursting with joy. No matter how well he hid, I'd know his voice anywhere. I'd definitely take good care of him later. Auntie Lu Tzuilian's face fell. I knew exactly what she was scheming. If He Chun Xiao really ended up with a fool like me, her family wouldn't get a single cent out of it. But the villagers started egging things on. You know, these two really do make a good match. If it works out, that's a good thing. He Chun Xiao's face flushed bright red. She shot me a glare and gave my waist a hard pinch through my cotton coat. Didn't hurt a bit. I grinned and, right there in front of everyone, spoke up. Chun Xiao, will you marry me? With all those eyes on her, she dropped her head in embarrassment and gave me a light smack. Come home and eat. Then she turned and walked off. What are you standing around for, you fool? Go after her. I followed after her with a grin, not even bothering to glance at Auntie's gloomy face. Lu Yun and the others chased after us too. Behind me, Lu Tzuilian's face was dark enough to drip water. She grabbed her niece Lu Kaiping and lowered her voice to a whisper, but she couldn't hide the fury in it. This carefully plotted match was about to fall apart right before her eyes. As for me, I only had eyes for that blushing girl. The whole way home, I couldn't hold back any longer, and the moment we reached the front door, I wrapped my arms around her from behind. Her whole body went stiff, and she pounded on me, half shy and half angry. Dahan, if you ever treat me badly, I'm not cooking for you anymore. I'll be good to you my whole life, I said without a moment's hesitation. She looked up, her eyes filled with light. The moment our lips touched, she melted completely. I wanted to linger a little longer, but then I remembered the scene from earlier. There was no telling if Uncle might come knocking any minute. I let her go and gave the tip of her nose a gentle flick. Chun Xiao, you're really beautiful. She snapped out of it, pushed me away with a blush. Silly, I'm going to make dinner. And she darted into the house as if fleeing. That retreating figure was so sweet it made my heart tremble. Sure enough, Uncle Chin Shuli showed up, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a serious expression. Xiao Yao, this business between you and Ji Qinghe, let's settle it today. If you both agree, go to the production team and get the certificate. Inside the house, Chun Xiao heard everything. She knew Annie still hadn't given up. Since she'd already made up her mind about me, she didn't hesitate any longer. She stood up and stepped outside, her voice quiet but firm. Dahan, let's go get the certificate in a little while. I nodded with a smile. Sure, let's go now. Uncle patted my shoulder, satisfied, and walked off with his hands behind his back. I took her hand. Chun Xiao, shouldn't we tell your family first? The certificate can wait. Her eyes welled up, but she shook her head. No need. I've chosen you. Whatever you say goes. At the brigade office, Brigade Leader Chen Ligua grinned from ear to ear once he understood why we'd come. Dahan, look at you. I'll write up that certificate for you right now. In those days, getting a certificate from the village was as good as sealing the engagement. Once you were old enough, you'd go register officially. Thank you, Grandpa Chun. No need for thanks. He waved his hand. Just live well. Don't worry about all the fuss and ceremony for now. When you've got the means later, you can make it up with wedding candy and cigarettes. Chun Xiao didn't care about a grand affair, but I knew what a wedding meant to a woman. Grandpa Chun, I've got money, I said. A few days back, I dug up a good amount of medicinal herbs in the mountains and traded them in town for cash and ration coupons. I've been saving it to give Chun Xiao a proper wedding. I may be slow, but she chose me, and I won't let her go without. Chun Xiao froze, tears suddenly spilling over. Dahan, I wiped her tears away. Don't cry. I'll treat you right from now on, I promise. She dried her eyes and looked at me earnestly. Just hearing you say that is enough. I don't need anything else. The brigade leader watched us and smiled too. Good. Seeing the two of you like this, I feel at ease. If you ever need anything, come find me. On the walk back to the village, the neighbors kept teasing us. Word had spread all over Qinjiazwang. Simple old Dahan had married the prettiest of the city girls sent down to the countryside. Aside from a few who were jealous, most folks were genuinely happy for me. The guys back at the sent-down youth quarters crowded around, ribbing me and insisting I treat them. I laughed and passed out cigarettes. I'll bag some extra game these next couple days and have you all over for drinks. Han, you're the man. Back home, Chun Xiao tidied up the familiar little room, a contentment on her face I'd never seen before. When she finished, I handed her a stack of cash and coupons. She stared, stunned. Dahan, why so much? 100 some yuan, plus a whole pile of coupons. It's everything I earned these past few days. It's all yours, spend it however you want. She fixed me with a mock-fierce glare. Well, aren't you something, Dahan, keeping secrets even from me? Out with it. Do you have any more stashed away? Watching her like that, I just found her adorable and couldn't help smiling again. There you go, grinning like a fool. She shot me a look and tucked the money away. Tomorrow, let's go get some fabric. I'll have a few more outfits made for you. Meanwhile, On the snowy road from Baiqiao town to Qinjiao village, two identical little girls were struggling forward, slipping with every step. Old Ma, driving his cart past, pulled to a stop. "Hop on. I'm from Qinjiao village myself." He Chuanxiue, the braver of the two, thanked him in a bright, clear voice, while the timid He Chunyu hid behind her sister. "Who are you two looking for?" "Our big sister, He Chunxiao." Old Ma slapped his thigh. "Oh, the educated youth. You've come to see her get married, huh?" "Married?" Both girls flinched at once. Only then did Old Ma realize these two kids had no idea. Tears spilled from He Chunyu's eyes. She whispered, "Sis, if big sister's getting married, what's going to happen to us?" He Chuanxiu squeezed her little sister's hand and forced a comforting tone. "Don't be scared. Big sister would never abandon us." I just finished setting out dinner for Chunxiao when I heard Old Ma calling from outside. "Dahan, you've got visitors." Two identical little girls climbed down from the cart, and I knew right away what was going on. The moment He Chunxiao saw them, she rushed out, overcome with emotion. "Xiaoxue, Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Where are Mom and Dad?" "Big sister." The two little girls couldn't hold it in any longer and threw themselves into her arms, sobbing. Her face changed, and I sensed something was wrong too. I said quickly, "It's cold out here. Come inside and we'll talk." Once we were indoors, He Chunxiao held her little sister's hands, frozen stiff and icy cold, and her heart ached so much the tears kept falling. I poured some hot water. "Let them wash up first, and they can talk while they eat." He Chunyu hid behind her sister, eyeing me shyly. But He Chuanxiu stared at me with big, wide eyes and asked point blank, "Are you my brother-in-law?" "That's right." I smiled and crouched down. "From now on, think of this place as your own home." "Then can we live here?" she asked, voicing the worry deep in her heart. Ever since she was little, she'd heard people say that once a woman married, she had to do whatever her husband said, and that scared her. I glanced at Chun Xiao and answered with a smile, "You can live here your whole lives. Your brother-in-law's pretty amazing. You know, I'll make sure you get meat to eat every single day from now on." He Chunyu bit her finger and said softly, "We don't need to eat that well. Just be good to our sister, that's all." A child, and the first thing on her mind was her sister. It softened something in me. He Chun Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. She wrapped her arms around her two little sisters. "With your brother-in-law here, we've got nothing to be afraid of." That night, the four of us gathered around the table and shared a warm meal. The two little girls were starving. They hadn't eaten a single grain of rice all day, and after trekking dozens of miles through the snow, if they hadn't run into Old Ma, there's no telling how badly they might have frozen. I piled food onto their plates, one bite at a time. "Thank you, brother-in-law," they said politely. After dinner, that evening, Chun Xiao boiled hot water so her little sisters could bathe, then tucked them into bed before finally coming back to my room. "Dahan, I knew what she was about to say, so I cut her off with a smile. Spend some good time with them these next few days. Don't let the kids be scared." Her eyes reddened, and she threw herself into my arms. "Dahan, I'm so lucky to have you." I patted her back. "Anybody dares mess with you girls, and I'll knock him flat." She burst out laughing, and all that tangled worry in her chest scattered at those simple, goofy words. "You big oaf," she said, giving me a light punch, but there was a peace in her eyes I'd never seen before. In the bed next door, the two little girls were still whispering. "Second sister, is brother-in-law going to resent us? From now on, let's help big sister with the chores." Early the next morning, I was up before dawn. By the time I got back from outside, breakfast was already on the table. "Dahan, you were gone first thing this morning. Went to see Uncle Ma. He's taking us into town in a bit. We'll pick up some things for Xiao Xue and Xiaoyu, and buy a few quilts too." Chun Xiao was touched all over again and nodded hard. Once we got to town, I picked out 2 new outfits for each of my little sisters-in-law, then bought cotton quilts. The money I'd given Chun Xiao yesterday was just about all gone. He Chuanxiu, though the same age as her sister, had grown wise beyond her years. Looking at the pile of things, she glanced anxiously at her sister. He Chun Xiao stroked her head. "Just listen to your brother-in-law." Back in the village, the gossip started right up. Some folks curled their lips, saying 2 more mouths to feed and still spending like that. Who could afford it? The very people who'd envied me yesterday had changed their tune. I didn't care. After lunch, I grabbed my tools. "You 3 rest up at home. I'm heading up the mountain to have a look. We'll stew a chicken tonight. Chun Xiao straightened my collar. Be careful. Don't take any risks for our sake. Don't worry. Chunyu tilted her little face up and asked, Sis, what's brother-in-law going up the mountain for? Your brother-in-law patrols the mountain and gathers herbs. He can even catch wild pheasants and rabbits and trade them for money in town. Wow, brother-in-law's amazing. Two pairs of eyes full of admiration made even Chun Xiao smile. Once I was in the mountains, I broke into a full run. With the heavy snow sealing off the peaks, nobody from the village came up this time of year. Perfect for me to let loose. HRMPH, HRMPH. A low, muffled sound reached me. I slammed to a halt. Just ahead was one of the traps I'd set, and now it had caved in. The sound was coming from inside. I leaned over for a look and grinned. Whoa, that's a big one. A wild sow was stuck in the pit, still breathing, but barely, more air going out than coming in. Boar males have tusks, the females don't. And when it comes to flavor, the sow's meat is more tender. I jumped down into the pit. The boar. It still tried to struggle when it saw me, but it had long run out of strength. I clamped both hands around its hind legs, tensed my back, and heaved the 100-plus-pound beast clean out of the pit. The original owner of this body, before I took it over, could already haul 200 pounds. Now, after the gene serum had reworked this body, my strength kept multiplying. To me, this pig weighed about as much as a sack of rice. I leaped out of the trap, pinned down the still twitching boar, and quickly bled it out. If you don't drain the blood before it's fully dead, the meat turns gamey. A few swift moves, and it was cleaned up, stashed away in my space. I reset the trap, wiped away the smell of blood, and headed deeper into the mountains. A sow rarely came out alone. Usually the whole family moved together. But I circled around and found no piglet tracks, so I didn't bother anymore. I spent a couple of hours checking the rest of my traps before finally heading down the mountain. Near the foot of the hill, I pulled the boar back out and slung it over my shoulder. At the village entrance, people were huddled together, chatting. Dahan marries a female educated youth. That's a good thing. Who'd have thought 2 extra mouths would show up the second he got hitched? Night? 2 more mouths out of nowhere. He's got it rough ahead of him. We'll see. Maybe they just came to visit their sister and they'll head back in a while. Hey, quiet down. Dahan's here. Whoa, that's one big boar. The moment they saw me carrying the game back, the whole crowd swarmed around me. Dahan, you caught all this? Gotta be over 200 pounds, and you just carried it back like that. Cut the chatter, give me a hand. I grinned. The pig fell into my trap all on its own. I just got lucky. Come on, let's find Captain and divvy up the meat. Word traveled fast. Chun Shuwen showed up with a group of people, and his eyes lit up the second he saw the boar. Dahan, you're really something, kid. A sow like this has got the most fat on her. Uncle, I already bled it. Let's split it up. Chun Shuwen waved his hands over and over. No way. You caught it yourself, you keep it. I gave an honest smile. Uncle, I got married yesterday and didn't have anything to offer. This pig's perfect for sharing with everyone. It's not a lot of meat, but every household can get a little something to go with their meal. This Dahan kid's had a good heart since he was little. That's right. You've just added 3 people to your household. Keep it and eat it slow. I looked around at this circle of honest, down-to-earth folks, and warmth spread through my chest. I said earnestly, Uncle, Grandpa, brothers, this pig has to be shared. Without all of you looking out for me, I'd never have made it this far. This is just a small token from me. In this life, a debt of kindness is harder to repay than a debt of money. I don't forget. Hearing this, Chun Shuwen clapped me on the shoulder, his eyes full of pride. Good. We'll do as Dahan says, split the meat. Team leader Chun Liguo walked over, and everyone greeted him. He gave a nod and settled the matter with one word. This time we do it Dahan's way. From here on out, whatever he bags, he can do with as he pleases, and nobody gets a say in it. That settled things once and for all. From that day on, if I took down game and chose not to share it, nobody could breathe a word about it. My uncle, Chin Shuli, came running over too. When he heard his nephew was giving away meat, far from being angry, he actually seemed proud of it. My aunt, Lu Tzulian, who'd tagged along, was another story. Her face went green with heartache as she kept cursing me for a spendthrift fool. Back at the house, Chun Xiao and her 2 sisters were chatting while they cooked, when they heard someone shout outside. Dahan bagged a big wild boar, and he's giving out the meat. One person from each family. Come pick it up at the team headquarters. Ichuenchue's face lit up with surprise. Sis, who is that? He must be really something, taking down a wild boar. Chunxiao lifted her chin, beaming with pride. Of course he's something. That's your brother-in-law. Even so, her heart was still tight with worry, not knowing whether I'd been hurt. The two girls froze for a moment, then erupted with excitement. Wow, brother-in-law is amazing. Over at the headquarters, I watched every household collect their share before I finally picked up my own and headed home. Chunxiao, look what I brought back. She came trotting out, looking me over head to toe, her face full of worry. Dahan, you didn't get hurt, did you? Seeing how anxious she was, my heart softened. I shook my head and smiled. Nope. The boar fell into a pit all on its own. I just got lucky. Here, this is our share of the meat. Only then did she let out a breath. Looking at that big slab of fatty pork, her eyes welled up, but she was smiling all the same. Such a big piece. Anything less and folks wouldn't be happy. The two little ones crowded around too, chattering away with questions about the mountains. I picked out a few of the more interesting stories to tell them. Night fell. After dinner, Hichuanxue carried a basin of hot water into the room. Brother-in-law, soak your feet. I quickly took the basin from her. Xiaoxue, from now on I can manage this myself. It's no trouble. You work so hard all day. I'll bring it for you every day from now on. I understood. The girl felt unsettled deep down, like she wouldn't feel secure unless she was doing something. That kind of unease had to be warmed away slowly, with time. I gave a little smile and didn't refuse again. Check-in time. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received self-dissolving toilet paper times 100 bags and 50 yuanda. Claim. With a single thought, piles of toilet paper dropped into the space. 100 rolls per bag, 100 bags, enough to last them years. The money had doubled today too, most likely thanks to that wild boar. Chunxiao finished tidying up and came into the room. Seeing me soaking my feet, she crouched down and reached over to scrub them for me. No need, I can do it myself. You just sit. She smiled, then suddenly let out a sigh. I wonder how my mom and dad are doing these days. I lit a cigarette. Do you know where they were sent? She shook her head. No idea. If an acquaintance hadn't tipped off Xiaoxue ahead of time. They passed the letter along, and now even those two have to go with them. Take good care of Xiaoxue and Xiaoyu. Your parents will be fine soon enough. After she finished soaking her feet, I went out and grabbed some firewood to stuff into the stove, warming up the room. You girls should get some rest too. She watched me come inside, her face glowing with happiness, then turned to go next door and settle her little sisters down. Hichuanxue was mature about it. Sis, we're grown up now. We can sleep on our own. Yeah, we can take care of ourselves, Hichunyu chimed in. Chunxiao patted their heads. Off to bed with you. But deep down she felt she owed me too much. Listening as the room next door gradually went quiet, she made a decision. I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly felt a warm, soft body slip under the covers. It's me. The heat of the figure in my arms erased any hesitation. This was something I'd never experienced in my past life. Back then, my build wasn't even a tenth of what it was now. Only in that moment did I truly understand. Having a healthy, strong body was such a blessing. In the old days, Wu Song fought a tiger. Today, there was Dahan. When morning came, Chunxiao buried her head under the blanket, her face red enough to bleed. She'd learned firsthand just how formidable her man could be. Just thinking about last night left her weak all over. Catching the smell of breakfast, she forced herself up and got dressed. I came into the room. Sweetheart, don't move. Just rest. I'll handle the cooking. She shot me a look and grumbled. This is all your fault. If I don't get up, Xiaoxue and the others are going to laugh at me for sure. But that word, sweetheart, still tugged the corners of her mouth into a smile. I grinned like a fool, staring at her. I was more than pleased with that figure of hers, especially certain wonderful spots. The more I thought about them, the more I savored the memory. Haven't gotten your fill yet, she teased with mock annoyance, though her heart felt sweet. A whole lifetime wouldn't be enough. Humph, you and your sweet talk. The two girls got up, and seeing that breakfast was already made, they looked a little embarrassed. Sis, brother-in-law, go wash up. After breakfast, I loaded up my gear. Sweetheart, I'm heading up the mountain. I won't be back for lunch, so don't wait on me. I'll be home before dark for sure. Chun Xiao was uneasy. The mountains, all covered in snow. Don't go wandering too deep. Don't worry. I'm just going to fix up the traps. The truth was, today I planned to scout out the spot where I'd found the ginseng last time. If I could dig up a few more, maybe I'd get another good item from the check-in. I just left the village when I heard someone calling from behind. Dahan. I turned around. It was Lu Yun. I smiled and waved. Comrade Lu, what's up? She jogged over and shot me a look. So this is what having a wife does to you. Now you're calling me Comrade Lu. You think I won't tell Chun Xiao about what happened last time? And she made a threatening face at me. I laughed inwardly and put on an aggrieved act. Then what should I call you? That's what I've always called you. The thought struck her as true, and she snorted with laughter. Call me by my name from now on. Where are you off to? Gotta check my traps. Be careful out there. Thanks to you yesterday, we all got a decent cut of meat. Folks couldn't stop singing your praises. It's nothing. Next time I bag something good, I'll have you all over for dinner. She studied me for a moment, her expression a little complicated, then pushed whatever it was aside. Oh, right. Chun Xiao's little sister. Is she really staying for good? Yeah. I didn't hide it. They've got no home to go back to, so they're staying here. Aren't you worried you can't provide for them? Nope. I've got plenty of skills. That made her laugh. Right? You've got plenty of skills. Her eyes darted around, and she dropped her voice. Remember, from now on, when I need something, you'd better come running. Disobey me, and I'll tell Chun Xiao about what happened last time. I'll behave, just don't say a word. I nodded along eagerly. She lifted her chin smugly and turned to leave. I was grinning too. After all, I'd gotten a good enough eyeful last time. I was just humoring her. Heading up the mountain, I spotted fresh footprints and knew some villagers had come up ahead of me. I checked the traps one by one, then went back to stand at the edge of that cliff. The snowscape stretched out vast and desolate in the distance. I pulled out a long rope. I'd bought it from the shop specifically for this, tied it firmly to a big tree, and slid down along it. Sensing my surroundings, I reached the bottom of the cliff a few minutes later. Just as I figured. The moment I steadied myself, I sensed several ginseng plants at the foot of the cliff. I didn't rush to dig them up. First I scanned the area. Thick snow blanketed the ground, and a few small animals poked their heads out to size up the intruder. No danger. I brushed away the snow, revealing the plants underneath, 6 in all, scattered in one spot. Their age wasn't clear from the outside. I scratched my head. Whatever. Dig 'em all up. The younger ones I'll take back and stew into soup for Chun Xiao and the others. To avoid damaging the roots, I sensed the shape of each root in the soil and, with one thrust of the spade, scooped up soil and ginseng together into my space, then separated the dirt inside the space, leaving a whole, intact ginseng plant exposed. This was a trick I'd worked out from digging up medicinal herbs, and it saved a lot of trouble. Ding excavated one ginseng plant, 54 years old, gained 54 wisps of plant essence. Ding excavated 75 years old, 32 years old. All 6 went into the bag, the youngest 32 years, the oldest 81. I walked another few hundred meters in, and just when I thought I'd found nothing more, I suddenly saw a single cylindrical plant stem standing alone in a stretch of snow. My eyes lit up. I dug away the snow and searched all around, confirming there was only this one, and my heart began to race. The older a ginseng gets, the more domineering it becomes, draining every bit of nutrients from its surroundings. So this plant, with nothing growing near it on any side, had to be astonishingly old. Using the same method to separate the dirt, Ding excavated one ginseng plant, 182 years old, gained 182 wisps of plant essence. I knew it. I was so thrilled I almost shouted out loud. Any ginseng over a century old was a treasure, and this one was nearly 200 years, practically an heirloom. As for why the plant essence varied so much from plant to plant, I couldn't be bothered to dig into it. Upgrading the system was a distant dream anyway. The perks right in front of me were what counted. After admiring that perfect old ginseng root in my space for a moment, I kept searching. I made a full loop without spotting any more ginseng, but I did gather plenty of other medicinal herbs. I climbed back up the cliff along the rope, coiled it up, then sat down on a large boulder and pulled out some rations. Awoo! A wolf's howl carried out from deep in the mountains. I didn't pay it any mind. You could hear them from the village now and then, but those beasts holed up in the mountain's core and almost never came out this way. Once I'd eaten my fill, I couldn't hold back any longer. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received Level 1 farm space, firearms mastery, and 5 gold croakers. I shot to my feet. That generous, huh? Claim it. In an instant, the structure, operation, and inner workings of all kinds of firearms flooded into my mind. Having been through this a few times before, I stayed calm and seated, quietly absorbing the memories. About 10 minutes later, at a flick of thought, a handgun dropped into my palm, the very spoils from last time. I flipped my right hand, and the gun instantly disassembled itself, faster than the eye could follow. A swipe of both hands, and the parts snapped back together in perfect alignment. Holding the gun, I actually felt as though I and the weapon had become one. Just like that, I'm a crack shot. I toyed with it a while longer, then put the gun away. With a thought, my body vanished into thin air. I appeared in a hazy, gray expanse of land, blue sky and white clouds overhead, a fiery red sun blazing above. This was the Level 1 farm I'd just claimed, about 5 acres square. I crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. It was so rich you could practically wring the oil out of it. Dead center stood a well and a small wooden cabin. Thick fog wrapped around the edges. I reached out to test it. It was hard as a solid, thick wall. I walked over to the spring, cupped up a mouthful of water, cool and sweet. Not bad. From now on, all the drinking water at home is coming from here. The spring water had no special powers. It was just for irrigation. I stared at these 5 acres and started making plans. I'd plant just a little grain, no need for much. After all, the check-ins handed out food all the time, more than enough to eat. Vegetables, fruit trees, medicinal herbs, and I'll raise a few chickens and ducks too. The more I thought about it, the more pleased I got. Time inside the farm ran 10 times faster than the outside world, but I myself wasn't bound by it. Otherwise, wouldn't my lifespan be quietly getting cut short? Here, everything was planted and harvested by pure thought. With a plan like mine, even 4 mouths eating all they wanted couldn't finish it all. The cabin had 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and a small storeroom. It didn't look big, but there was more to it than met the eye, no matter how big the harvest. This storeroom could hold it all, and it came with built-in freshness preservation. Nothing spoiled, no matter how long it sat. The bedroom only had a wooden bed and a coat rack. In the living room, a dining table with a few chairs, plus a lounge chair. I leaned back into the lounge chair, closed my eyes, and the entire farm came into view in my mind. With a single thought, dozens of ginseng seeds scattered across the soil, and spring water rained down over them. Now this is convenient. I hung around in the space a while longer, sensed that no one was outside, then materialized back in the mountains. This time the reward extended my collection radius by another meter. Now everything within a 3-meter radius fell within my perception, ready to grab at will. It's still early. Let me get a few fruit trees to plant back home. If there's one thing the mountains never run short of, it's wild fruit trees. I made my way back, collecting them as I went, wild plums, black dates, wild strawberries, persimmons, one after another. Some were hard to dig up and cost me some time. Along the way, I also caught a few wild pheasants and rabbits, and scooped up a beehive. With the farm, catching prey was so much easier than before. As long as they came within those 3 meters, a single thought pulled them into the space. Back home, Hichuanxiu stood in the courtyard, staring toward the village entrance, her face full of worry. Chunxiao came out. Though she was concerned too, she walked over with a smile. Xiaoxue, it's cold out here. Come inside. Sis, why isn't brother-in-law back yet? It's already dark. She patted her little sister's head. Don't worry. Your brother-in-law is tough. The most capable man in the whole village. Nothing's going to happen to him. Let's get dinner ready and wait for him to come home and eat. Okay, brother-in-law will definitely be fine. Hichuanxiu nodded seriously. By the time I entered the village, it was pitch dark. I quickened my pace, didn't want my wife to worry. Honey, I'm home. All 3 of them came running out at the sound of my voice. Seeing that I was unharmed, Chunxiao gave me a playful smack. Why so late? You had us worried sick. Brother-in-law's back. Wow, what's that you're holding? I held up the wild pheasant in my hand and grinned. I'll be back earlier next time, promise. Caught this pheasant. I'll roast it for you tonight. Chun Xiao took the things from me. Dinner's already ready. How about we roast it tomorrow instead? Sure. I agreed obediently. After washing my hands, the four of us gathered around the table. There were only 2 white steamed buns. Everything else was cornbread. I pushed the buns toward them and grabbed a piece of cornbread for myself. Hichu and Shue quickly said, "Brother-in-law, you eat the buns. We like the cornbread." "Yeah, we love cornbread," Hichunyu chimed in. I smiled at them. "Don't worry, we're not short on food. Today I dug up a wild ginseng root in the mountains. It's worth a few $100. From now on, we'll have meat every day. If you're not used to white flour, I'll go to town tomorrow and buy some rice." Hichunyu's eyes lit up, her face full of admiration. "Brother-in-law, you really found ginseng? Teacher says that stuff is really valuable." "Huh, of course. But let's keep it between ourselves. Don't tell any outsiders." "Got it. You're right, brother-in-law. I won't tell a soul." Chun Xiao gazed at me, her eyes soft with tenderness. "We eat this back home too. We can't have white rice every day. Don't go wasting money." "It's fine. What's the point of earning money if I can't spend it on my wife? I'll head into town tomorrow." The words made her duck her head, embarrassed, but then she studied me with fresh curiosity. "Huh? Why do you seem different somehow?" "What? Different how?" I looked myself over but couldn't spot anything. Her eyes were bright and sparkling. "You always used to be so dopey, but now you look a lot more grown up." I scratched my head and grinned. "When I opened my eyes this morning, I just felt a lot sharper in the head." "When you opened your eyes this morning?" She thought of the night before, and her face flushed red all over again. "Just eat already." "Sure," I answered with a smile, handing the steamed buns to little Shue and little Yu while I chomped down on my own corn cake. Seeing me grin foolishly again, Chun Xiao shot me a look. "I compliment you once, and you're right back to being a big dummy." "Sis, why do you call brother-in-law a big dummy?" I just kept shoveling food into my mouth, letting the 3 sisters chatter and laugh. The rarest thing for a person isn't being born clever. It's having someone who treats you with real sincerity, someone worth treating the same way in return. This family, I'm all in. After dinner, Hichu and Shua brought over a basin of water for washing my feet and set it down. "Thanks for the trouble, little Shua. Go get some rest. I've got this." "Okay, I'll head back to my room then." I sat in my chair and lit a cigarette, smoking slowly while I worked out the whole system in my head. If I wanted better rewards, I'd have to gather rarer medicinal herbs or hunt fiercer beasts. Today I'd struck it lucky. Right there in the outer valley, I'd stumbled onto a 100-year-old ginseng and several others a few decades old. To bag anything more from here on out, I'd have no choice but to venture deep into the mountains. But that would mean I couldn't come home every day. Chun Xiao finished cleaning up and came inside. Seeing me lost in thought, she crouched down and started washing my feet. "What are you thinking about?" I stubbed out the cigarette and grinned at her. My head used to be all foggy. I'd just wander aimlessly through the mountains. Today something suddenly clicked, and I found a wild ginseng root. If I can track down a few more that are old enough, I'll be sure to give you all a good life. Hichuan Xiao's eyes reddened. "Big dummy, from now on I'll go work with you. We'll get by frugally. The mountains are too dangerous." "Don't worry." I patted my chest. I learned plenty of skills from the old hunter in the village. My head was just never clear before. It's different now. Forget a few days. I could live up in the mountains for a month or 2 and still come back in one piece. Either way, I could pin all my skills on the old hunter. The man had been dead for years, so there was no one around to check. Her eyes were full of admiration. You're the best." I laughed. "It's just that my head's still a little foggy. Tonight, let's give it a few more tries. Maybe I'll be even smarter tomorrow." Her face flushed. Her face flushed a deep red, but she still nodded earnestly. Tonight I'll take care of you." I couldn't help but grin. This wife of mine, she was just too adorable. It was another night to remember. Early the next morning, I headed out of the village with a bag in hand. "Dahan, off to town?" "Uncle, gonna trade some stuff." "Hey now, married life really does change a man." Zheng Qianqiu leaned against her doorframe and waved. She was in her 30s, a little flirty in the way she talked, but decent at heart. Back in the day, she'd slipped me plenty of steamed corn buns on the sly. I handed her a small bag of wild persimmons. "Sis, picked these yesterday. I don't even like these things. She waved them off, feigning disgust, though her eyes were smiling. Come on, tell your sis. How'd last night go? Somebody's been going crazy missing her man. A head popped out from next door, egging her on. Huh, none of your business. Go mind your own. I stuffed the persimmons into her hands and ignored her calls, heading straight out of the village. A soft laugh trailed after me. That silly kid. The folks at the recycling station all knew me by now. Hey kid, you sure you don't have your own little herb garden hidden somewhere? Eh, no such luck. If I could actually grow 'em, life be a whole lot easier. Over 100 pounds of medicinal herbs changed hands, and the money went into my pocket. I hadn't given the idea of farming herbs a second thought. If you botch a grain crop, worst case you get a smaller harvest. But if herbs lose their potency because of the wrong environment or method, people could die. That kind of thing couldn't be rushed. As I walked out of the recycling station, a thought suddenly lit up in my mind. Wasn't the loneliness of my past life enough? Heaven had given me a second chance, and here I was still stuck in my own head, cherishing what was right in front of me. That was what really mattered. Once I figured that out, even my steps felt lighter. I made a beeline for the supply co-op. I walked into the village with a sack of fine grain over my shoulder and a bundle in hand. The villagers all called out greetings. Dahan, sold more herbs? Whoa, you bought grain. Auntie Lutsuelian took one look from her yard and stamped her foot, hollering like it was her own money being spent. Chun Lauman, get out here and look at that fool nephew of yours. Fine grain's precious, and blowing it like this? He'll eat this family into the poorhouse sooner or later. Uncle Chin Shuli came hurrying out with his coat thrown over his shoulders, panting as he pointed at the grain on my shoulder. That's all fine grain. Yeah, uncle. My two little sisters are young. They ought to eat a little better. You silly kid. He slapped his thigh, wincing at the waist. Get some coarse grain, and it'd last you a whole extra month. You gotta save that money. What if somebody comes down sick? And those two sisters-in-law are from the city. Don't you think seeing a doctor'll cost you? My eyes lit up, and I nodded hard. You're right, uncle. I'll remember that. There you go. Now you're getting it. Zheng Qianxiu cracked a sunflower seed between her teeth and laughed. Dahan, if your sis weren't so old, I'd snatch you up and take you home for sure. Careful, your man might jump out and give you a whooping. Uft. If he could jump up, your girl here would. The crowd fell silent. Her husband had been injured in the mountains years ago. They'd managed to save his life, but he was left paralyzed, and she'd been the one taking care of him all these years. Meanwhile, Lu Yun showed up at my place bright and early. Lu Yun, come on in. He Chun Xiao pulled her through the door. Xiao Xue, Xiao Yu. This is Lu Yun. We came down to the countryside together. Hi, Lu Yun, the twins called out in unison. Lu Yun held both their hands, staring wide-eyed. Wow, you two look exactly alike. I can't even tell you apart. Even mom and dad can't. Chun Yu giggled, then her face fell. Let's not talk about that. Here, have some sunflower seeds. Chun Xiao patted her head. When Lu Yun heard what had happened to the sisters' parents, her face filled with sympathy. Chun Xiao, I'll ride home and have my family help look into it. I'm sure your aunt and uncle are just fine. Thank you. Things are so chaotic right now. I don't want to be a burden on your family. I'll take good care of my sisters and wait for them to come back. Chun Xiao squeezed her hand. Say, why don't you move in with us? You just have to share a room with my sisters. Lu Yun hesitated. They were newlyweds. Would it really be okay for her to move in? Come on, the more the merrier. And when Big Han's out, at least we'll have someone to talk to. Well, then I'll chip in some money and grain every month. I walked in and set the grain down. Honey, I'm home. You bought this much again. She looked worried about the cost. I waved it off. Xiao Xue and Xiao Yu are still growing. From now on, they eat white rice and fine grain every single day. The two girls' eyes lit up. They'd been walking on eggshells these past few days, but in that moment, something in them finally settled. Brother-in-law, we really don't eat that much, Chuanxua said softly. I reached into my bag and pulled out a sack of white rabbit milk candies. Here, these are for you too. Ooh, milk candy. Chunyu cried out in delight. The sisters rushed over and threw their arms around me. I laughed. We're all family now. As long as I'm around, I'll never let you two want for anything. Chun Xiao wiped the corner of her eye and gave me a light smack. I want to run something by you. What do you think about letting Lu Yun move in? Sure, I said with a nod. I'll clear out a room in the front and build a heated brick bed. No need to go to all that trouble. I'll just squeeze in with Xiao Xue and the others, Lu Yun said, looking at me gratefully. I'll go help you move your things. When the folks at the educated youth quarters saw Lu Yun leaving too, they were all green with envy. Han, why don't you just take all of us in? Ha, you wish. Chun Xiao covered her mouth, laughing. I hauled the bedding over my shoulder and headed back, getting ribbed the whole way. So Lu Yun's moving into Big Han's place too? Yep, to keep my two sisters company. I grinned sheepishly. Back home, the women went off to set up the room. I stepped into the bedroom, lit a cigarette, and let my mind sink into the farm space. I picked out a wild rabbit, and with a single thought, in an instant, it was cleaned and dressed, spotless. Life was good. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 pound of fruit candy, 5 yuan in cash. I collected my rewards and took a satisfying drag on my cigarette. Times had been rough these past few years, so I'd made up my mind. Check the traps during the day and head home before dark, right on schedule. However ordinary the sign-in rewards were, they were more than enough to keep my family fed. In my past life, I'd enjoyed everything worth enjoying. This time around, I wasn't going to leave any regrets. After finishing my smoke, I fetched a rabbit from the woodshed and crouched in the yard to clean it. Big Han, what are you up to? Lu Yun asked through the window. Cleaning the catch. You get things settled first. I'll go make dinner, Chun Xiao answered. After lunch, I threw on my coat. I'm going to check the traps. I'll be back before dark. Stay safe. Got it. It had snowed heavily the past few days, so work in the village had come to a halt. With the cold weather, the ground was frozen solid, and everyone was glad for the break. I greeted folks along the way as I headed up the mountain. There were small animal tracks all around the traps, and the snares were all intact. After making my rounds, I caught a pheasant and happily tucked it into my space, then took out the rabbit I'd already cleaned and carried it in my hand. The wild rabbits on the farm grew the fastest, a new litter every month. I didn't butcher them often, so at this rate, they'd probably end up overrunning the place. On my way down, I ran into Ergu chopping wood. Ergu, how's the old ancestor doing? Pretty good, just staying home to rest with the cold weather. You bag another catch. I handed him the rabbit. Stew this up for the old ancestor. It'll do him good. I can't take this. Your family's got plenty of mouths to feed too. Just take it. It's for the old ancestor. Don't go eating it all yourself. Huh, you think I'm that kind of guy? Ergu took it, his eyes warming. You ever need anything, just give me a holler. Further down, Zheng Qianxiu was dragging a bundle of firewood. I hurried over and hoisted it onto my shoulder. You foolish kid, you scared me half to death. She gave me a light smack. Carrying it on your back wears you out, dragging it's easier. It's nothing. I came empty-handed today. Gave the rabbit I caught to Ergu so he could stew it for the old ancestor. Her eyes lit up. You're the good-hearted one, all right. She had this whole village figured out, and among them all, this foolish kid had the kindest heart, genuine with everyone. Only lately he'd seemed a little different, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what. When we got to her place, I set the wood down in the shed. A fit of coughing came from inside the house. Big Han's here, troubling you again. No trouble at all. Just rest up and get better, brother. Go on then. Come sit a while when you have time. Back home, they were chatting on the heated comm. When they saw me come in, they moved to get up. Don't get up, it's fine. I hung up my coat and sat down. Gave the rabbit I caught today to Ergu to build up the old ancestor's strength. We've still got plenty at home. I'll go out again tomorrow. As it should be. The old ancestor's getting on in years, Chun Xiao nodded. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You always manage to catch something. Spring Snow looked at me with total admiration. There's plenty out in the mountains. Patience always pays off. Getting praised like that by my little sister-in-law, I couldn't help but feel pleased. Dahan, let me come with you to work tomorrow. We can earn more work points. Chun Xiao poured me some water. No need. I took the cup. It's cold out. You stay home and look after Little Snow and Little Rain. Leave the outside stuff to me. Listen to Dahan. Lu Yun chimed in. Little Snow and the others just got here. You can't leave. Chun Xiao felt bad about it. The whole household rested on my shoulders alone. I gave a goofy grin. Don't worry. I'm tougher than I look. That got a laugh out of her, though her eyes were full of emotion. Okay, I'll do as you say. Meanwhile, over at the family home of my Aunt Lu Tzuoyan, All hell was breaking loose. You wretched girl. Tell me, whose baby is in your belly? Lu Kaiping was stunned. She'd lost count herself. The faces of several men she'd been with spun around in her head. Smack! A slap landed. She covered her cheek and bolted. Still running. If you don't tell me which no-good bastard did this today, then don't you ever come back. The commotion drew the neighbors, who all poked their heads out to watch the show, faces full of malicious glee. The Lu family's reputation in the village had gone rotten long ago. Nobody was willing to lift a finger to help. What happened that night, I only pieced together later. Lu Kaiping came knocking at my Aunt Lu Zuilian's door in the dead of night, her face swollen up like a lump of rising dough. Her parents had beaten her because she was pregnant but couldn't say who the father was. Auntie, you've got to help me. Lu Zuilian was so furious she landed 2 more slaps on her. But blood is thicker than water, and in the end her heart softened. Her niece's eyes darted around, and she lowered her voice. Auntie, those men are nowhere to be found now. Why not just pin it on that village simpleton? From now on I'll do whatever you say, and I won't cost your family a thing for food or board. With that one scheme, they set their sights on me. On my end, I was up the moment the sky started to lighten. Swept the yard, washed up, all in one smooth go. He Chun Xiao, cheeks glowing, headed into the kitchen, and Lu Yun stretched and followed her out to help. My 2 little sisters-in-law, Chun Xue and Chun Yu, sat rubbing their eyes at the table, looking like they still hadn't woken up. You don't have to get up so early from now on. Get some more sleep, I said. It's fine, brother-in-law. I've slept enough. Chun Yu answered brightly, then let out another yawn. Lu Yun shoveled rice into her mouth and laughed. Dahan, I'll wait for you after I finish gathering firewood. Don't come back too late. Sure, I'll carry it for you. He Chun Xiao shot her a look. No wonder you wouldn't let me go to work yesterday. Turns out you were angling for Dahan all along. Hee, are you jealous? I didn't answer, just kept shoveling rice into my mouth. After breakfast, as we headed out the door, Lu Yun lifted her chin. Once we're out there, you have to do as I say, or I'll tattle on you. But I didn't do anything wrong. I scratched my head. Forgot about last time already? You took advantage and won't own up to it. She swatted me lightly. On the road, we ran into some folks from the village who struck up a conversation. Someone griped that He Chun Xiao was too delicate and spoiled. My face went cold. Chun Xiao's my wife. I don't let her do heavy work. Anybody keeps wagging their tongue, I'll get real ugly about it. That one line left them with nothing but awkward chuckles. Well, look who's learned to cherish his wife. Educated youth you lucky dog. Halfway along, Uncle Chen Shuli called out to me from behind. Big dummy, your aunt wants you to come over for dinner tonight. Her niece is visiting, and she wants to apologize for what happened last time. The villagers immediately erupted. The sun's rising in the west. Old sourpuss, since when did your old lady have a heart that kind? My mind spun fast. Lu Zuilian, that woman never gave me a decent look my whole life. This dinner reeked of something fishy. I'm not going, I said, shaking my head. My wife's waiting for me at home to eat. With that I turned and walked off, ignoring Uncle Chen hollering about my stubborn streak. Lu Yun trotted after me, her eyes sparkling. Big dummy, you did right not going. Nothing good was going to come of it. I grinned. Yeah, I'm plenty smart. Puffed. She covered her mouth, laughing so hard she doubled over. After we parted ways, I headed into the mountains alone to check my traps. 2 hours later, I heard rustling in the snow up ahead. I hugged the tree trunk and softened my steps. 3 piglets were rooting through the snow for food. No sign of a grown boar anywhere. Here was my chance. I burst out. The piglets took off running. A thought flashed through my mind. Collect. And just like that, 3 little ones appeared in my farm. 2 males and a female. I kept one to breed and castrated the other male on the spot. That way the meat wouldn't have that gamey stench when it grew up and got slaughtered. The female I kept for litters. I marked off an acre of land to pin them in and tossed in a few handfuls of greens. Once the crops in the field ripened, feeding them would be no worry at all. As for where that sow and boar went, whether they got separated or came to some bad end, none of my business. After checking the traps, I stood on the mountaintop, a silvery white sea of forest at my feet. Nice place, I sighed with genuine feeling. A wolf howled in the distance. That was one of the creatures I kept on my farm. I smiled, turned, and headed down the mountain, gathering up dead branches into my space one by one along the way. In the end, I bundled up 2 big loads and slung them over my back. Half an hour later, I ran into Lu Yun. "Big dummy, where'd you get all that firewood?" "Plenty of it out yonder. This bundle's enough to meet your quota. Take a break." I dropped the wood down by her feet. A few of the other female educated youths beside her turned green with envy. Lu Yun lifted her chin, absolutely smug. "Go ahead and be jealous." I sat down on a rock and lit a cigarette. She sidled up to me. "Big dummy, how about I teach you to read? I already know plenty of characters." "Oh yeah? Let me test you." She grabbed a twig and started writing in the dirt, growing more and more amazed with each one. "How do you know so many characters?" "Learned it from the old hunter back in the village," I said with a dopey grin. "Then let me teach you to write poetry." I memorized it after a single read-through, which left her utterly stunned. In my past life, I wasn't well educated, but as I got older I fell in love with calligraphy and writing and put in plenty of work, though only with words. When it came to science and math, I was hopeless. At noon I headed home, and Lu Yun kept praising how quick my mind was. He Chun Xiao got interested too, and after the meal, she tested me on some characters. Seeing me answer everything without missing a beat, her eyes were full of delight. "From now on I'll teach you too. It's always good to learn more." "Sure, whatever you say." I did the math in my head. The college entrance exams would be reinstated in 77, less than 2 years away. I didn't know if my wife would want to take them. But no matter what she chose, I'd back her all the way. I'd barely set down my bowl when Uncle Chin Shuli showed up again, standing in the yard without coming inside. "Dahan, about that thing tonight, don't be so stubborn. Just go have a meal with them." I scratched my head. "I'm not going. That woman last time was terrifying. One look at her, and I'll have nightmares tonight." Inside the house, Lu Yun's shoulders were shaking as she tried to hold back her laughter. The uncle crouched down and lit his pipe. "Little Ping's a real beauty. What's so scary about her?" "She's scary, all right. She's up to no good, so I'm not going." The uncle sighed and waved his hand. "Fine, fine. I'll just tell them you're sick and resting at home. Don't go blabbing the truth." After seeing him off, I went back inside. He Chun Xiao asked, biting back a smile, "Do you really get nightmares?" I shook my head. I was just fooling the old man. That woman's definitely trying to trick me, and I'm not about to let her get her way. Both my sisters-in-law burst out laughing at me. That afternoon we went back to work, and after we split up in the mountains, I made my way deeper in, gathering firewood as I walked. I checked my snares, empty. After wandering around for an hour or so, I pulled 2 wild rabbits out of the farm and headed back. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received 20 pounds of chestnuts and 10 yuanda. The chestnuts were still raw. I pursed my lips. Cheapskate. Would have been a lot easier if you'd cooked them. There were wild chestnuts in the mountains too, but they were far off, and the burr chestnuts nearby were only button-sized, covered in spines. More trouble than they were worth. I'd hang on to these for now and pull them out sometime when I went to town. That way nobody could pester me about where I got them. Lu Yun came running out to meet me from a distance. "Dahan, you caught something again. We'll stew them tonight." I casually pulled one out and handed it to the group of educated youths who were eyeing it hungrily. "Han Ji's the man. Meat for dinner tonight." Wang Chong and the others cheered and heaped on the praise. Lu Yun rolled her eyes at me. "You big softy. Always so generous. There's plenty in the mountains. I'll catch more tomorrow." Just as I was speaking, a wolf's howl drew closer from the distance. I sprang to my feet and listened carefully. Lu Yun huddled up against me in fright. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Just a wolf pack passing through." Once everyone had finished up for the day, I hauled the firewood down the mountain on my back. Chen Shuha, the accountant. I recorded work points for Lu Yun, then waved us off, telling us to head back and rest. We'd barely reached the edge of the village when 2 women came charging straight at us, blocking our way. Everyone in the village stopped dead in their tracks, ready to enjoy the show. The moment Lu Zuolian spotted the wild rabbit in my hand, whatever she'd been about to say took a sharp turn. She broke into a big smile. "Well now, Dahan, aren't you thoughtful? You know better than to show up empty-handed. Give that to Auntie, and tonight I'll stew it up for you." Her hand shot out to grab it. I backed away with a dumb look on my face. "Auntie, what are you doing?" "Your uncle passed along the message. Come over for dinner tonight." "All right." Beside her, Lu Kaiping swayed her hips and put on a sugary voice. Dahan, last time was my fault. I came especially to make it up to you today. You wouldn't turn me down, would you? There was a smug glint in her eyes. In front of all these people, no man could bring himself to say no. But what happened next left her dumbfounded on the spot. Looking at her fake, affected act, I suddenly plastered a look of terror across my face, like I'd just seen a ghost, and screamed at the top of my lungs. Don't come near me. You're terrifying. I want to go home. And I bolted. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Lu Yun froze for a second, then chased after me, barely holding back her laughter, shoulders shaking nonstop. If I hadn't told her the whole story beforehand, even she might have believed it. Behind me, the murmurs erupted. Why'd Dahan run off? What's so scary about her? She looks pretty decent to me. Lu Kaiping's face turned beet red. She spun around and started whining to her aunt. He's picking on me. What's scary about me? Auntie, you have to take my side. Only then did Lu Zuolian catch on. Dealing with a simpleton like this, you couldn't play by the usual rules. He wasn't even on the same wavelength. We got careless this time. Let's head home first. The second we stepped through the courtyard gate, Lu Yun couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed until tears came, then recounted the whole thing to He Chunxiao, blow by blow. He Chunxiao gave me a light smack. You're not the least bit honest. Did you ever trick me like this before? I quickly shook my head. No way. I'd never dare trick you. That's more like it. Go rest inside. I'll make dinner. Lu Yun went along, smiling, to help out. I stepped into the room, where my two young sisters-in-law were bent over practicing their handwriting. Brother-in-law, take a look. Is it any good? Really nice. The two little girls beamed at the praise. I sat down and slowly went back over everything that had happened today. An unmarried girl, not there for a matchmaking meeting, going out of her way to throw a dinner and apologize, and insisting on getting me drunk. Something wasn't right. Unless she'd gotten herself into trouble and was scrambling to find someone to take the fall. A flash of insight hit me, and it all connected front to back. The dinner, the apology, losing her virtue while drunk, and the final step was dragging me in to be the sucker who cleaned up the mess. I stroked my chin. There weren't many women who'd still dare to pull something this reckless these days. Most likely she herself had already. They must not even know who the kid's father is. That's what drove them to this. I sneered inwardly. Trying to drag me down with you? Keep dreaming. When I looked up, Lu Yun was staring at me with wide eyes, a strange look on her face. I gave her a dopey grin, and she rubbed her eyes, muttering must have been seeing things, then turned and went into the kitchen. Next time I go into town, I'll buy you 2 more paper and pencils, and pick up a few books too, I said to my sister-in-law. Don't waste your money, brother-in-law. We can just erase them and reuse them once we're done writing. That's right, no need to buy new ones. I just smiled and didn't respond. In the kitchen, He Chunxiao was chopping vegetables, lost in thought. Every time we slept together, my mind seemed to work so much sharper. Her ears quietly turned red, and she secretly resolved to try it out more often. But then she thought of how intense I'd been that night, nothing like what the other village women described, and she couldn't help but start to worry. I hadn't rested long before familiar footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate. Chun Zihua's sweet little voice drifted in first. Smells so good. I stepped out to look. Chun Zixing was leading his younger siblings, a whole group of kids standing in the yard. I had to hand it to my aunt. She really wouldn't stop until she got what she wanted. This was her most cunning move. She knew I might not care about giving face to others, but when it came to my little brothers and sisters, I probably wouldn't have the heart to turn them away. All these years, no one at home ever gave me a second glance. Only my sister Chen Zixio and my fourth brother Chen Zihua had secretly slipped me steamed buns. Big brother Han, my mom told us to come get you for dinner, Chen Zihua said, tilting his little face up. Chun Zixing caught the smell of meat and snapped, cranky with hunger. The food's already at home. We're just waiting on you. I patted Zihua's head and nodded with a smile. Now that I'd seen through that woman's scheme, what did I have to fear? All right, you all head back first. Big brother will be there soon. Yay, we get to eat smoked chicken. Zihua cheered joyfully. I watched their backs as they bounded off into the distance, my expression gradually darkening. This banquet was a trap set for me, but I was going to attend it anyway. Still, going was my choice. How I'd walk away in one piece, That was for me to decide too. Since my little brothers and sisters had come to fetch me in person, I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Both He Chunxiao and Lu Yun were stunned. Big Han, why'd you agree again? I gave a dopey grin. My little brothers and sisters came to ask me. It'd be rude not to go. You two just go ahead and eat. Chunxiao scooped up a plate of stewed rabbit and pressed it into my hands. I threw on my coat, picked up the meat, and headed out. I didn't go straight to my uncle's house. I turned into the old ancestors' courtyard first. Ergo and his family were gathered around the Kong table eating. When they saw me come in, they hurriedly invited me up onto the Kong. I set the rabbit down on the table. Old ancestor, my uncle's calling me over for dinner. This is what we stewed at home. For you, to help build up your strength. The old ancestor's eyes brimmed with tenderness. You keep it for yourself, kid. Ergo shot to his feet. Dahan, is your aunt giving you trouble again? I'm coming with you. I scratched my head. I turned them down at first, but then my little brother and sister came to get me in person. I'm scared of that woman. The old ancestor's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes, quick as a blade. In that instant, I believed the legends about him fighting in the war. Humph. She won't stop until she gets what she wants. But little Yao's not afraid. He turned and gave orders. Ergu, get a few of the others your age and have them hide outside. Anything goes wrong in there, you call for backup right away. That put me at ease. My whole persona is that of a simple-minded kid. If they really tried to pull something sneaky on me, I couldn't just expose it on the spot. If a fool starts breaking things down logically, the whole act falls apart. These days, playing dumb is a pretty handy card. Erga nodded hard. Don't worry, we'll be watching. We won't let them get away with anything. I said my goodbyes with a smile and stepped out into the night. When my uncle saw me, he nodded. Let's eat. The moment Lu Tzuilian noticed my empty hands, her face fell. Her son had already tipped her off. Dahan's family had stewed some meat. And here I'd shown up with nothing. In her eyes, that made me clueless and rude. Lu Kaiping was quick on her feet and hurried to stand up. Dahan, let me pour you a drink. I've never had alcohol before. I waved her off. Let my uncle drink. I'll pass. Lu Tzuilian put on a smile. How can a grown young man not drink? Have one with your uncle. Chen Zixing chimed in. Dahan can hold his liquor. I'm a year older than him, so I want some too. Lu Tzuilian was about to snap at him, but then thought better of it. The drunker, the easier this would be. Fine. It's a happy occasion, so you drink too. My uncle took a contented sip, his face full of enjoyment. These days, people only splurge on liquor during the New Year and holidays. Lu Kaiping eagerly toasted him cup after cup, but drank water in place of alcohol herself. I lifted my bowl, took a tiny sip, and quickly fanned my mouth. Phew, that's spicy. I'm done. Everyone's like that the first time. Finish this bowl, and you'll be fine. Lu Tzuilian's smile carried a hidden meaning. My uncle and Chun Zixing knocked back a bowl each and were soon swaying, unable to sit up straight. Lu Tzuilian cursed them under her breath for being useless and sent the 3 kids off to bed too. Now it was just the 3 of us left in the room. I stood up. I'm sleepy. I'm heading back to sleep. What's the rush? Have a drink with your aunt. She poured herself a little liquor. Lu Kaiping coyly laid her hand on my thigh, sliding it back and forth in a way that was anything but innocent. Dahan, what do you think of me? I scooted away. Don't touch me. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her eyes, and she simply plopped herself right into my lap. I flung her off in one motion. She hit the floor hard. Ow! Big Han, what are you doing? Lu Tzuilian rushed over to help her up. My face was full of rage. She was groping me. Auntie, he attacked me. Lu Kaiping wailed, covering her face. How am I supposed to live this down? I don't want to live anymore. I'm going to report him. Lu Tzuilian's face hardened. Big Han, you got drunk and molested Xiaoping. If word gets out, you'll be facing a firing squad. I didn't. She's the one who threw herself at me. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still won't admit it? I'm going to go get the brigade leader right now, and we'll see how they deal with you. She made as if to head out the door. Lu Kaiping grabbed hold of her, putting on a pitiful act. Auntie, don't go. If you do, they'll throw Big Han in jail. I watched the 2 of them put on their little show, my face wearing a wounded expression while I sneered on the inside. Outside the window, Ergu and the others had heard the whole thing loud and clear. That's cold. This scheme is downright vicious. I'll go get Uncle Chief and the others. Hurry. We'll keep an eye on them. Inside, Lu Tzulian dropped the act and laid her cards on the table. Big Han, if you don't want us to call the chief, that's fine, just marry Xiaoping. As for that educated youth since you two never got a marriage certificate, we'll just send her back to the youth settlement. I'm not marrying her. I didn't do anything. You're framing me. I'm going to report this to the public security officer. A vicious smile crept across Lu Tzuiping's face. When the officer comes, I'll accuse you of rape. Once you're in prison, who's going to take care of your wife and her little sister? You'd better think this through. Lu Kaiping had completely dropped all pretense. When a woman cries and pleads like this, the security officer would believe her 9 times out of 10. Who would take the word of an idiot like me seriously? She was certain I couldn't escape. Big Han, even if you won't think about yourself, you should think about educated youth Lu Tzulian said slowly and deliberately. You marry Xiaoping, send them some grain every month, and everything works out fine, doesn't it? You're framing an innocent man, I said, my face full of grievance. Lu Kaiping laughed smugly. So what if we're framing you? Who's going to believe the word of an idiot? Even your own auntie can testify. Tell me, who are people going to believe? Believe in the party. Believe in the law of the land. A cold shout exploded from outside the door. The door was shoved open and a crowd poured in. Brigade leader Chun Ligua led the way, several production team leaders following behind him, with a ring of villagers gathered outside the door. Lu Tzuilian's face went white. Then she started wailing at the top of her lungs. Ow. Brigade leader, you all came just in time. This idiot got drunk and violated my niece. You have to see justice done for us. Enough. Chun Ligua was so furious his arm was trembling. That entire conversation had been heard clear as day by everyone outside the door. Ergu and the others could all testify. And this woman still had the nerve to lie through her teeth and pin it on a member of the Qin family. She was truly asking to die. These two. What a vicious woman. Lu Tzuilian would even set up her own nephew. She's heartless. She ought to be locked up and sent to hard labor. The third team leader dragged my uncle out of bed. What are you dragging me for? I was sleeping so well. You've still got the nerve to sleep. Your wife teamed up with her niece to frame Dahan for rape. What? My uncle jolted upright, stone cold sober in an instant. He didn't even bother with his shoes. He rushed into the front room, saw the grim-faced cadres filling the place, then saw the wronged look on my face, and quickly asked, Dahan, what's going on? Uncle, Aunt, and this girl kept forcing me to drink, and she kept throwing herself at me. When I refused, they threatened to report me for rape, to force me to kick out my wife and marry her instead. Seeing the scheme exposed, Lu Kaiping collapsed to the floor, sobbing. Boo-hoo, it was all my aunt's idea. She said as long as I married Dahan and brought the family's belongings over, I could live with them from now on. She said Dahan was capable, and I'd never have to worry for the rest of my life. I don't want to live anymore. Lu Tzuilian nearly passed out. I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful little wretch. If you hadn't gotten knocked up by some strange man and tried to pin it on Dahan, none of this would have happened. In an instant, the mood in the room shifted. So that's what this is about. No wonder she kept chasing after Dahan, calling him in to eat. Got herself pregnant, and instead of finding her own man, she comes to frame Dahan. Probably can't even track down the baby's father. My uncle squatted on the floor, silently smoking, his hands shaking badly. I could tell he really had half a mind to beat his wife to death. Laumen, what do you say we do about this? Chun Ligua asked, holding back his anger. Hatred aside, she was still a Qin family wife, and he had to think about how it would look. Lu Tzuilian broke into pleading sobs. Laumen, you can't abandon me. The children can't be left without a mother. I understood in my heart. Family shame shouldn't be aired in public. Nearly everyone in Qin village was related somehow. If this really went to the public security office, we'd be the laughingstock of the neighboring villages for the rest of our lives. Besides, the villagers had treated me well. Since I'd taken over this body, I couldn't be without a conscience. Uncle, please forgive Aunt, I said gruffly. Zihua and the others can't be without their mother. The whole room stared at me, stunned. Chun Ligua's eyes were full of approval. Dahan, your aunt framed you. She nearly landed you in prison. You don't hate her. I shook my head. No. All these years Aunt cooked and washed for me. I can't let her go to prison. Lu Tzuilian stared at me, her expression turning into something I couldn't quite read. My uncle wiped the corner of his eye. Dahan, I'm the one who's wronged you. Don't say that, uncle. I'm fine. Outside the door, the villagers sighed. That boy Dahan, he's got a kind heart. He remembers old kindnesses. Anyone else would never have let them off so easy. Whether a man can truly stand tall is never measured in the moment he knocks someone down, but in the moment he lowers his fists. And in my heart, as he thought this, his face still wore that same simple-minded look. Shinligua made the call. Dahan won't press charges, but this can't just slide either. Lu Tzuolian, the village revolutionary committee will hold you. 3 months of study and labor. Lock up her niece too, and have their village cadres come collect them. You Chins are bullying us. What right do you have to lock me up? I'll report you. Lu Kaiping was still ready to throw a fit. Report us? Fine. I'll send someone to the town right now to fetch the security officer. You can just wait for hard labor. No, I was wrong. Okay. She crumpled in fear, only now remembering what she'd just done. The Team 3 leader looked at me. Dahan, live a good life from now on. Don't be so quick to trust people. Uncle, I'll remember that. I grinned my simple grin. My wife's probably worried sick waiting for me. I'm heading home. With that, I took off running. Laughter erupted behind me. That silly boy missing his wife already. Dahan treats his wife so well. Won't even let her work the fields. That educated youth miss he is a looker, just delicate. Dahan can hunt. No worries about feeding a family. When I got home, Chun Xiao and Lu Yun came out to meet me. Dahan, are you okay? I'm fine. Why are you two still up? Lu Yun shot me a look. Your wife was worried about you, obviously. Huh, like you weren't worried yourself. Chun Xiao teased. I chuckled. It's late. Get some rest. I didn't bring up what happened that night. No sense keeping them awake. The next day at work, Lu Yun heard about the previous night's events from the village women, and she was so furious she cursed that vicious aunt and niece. Every one of the educated youth was filled with righteous anger. Brother Han is such a good man. How did he end up tangled with a family like that? If he hadn't been caught in the act, he could have had 10 mouths and still not cleared his name. The more Lu Yun listened, the more shaken she felt. Last night, if no one had spoken up for me, given my temperament, I'd have gone to prison before marrying that woman. How can he be so foolish, forgiving even someone that vicious? She muttered under her breath, but her eyes had gone red. In the mountains, I finished checking a few traps when I suddenly spotted a line of tracks in the snow off in the distance. Wolf tracks. My expression tightened at once. No wolf pack had come to this area in years. I crouched down for a closer look. There were plenty of tracks, a whole pack. Wolves hold grudges. Once one gets hurt by a trap, it'll fixate on the people nearby, waiting for a chance at revenge. Some villages that provoked a wolf pack ended up harassed for years. But there was no other option right now. As strong as I was, without a proper weapon in hand, tracking them into the mountains recklessly would only be walking myself into danger. I took out my tools and spent over an hour setting a large trap, camouflaging it carefully, then left markers around the perimeter to keep anyone from stumbling into it by accident. Even if it couldn't wipe out the whole pack, it would at least serve as an early warning. The village had hunting rifles and a semi-automatic, as long as text ends here. The wolves are coming. The squad leader will surely send armed patrols. At the very least, no one will be caught off guard and sent to their death. Only after all that did I head down the mountain. 2 pheasants were stuck in my small traps, barely breathing, so I dressed them right there on the spot. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received Durex condoms times 10 boxes and 5 yuan in cash. Yeah, now that's handy. Claim it. Chuanxiao's only 19, and I hadn't planned on having kids this early either. Let's wait a few more years. With these, we'll be safe. I carried the pheasants down the mountain and grabbed 2 bundles of firewood along the way. Lu Yun spotted me from a distance and came running, laying into me right off the bat. You big fool. Something that huge happened yesterday. Why didn't you tell us? Her eyes instantly welled up with tears. All you ever do is think about everyone else. You went through all that. So who's looking out for you? I smiled and wiped her tears away. Don't cry. I'm fine, really. Then I pulled out a handful of fruit candies and stuffed them into her hands. Here, have some candy. She looked like she was fighting some urge, but forced herself to hold back. If anyone saw, it'd be trouble. She snatched the candy and put on a fierce act. If you dare keep something from me again, I'll kiss you right in front of Chun Xiao. Huh? I wouldn't dare. Please don't. Chun Xiao would beat the daylights out of me. Puffed. She covered her mouth and laughed, like she'd found my weak spot. She tilted her chin up smugly. Humph, good that you know. From now on, you do what I say. Okay, okay, I'll behave. That's more like it. She unwrapped a piece of candy. Open up. She popped it into my mouth, then turned and walked back happily, her figure like a proud swan. I caught a faint whiff of her scent and couldn't help but smile, a smile that came straight from the heart. When I got to where everyone was working, people saw I'd caught game again and showered me with praise. Then I remembered the wolves and quickly warned them. I saw wolf tracks off in the distance. Don't wander off these next few days, and if you need to relieve yourselves, make sure someone goes with you. Wolves? You sure you saw right, Han? We haven't seen a wolf around here in years. I saw right. I know tracks when I see them, and there were a lot. Everyone stay careful. Big Han, don't go into the mountains alone from now on. Lu Yun couldn't stop worrying. I know. I set the traps up, so I just check them. I don't go in any deeper. Good. When you head down, remember to tell the squad leader so the village can prepare early. You're the one who thinks of everything. I set the firewood down in front of her. You head back first. Turn this in for me. No need, it's still early. I can finish on my own. Come on now, listen to me. I'll walk you back. She couldn't win the argument, so she picked up her tools and followed along, her face glowing with happiness. As I walked along, a thought suddenly hit me. Wouldn't it be wonderful to spend my whole life with him like this? I found Qin Shuha, the accountant, and logged Lu Yun's work hours. I said, Uncle, there are wolf pack tracks up on the mountain. I set another trap. His face went grim. Go tell the brigade leader right away. Have him round up some men to check it out. Got it, I'm on my way. At the village office, Chun Liguo waved me over. Han, what brings you here? Grandpa, I found wolf pack tracks, not far from Wangshan Rock. He shot to his feet. Any sign they're coming down the mountain? Hard to say. I set a trap. I'll go check it this afternoon. He lit his pipe and took a couple of puffs. Here's the plan. This afternoon I'll bring the militia and come with you. If they're not too far off, we'll see if we can take down a few or drive them off. Sounds good. Wolf pelts are worth good money, but people don't mess with them lightly. Let one get away, and it'll hold a grudge against you for years, maybe sink its teeth into you when you least expect it someday. But when you actually run into a wolf pack coming down the mountain, nobody holds back. It's kill or be killed. Back home, Chun Xiao had already heard about last night from Lu Yun. The moment I walked in, she suddenly threw herself at me and held on tight. Honey, the girls are going to laugh at us. I chuckled sheepishly. You big oaf, don't you ever keep things from me again, or I won't cook anything good for you. Okay, I won't hide anything. Lu Yun already gave me an earful today. She wiped away her tears and gently helped me out of my coat. Let's eat. Yeah, let's eat. I smiled and let her straighten my clothes. Outside the window, the snow gleamed bright, and inside the house it was warm and cozy. At the dinner table, when Chun Xiao heard I was heading up the mountain with the militia that afternoon to track the wolf pack, her chopsticks froze for a second. Han, you be careful. Don't go charging ahead like a fool. I grinned. I know. The militia all have guns. They're plenty tough. Little Shue blinked, her face all sweet and clueless. Brother-in-law, can you shoot a gun? Sure can. I'm a great shot. Whoa, brother-in-law's so cool. Stars instantly popped into her eyes. Little you got excited too. Brother-in-law, do you have a gun? I shook my head, grinning bashfully. Everybody's afraid I'll hurt myself, so they won't give me one. Ah, what a shame. Little you pouted. When you two grow up, brother-in-law will take a gun and bring you up the mountain to shoot birds. Really? That's awesome. The two little girls clapped and cheered. Chun Xiao smiled and put some food in her sister's bowls. Lu Yun gazed at me, a flicker of tenderness slipping out from the depths of her eyes. After the meal, while Chun Xiao and the others were away, Lu Yun secretly wrapped her arms around me, pressing her face against my chest, listening to my heartbeat, her cheeks flushing red. Don't move, or I'll kiss you right in front of Chun Xiao, and nobody's allowed to say a word. Something in me softened, and I found it funny deep down my mouth. Someone answered, Nobody says a word. Right, this is our little secret. She whispered it, reluctantly letting go of my hand. then turned and darted toward the kitchen. I'll go help Chunxiao clean up. I watched her cheerful figure disappear and lit a cigarette. The original owner of this body was a simple soul, dumb luck and all. Me, though? I'm someone living a second life through his body. After being remade by a gene serum, I'd grown more masculine, taller, my features sharper and more rugged. I finished the cigarette in one long drag, stubbed it out, threw on my coat, said goodbye to my wife, and headed out. We gathered at the squad headquarters, and a dozen or so of us set off up the mountain. Squad Captain Chinligua asked with a grin, "Dahan, you know how to shoot?" "Gramps, I learned a bit before, just never had my own gun." "Huh. Once we're up the mountain, take a couple of shots and try. If you're any good, Gramps will set you up with a semi-auto. That way you'll be safer checking traps in the hills." My eyes lit up. "Thank you, Gramps." Chin Shuwen cautioned. "Once you've got a gun, be careful. Never fire down the mountain. You could hurt someone easy." "Uncle, the wolves are coming down from the hills. Having a gun puts my mind at ease. I won't fire recklessly." The group joked and laughed as we climbed. As we got close, nobody had to say a thing. Everyone's footsteps grew lighter. We skirted around the traps. Up ahead, the snow was a mess of tangled tracks. Chin Shuwen nodded. "That's a big pack. Dahan, can you track them?" Chin Ligua asked. "I can. Just don't know how far off they are." With my tracking skill, the whole forest was covered in signs to my eyes. We'd walked over an hour and still hadn't reached them. The sky was starting to darken. Awu. A wolf's howl came from deep in the woods. "Gramps, figure it's still another hour or so of walking." Chin Ligua shook his head. "Head back. We'll bring rations and come again first thing tomorrow. None of us have any experience spending the night out here." 3 or 4 hours of walking was nothing to a wolf pack. Just about the time it takes to eat a meal. These restless creatures were like a blade hanging over our heads. Until they were dealt with, none of us could sleep easy. On the way back, Chin Ligua had me test the gun. I loaded, aimed, and fired with practiced ease, but I deliberately held back on accuracy, just good enough to be no better than the others. Too accurate, and I'd have some explaining to do. Gramps kept his word. Back at headquarters, he issued me a semi-automatic, 2 magazines, and a box of ammo. Keep the magazines separate from the gun when you're not using it, so it doesn't go off by accident. "Got it, Gramps." I ran my hand over the cold barrel of the gun, feeling deeply content. Anywhere else, if you wanted a gun, you'd have to fork over cash and buy one in town. Bullets went for 80 cents apiece among our own people. Outsiders would be lucky to get them for $1.20. The whole village was family, and they looked out for their own. Once you're out of bullets, you'll have to pay for more next time. So go easy, kid. "Thank you, Gramps. If I bag something big, I'll turn it over to the village. I won't use this gun for nothing." Chin Ligua clapped me on the shoulder, his eyes full of approval. "There's Grandpa here for you." Carrying the rifle back to the village, the folks peppered me with curious questions, but I just grinned like a fool and said nothing. Seeing me like that, they stopped pressing. He Chunxiao came out to greet me and froze when she saw the gun. "Dahan, is this?" "The captain gave it to me. From now on, I can carry a gun up the mountain." My 2 sisters-in-law crowded around, itching to touch it but not daring to. I unloaded the bullets and set them on the table. "You can touch it, just don't point the muzzle at anybody." "Whoa, so cold." Chunxua touched it and yanked her hand right back. He Chunxiao laughed and shooed them off to go read. "Honey, tomorrow I'm heading into the mountains to wipe out the wolves. Should be back by afternoon. I'll pack you plenty of food. Make sure you stick with everyone. Don't go off on your own." The 2 sisters-in-law huddled together over a high school Chinese textbook. That was Chunxiao's treasure. She only had a handful of books like it. In my past life, I'd heard people say that the moment word got out about the college entrance exams being reinstated, study materials were snatched up in an instant. You couldn't find a single copy anywhere. I made a quiet plan. Once this mountain business was done, I'd head to the county bookstore. That night, He Chunxiao made up the bed. "Dahan, I'll sleep in the other room. You've got to climb the mountain tomorrow." "Why?" "I don't want to keep you from resting. I sleep better with my arms around you." Her face flushed, and she gave me a light smack. "You dope. Aren't you afraid they'll hear?" I laughed and pulled her onto the bed. At the crack of dawn, I slung the semi-automatic over my shoulder and headed into the mountains with the group. We walked for over 3 hours, and there was wolf scat the whole way. These creatures really had been scouting near the village at night. Wolves are the most patient hunters. First they case the area, then they observe, and only at the end do they strike the fatal blow. We're almost there. Everybody stay sharp. At Chunligua's command, everyone chambered around. Awoo! A sentry wolf let out a warning howl. Right after, dozens of wild wolves poured out of the woods, their cold eyes locked on us. 100 meters off, atop a huge boulder, a wolf king a full size bigger than the rest looked down on us. I wasn't the least bit scared. A dozen plus guns, what did I have to fear? But today, not a single one of them could be allowed to escape. Grandpa, they all have to stay, or they'll hold a grudge. Chunligua had been a soldier and understood the logic. He quickly split the men into groups. Awoo! The Wolf King gave the order. The pack pressed forward step by step. 20 meters, 15 meters. Fire! Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. I picked them off one by one squeeze, one down. Awoo! The pack lunged fearlessly, heedless of death. While firing, I scanned the whole field, keeping my eyes especially on that Wolf King. Though the men were a bit chaotic, they coordinated well enough, and the concentrated firepower kept the pack from getting close. After dropping a dozen in a row, the Wolf King threw back its head and let out a long howl. My chance had come. I swung my muzzle around, a cold glint flashing in my eyes. Bang! The wolf. Before the Wolf King finished his snarl, its head snapped sideways and it toppled off the boulder. One shot, right through the skull. Don't let a single one get away. I bellowed, fingers flying as I slammed in a fresh magazine. Chunligua froze for a beat. This young buck dropped the Wolf King with one shot? But now wasn't the time for praise. Everyone opened fire on the scattering wolves, chasing them down. When the last one hit the ground, the whole crew let out a ragged, exhilarated breath. Grandpa, I'm gonna scout ahead. The old wolves and the pups are probably holed up back there. Shuwen, take a few men and follow him. Be careful. 100 yards out, in a hollow between the hills, 3 old wolves stood guard over a dozen or so cubs, teeth bared and snarling. They knew there was no escape. They were ready to fight to the death. Mercy has its place. This wasn't it. When the gunfire stopped, the whole pack was wiped out. We dragged the carcasses back to find the others already bleeding them out. Wolf meat's tough, but meat's meat, and if you don't drain the blood, it's all wasted. After more than 2 hours of hard work, everyone was starving and dead tired, gnawing on dry rations washed down with cold water. Chunligua clapped me on the shoulder. Dahan here earned top honors. If you hadn't taken out the Wolf King with that one shot, we'd never have wiped out the whole pack. The Wolf King was the cunning one. At the first sign of trouble, it would have led the pack off and come back looking for revenge another day. I was just watching for it to give the order. Figured it was my chance. I scratched my head and grinned. 82, big and small. Chen Shuwen clicked his tongue. Dahan takes the top spot. Damn right. And he found the trail too. Top honors, no question. After a half-hour rest, everyone chopped wood and lashed together sledges to haul the carcasses back. Good thing it was winter. Snow blanketing the whole mountain meant we could slide them along and save ourselves a lot of muscle. Partway back, we ran into villagers coming to meet us. Captain, anybody hurt? Nope. Perfect timing. Give us a hand pulling these wolves. When the villagers got a good look at the mountain of carcasses piled on the sledges, their jaws dropped. There's got to be over 100 of them. Back in the village, the crowd went wild. Chunligua shouted, "Today Dahan earned top honors. That biggest one, the Wolf King, he took it down with a single shot. Whoa, Dahan's really something. No kidding. You think he'd bag game every single day if he wasn't." A pack of over 80 wolves. If they'd made it into the village, there was no telling how much havoc they'd have caused. The thought sent a chill through everyone. Chun Xiao and her sisters looked at me with pure adoration in their eyes. If there weren't so many people around, I'm pretty sure they'd have thrown themselves into my arms. Chunligua picked out the Wolf King and a few of the best carcasses. Old Ma, hitch up the cart and come with me to town. The rest of you, skin him and butcher the meat. Every year the village had a quota of meat to turn in, and these wolves would cover a good chunk of it. On top of clearing out this menace, the higher-ups would give out a reward too. After all, when the wolves came down from the mountains, Qinjiazwang wasn't the only village that suffered. The moment I walked through the door, all 3 sisters threw themselves at me. Dahan, you're amazing. Brother-in-law's the best. I wrapped my arms around them and laughed. It was everybody's doing. Come on. You're amazing. He Chunxiao shot me a look. Haha. Silly. You must be tired. Go lie down for a bit. I'll call you when dinner's ready. I didn't argue. I went back to the room and lay down. I'd killed nearly 30 today, and now I was just waiting to check in. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received skill hunting techniques, 1 meteoric iron mountain blade, and gold bars times 5. My heart leaped with joy. Claim. A flood of knowledge poured into my mind, setting traps, using terrain and weather to lay ambushes and hunt down prey. It was profound and vast. Even barehanded against a wolf pack right now, I could rig a snare, lure them in, and take them all out in one sweep. 10 minutes later, I'd absorbed it all. I marveled to myself. Drop me back in a primeval jungle, and I could bring down a woolly mammoth just the same. My consciousness sank into the space. A mountain blade with a jet-black body lay there quietly. I couldn't put it down. Too bad it wasn't convenient to take out just yet. The gold bars had already piled up to 15, each weighing over 300 grams, worth nearly 200,000 at current gold prices. But these days, they weren't nearly as useful as the reward supplies. Lu Yun came back and gushed with excitement too. I just smiled and said nothing. Dummy. She pouted sweetly, and seeing no one else around, leaned in and gave me a kiss. That's your reward. Then she turned and ran off. This girl was getting bolder by the day. At the dinner table, I said, Honey, tomorrow I'm heading to the county seat. You two want to come? What for? I hear the recycling station over there pays better. I want to check it out. Maybe we sell our medicinal herbs there from now on. Then we'll pass. We don't need anything at home. She turned. Lu Yun, anything you need to buy? Nothing for me either. How are you getting there, Dahan? I'll go to the town first, then catch a ride into the county. Lu Yun had thought about tagging along, but realizing I'd end up having to look after her, she shook her head. Watch out for pickpockets on the road. Got it. Early the next morning, I went up the mountain first to check the traps. I was pressed for time, so I didn't use my new skills to improve them. I figured I'd do that tomorrow. On my way down, I grabbed 2 wild rabbits from the farm and carried them home. Honey, caught these today? Stew them up for yourselves. I'm heading into the city. He Chunxiao straightened my collar. Go on, stay safe. I left the yard and headed toward town. Chin Shuli called out to me. Dahan, where you off to? Uncle, just heading into town. Don't go throwing your money around. Save some up. All right, got it. Lu Tzuilian heard the commotion inside, but didn't come out. Every day was labor re-education, plus the cold stares from the villagers. Her anger kept building, but she didn't dare push back. When you're under someone else's roof, you bow your head. Just get through these 3 months first. Old Ma pulled up his horse cart and called out, Dahan, hop on. Uncle, you heading out of the village too? Heard yesterday another batch of educated youths arrived. I'm going into the city to pick them up. I jumped onto the cart bed. Are there a lot of them this time? Who knows? However many they send, we take. The educated youth in our village were fairly well behaved, but the ones in the surrounding villages were always stirring up some kind of trouble. The villagers had never been warm toward these city kids, but whether they liked it or not, they had to take them in. We reached the county town. Dahan, I'll head back before noon. When will you be done? Don't worry about me, uncle. I'll manage on my own. All right. Be careful. It was the original body's first time in the city, but having lived 2 lives, I wasn't the least bit nervous. I wandered around freely. First, I stopped by the purchasing station to ask the prices for medicinal herbs and animal hides, about the same as in town. Then I got directions to the bookstore and headed out. I pushed open the bookstore door, and the glass counter and wall-to-wall shelves hit me all at once. It felt oddly familiar. I walked up to the counter. Comrade, do you have the complete set of review materials for junior and senior high? The clerk sized me up. We do, but that's quite a lot of books for one set. I'll take it all. Give me 2 sets, please. 2 sets. The clerk froze. Looking at my coarse cloth clothes, she hadn't expected me to ask for 2 right off the bat. She didn't press the matter, though, and turned to go find them. A pretty woman flipping through a book nearby looked up, watching me with curiosity. She thought for a moment, then came over. Hello, comrade. I turned around. A wool coat, long hair draped over her shoulders, an elegant beauty about 5'7". Seeing me look her over, She shyly shifted to the side. Hello? Are you talking to me? Is there anyone else here? I grinned out of habit and scratched my head. Guess you're right. That made her laugh, and she quickly covered her mouth. Sorry, I heard you asking for review materials. Hardly anyone looks for those these days. They're for my little sisters. They're still young, so they might as well start studying early. Books are the one thing that never betrays you. In troubled times, the ones who can settle down and read are the ones who'll go far someday. You're a really responsible big brother. I'm okay, I guess. The clerk came back carrying 2 stacks of books, and I hurried over to take them. Thank you so much. 2 sets, 4 volumes each of algebra, physics, and chemistry, 2 of geometry, and 1 of trigonometry. Double check it. That's $19.70 in all. 15 volumes per set. That really was a lot. I counted them, pulled out the money, and paid without so much as batting an eye. Seeing how readily I paid, the good impression in Wang Yan's eyes grew a little more. I took out my cloth bag, carefully packed the books away, and smiled. Comrade Wang Yan, I'll be heading out now. Wang Yan nodded. I've picked out what I wanted too. Where are you off to? The moment the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed slightly. After all, we'd only just met. I snapped back to attention and said quickly, to buy some school supplies for my 2 little sisters. Do you even know what to get? I scratched my head. Isn't it just pens and notebooks? She laughed. I can tell right away you're clueless. Come on, I'll help you pick. The supply and marketing co-op. In the store, she picked everything out one by one. Notebooks, pens, a ruler, a compass, and I carried it all over to the register. Guess I lucked out running into a good soul today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a clue about any of this. That's everything, she said, clapping her hands. Thank you so much. You've been thanking me all afternoon, she laughed. All right, I'm heading out. I wanted to treat her to a meal, but then it hit me. These days, it wasn't really proper for a man and woman to eat alone together. So I changed my tune. My name's Qinyao. I live in Qinjiazhuang, over in Shiqiao town. If you're ever out that way, I'll treat you to some wild game. Got it. I'll definitely come by if I get the chance. See you. I watched her ride off into the distance, then hoisted the bag onto my back and turned toward the station. There was a bus that ran from the town to the county seat. Now that I'd bought everything I needed, I saw no reason to stick around. Lucky for me, a bus headed to Shiqiao town happened to be passing by. I waved it down and hopped on. By the time I reached town, it was nearly noon. I patted my stomach and decided to grab a bite first. The walk home would take over an hour. At the state-run diner, I ordered a plate of braised pork and a big bowl of rice, handed over my money and food coupons, and found a seat to dig in. That first bite of pork was rich and savory. Meat was really something back in these days. None of that pumped-up, artificial taste from later years. I was still eating when a grinning middle-aged man came walking toward me, a lackey trailing behind him. He sat down and got straight to the point. Names by the 4th. Heard you had a run-in with Guzzi. I put on my dumbest look and asked, all curious. You mean those creeps who were harassing that girl? He burst out laughing. Seems I matched exactly what he'd heard about me. Yeah, that's the one, Guzzi. You seen him since? I scratched my head. He was messing with my woman, so I gave him a beating. That's on him, not me. Huh. Boss bye. Turns out he's just a simpleton, the lackey chuckled. You two know me? Everybody in the village calls me Big Dummy. I'm a hunter, never come back empty-handed. The 2 of them laughed again. By the 4th gave me a once-over, saw the clear, innocent look in my eyes, and had already made up his mind. Whatever happened with Guzzi had nothing to do with me. All right then, I'll call you Big Dummy. We know it's not your fault. It's just that Guzzi stole something from me and then disappeared, so I figured I'd ask around. Then he shifted gears. You're a hunter. Ever bag anything big? If you get your hands on some good stuff, bring it my way. I'll pay top dollar. My eyes lit up. I sure have. Just yesterday, I went up the mountain with the team captain and the village militia, and we killed over 80 wild wolves. Then I deflated a little and scratched my head. But those don't count as mine, so I can't trade him. The lackey looked skeptical. Whoa, for real? Don't you go pulling our leg. Of course it's real. We even delivered a whole pile of M to town yesterday. That biggest one, the Wolf King. I shot him dead myself, 1 shot. Not bad, Big Dummy. Didn't figure you had it in you. 4th Master by didn't laugh. From those 2 sentences, he'd picked up on something. Captain meant the village cadre was a kinsman. Dropping the Wolf King with a single shot meant the boy's marksmanship was dead on, and that Wolf King's cunning was no easy thing to handle. He quickly recalled the rumor from last night's dinner table. Chun family village had turned in over 20 wolf carcasses. Chun family village, the only village in the whole county made up almost entirely of one clan. Tough as nails, not to be messed with. Big Han, I'm a few years older than you, so from now on you call me fourth brother. Whenever you bag good game or dig up good medicinal herbs, come straight to town and find me. I'll always pay better than the recycling station. I grinned from ear to ear. Fourth brother, got it. I'll bring the good stuff for sure. It's a deal. Just ask around on the street and you'll find me. He got up and headed out. Fourth Master Bai had survived years of scraping by in the black market, not just because of his backers, but because of one principle. The moment a man gets cocky, trouble follows. When there was no profit to be had, he was cordial to everyone. This kid was skilled and from Chun family village. Why make an enemy? Who knew? Maybe one day he really would bring good goods to the door. Master Bai, he's just a dimwit. Why so polite? His lackey muttered. Fourth Master Bai shook his head and smiled. That type's the most single-minded, and this one happens to be tough as well. No stakes between us, so why turn hostile? Fourth Master really does think of everything. I wolfed down my meal, ordered another portion of braised pork, packed it into a lunchbox, then shouldered my bag and headed out, feeling rather amused. I'd done the deal clean. Nobody could find fault with it. And on top of that, I'd made friends with a local heavyweight who might well come in handy down the road. This Chin family village name sure comes in handy. I laughed the whole way back to the village. Chin Shuwen called out to me from a distance. Big Han, I couldn't find you this morning. Go to the team headquarters and pick up your wolf meat. Uncle, there's some for me too? He patted my shoulder. Don't worry. You did the most, so you get more than the others, a full 10 caddies. Thanks, Uncle. I'll put my things away and head right over. Stepping through the door, I called out, Wife, I'm home. He Chunxiao hurried out to meet me. Big Han, have you eaten? I've been keeping your food warm in the pot. I smiled and went inside to set down my bag. I ate. I ordered braised pork in town. It was delicious, so I brought a portion back for you all. As I spoke, I pulled out the lunchbox. She gave me a light smack. All you do is spend money. Haha. You and Xiao Xue and the others give it a taste. She took the lunchbox and glanced at the bulging bag. And what's this now? I carried the bag inside. I saw how much Xiao Xue and Xiao Yu love studying, so I made a special trip to the bookstore in the county town. I laid out 2 sets of books on the table. Her eyes lit up. She flipped through them one by one, then looked up at me. Big Han, this must have cost a lot, didn't it? Not much. I bought notebooks and things too. Looking at the full table, she melted at how thoughtful he'd been. There was nothing more disarming than tenderness that caught you completely off guard. She couldn't help but throw her arms around me. Thank you. I grinned and patted her back. You're my wife. No need to thank me. She wiped the corners of her eyes and turned around. Aren't you going to thank your brother-in-law? Chun Shue and Chun Yu had their hands over their eyes and only dropped them once their big sister spoke. Then they chimed sweetly. Thank you, brother-in-law. I ruffled their hair. Study hard, and someday I'll put you both through college. There's no college to go to these days, he Chunxiao pouted playfully. There might be someday. Wifey, if you want to go, you should keep reviewing your books when you have time. If I go off to college, what'll you do? I'll stay home and take care of your little sisters, I guess. Her heart went soft and warm. If that day ever comes, I'll bring you into the city with me. Sure, whatever you say, wifey. You big goof. I turned to leave. Oh, right. Uncle Captain told me to go pick up my meat. They gave me 10 pounds of wolf meat. Then hurry up and go. Yeah, I'll make it into jerky later. Tastes even better that way. Chun Ligua and a few others were all at the brigade office. They greeted me with smiles when I walked in. I made my rounds calling out to each of them. Grandpa, Uncle, Uncle. Chun Ligua handed me 2 little booklets. Perfect timing. These are for you. I took a look, a hunting license and a firearms permit. I quickly thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa. Our village took down so many wolves this time. The higher-ups are thrilled. The moment Director Lee at the Township Revolutionary Committee heard you drop the alpha wolf with a single shot, he approved both these permits for you right on the spot. It was everyone's effort. I didn't really do anything. My mouth was humble, but inside I was over the moon. These days you had to have a license to hunt. Otherwise, if someone reported you, you'd be charged with profiteering. With these 2 slips of paper, from now on I could legally sell my game in town and in the city. Chen Shuwen took a drag on his cigarette. You're the only hunter in the village now. But don't go venturing deep into the mountains. Do it like before. Set your traps. Check your traps. Safety first. Got it. I won't do anything reckless. I picked up my 10 pounds of meat and carried it home. Wifey, I'm back. He Chun Xiao took the meat. Go rest. I'll take care of this. Let me do it. Wolf meat has a strong smell. I'll make it into jerky, and you can all have it as a snack. All right, you handle it then. She smiled and went back inside to help her little sisters with their schoolwork. When Luyin got home from her shift and saw the 2 sets of study materials, she was overjoyed too. Dahan really knows how to get things done. He actually scored 2 whole sets. Yeah, but let's keep quiet about it. If word gets out, people will be beating down our door. Don't worry, I get it. In times like these, even a single textbook was treated like a treasure. If people really knew the girls had this many, the line of folks wanting to borrow them would stretch clear across the village. If it got damaged, I'd never forgive myself. I sliced the wolf meat, blanched it, seasoned it, and set it over a low fire to slow roast. New educated youth are here in the village. I'd just finished cleaning up when a commotion broke out outside. I walked to the door. He Chun Xiao and the others bundled up in their cotton coats and came out to look too. 2 guys and 3 girls. 5 sent-down youths had come into the village. Luyin took one glance. Nothing worth seeing. Let's head back, it's freezing. He Chun Xiao took her little sister inside. But I took a second look, especially at that one strikingly pretty girl. On the surface, she seemed sweet and innocent, but every now and then something flickered in her eyes, thick with that scheming, two-faced vibe. I knew that look all too well. Plenty of women had circled around me in my past life, and not one of them was easy to deal with. I turned and went back inside. Keeping my distance was always the safe bet. I sat down and let my mind sink into the farm in my head. There were over 100 wild rabbits now. With a single thought, I cleared out half of them and stored them in the warehouse. More than 20 pheasants, and the 3 little boars had gotten a good deal stronger too. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received bone setting technique. De Qianmen cigarettes times 5. Large yellow croaker times 1. Not bad. Claim it. A massive flood of skeletal information poured into my mind. Techniques for setting bones and taking them apart played out scene by scene. A few minutes later, once I'd absorbed it all, I was a master-level bone setter, especially those bone dismantling methods, which made even my own scalp tingle. Brutal. No telling which poor bastard's gonna be the first to get a taste of it. That feeling would be unforgettable, all right. That night, He Chun Xiao was extra affectionate, as if she wanted to melt me right down. I was happy to play along. I knew she was in a good mood. Before, I'd only been guessing whether she'd catch the reinstated college entrance exam. Now I was certain she would definitely go take it. Didn't matter. There were still 2 years to go, and with my skills, I wouldn't go hungry no matter where I ended up. The next day, after breakfast, I slung my rifle over my shoulder, hung my machete at my waist, and headed out with Lu Yun. "Dahan, where'd you buy this knife?" she asked, eyeing the blade at my waist. "Picked it up in town yesterday." "Oh." She didn't think much of it and smiled. "I'll wait for you at the usual spot again today. No rush on the work. I'll help you cut enough firewood on the way down. We need firewood at home too, so the more the better." She grabbed her tools and followed the others up the mountain. Wang Chong came running up from behind. "Han, my man," Luyan asked, "how are the new folks who showed up yesterday?" "About the same as we were when we first got here. They'll be out in the fields tomorrow." He turned to me. "Han, we've got new people now. How about bagging some game to share around?" "Dream on." Luyan shot him a look. "Want to eat it? Catch it yourself." "I'd love to, but I don't have Han's talent." He grinned shamelessly. "Han, we won't take it for free. 5 gene of grain coupons for 1 wild rabbit or pheasant. Deal?" I grinned and nodded. "Sure. I catch it, I'll trade it to you." "Sweet. Ol Han here does the work of 2 men. Just sit tight and wait for the good news." Luyan laughed too. "At least you boys have some sense, knowing to trade for it." "Yeah, you think we'd keep mooching off Han for free? Come on, give us some credit." I just smiled. This kind of arrangement was something I could do more of down the road. living life a second time. I'd learned to let a lot of things slide, but I didn't like being taken advantage of over and over either. After we parted ways, I headed up the mountain alone. This time I was going to redo the traps. With the eye I had now, all my old setups were full of obvious flaws. The first spot had nothing but a few small animal tracks. No big game had come through. I pulled out my tools and got to work. Using the lay of the land and the trees, I first set up a few decoy traps that anyone could spot in a heartbeat, then rearranged the original ones. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Out here in these mountains, traps that were too well hidden didn't necessarily catch anything. It was the mix of real and fake that brought in the big hauls. Once I finished one spot, I moved on to the next. Back in the village, the three new female educated youths who'd arrived yesterday were curiously sizing up my house. The prettiest one, with that innocent, doe-eyed look, glanced around. Let's go check out somewhere else. Sure. Wonder what that sister-in-law was thinking, marrying a local like that. Haven't you heard? That big lughan can hunt, and he's strong as an ox. Guess she just didn't want to rough it. The pretty woman didn't respond, just kept glancing around, playing dumb like she didn't understand a thing. Chun-Xiao watched through the window, but didn't go out. A woman's intuition told her that pretty one wasn't as simple as she seemed. No good. When Dahan gets back, I've got to keep him away from that woman. Thinking of her husband's simple, kind-hearted nature, she let out a helpless sigh. Better to just tell Lu Yun. Telling Dahan directly, he probably wouldn't even get it. That morning I redid several traps, then hauled 2 bundles of firewood down the mountain, grabbing 2 cleaned-up wild rabbits to carry along. Wang Chong spotted me from way off and shouted excitedly, "Whoa! When Han makes a move, he never disappoints." Everyone laughed. I handed one over. "This one's the biggest. It's for you all." This rabbit weighed a good 3+ pounds. Sold on the market, it'd fetch about $1.20 or $30. 5 pounds of grain coupons was worth $1 at most in town. I was doing him a favor here. "Han, let me go home and grab my grain coupons to trade for it," Wang Chong said, waving his hands. "No rush. Just give it to me this afternoon when we start work." "You got it, thanks Han." Only then did he take it. Lu Yun asked, "How come you're coming down so late today?" "Redid the traps. Took a little extra time." "As long as nothing's wrong. Let's head back." The group chatted and laughed all the way down the mountain. Once we got home, Chun-Xiao pulled Lu Yun into the inner room. "Why so secretive?" "Lu Yun, among those new educated youths today, there's one who's the prettiest. I'll translate this into natural American English for you. I don't think she's as innocent as she seems. Keep an eye on my Dahan while you're out there. Don't let anyone pull one over on him." Lu Yun teased. "What? Afraid your Dahan's gonna dump you?" "He wouldn't dare." Chun-Xiao's face was all pride and defiance. "Then what are you worried about? He's just too soft-hearted, that's all. If some girl really came knocking, he'd feel too bad to turn her down." Lu Yun thought about it and nodded. "Fair enough. Don't worry, I'll keep watch." "Good. Then I can relax." When I saw the 2 of them come out, I called them over for dinner. I didn't ask what they'd been whispering about. After the meal, we rested a bit. Then the 2 of them headed out to work together again. Wang Chong came up and handed me a coupon. "Hanji here." I saw it was a provincial grain coupon and tucked it into my pocket. I went with Lu Yun and the others out to the fields, then split off again to set the rest of the traps. I couldn't tell if the gunshots from 2 days ago had scared the animals off, but the tracks were a lot sparser now. Probably spooked them, I figured. We'd hauled that wolf carcass back through the village, and the smell was strong. Animals are naturally sharp. Sensing a powerful predator around, it made sense they'd keep their distance. I looked toward the depths of the mountains. That's where the real treasures were. In times like these, the deep mountains were an untouched treasure trove. I turned and headed down. Halfway down, I spotted Zheng Qinxiu struggling to drag a bundle of firewood. On impulse, I pulled out a dressed wild rabbit and hurried to catch up. "Sazi, why are you out here alone again? Come with someone next time. It's dangerous on your own." She knew it was me the moment she heard my voice. She turned and rolled her eyes, ribbing me. "Oh, marriage really does change a man. Now you know to look after your sister-in-law, huh?" I grinned and hoisted the firewood onto my back for her. "I'll walk you home." "Why so late coming down today?" "Was checking the traps." "Dahan," she suddenly asked, "that educated youth staying at your place, is she paying rent and covering her own food? I didn't want anything, but she insisted. She and Chun Xiao are close, and Xiao Shui and the others like her too. That's more like it. You should learn to save a little money yourself. You never know when it'll come in handy. I nodded. I get it. I helped Shinshioji stack the firewood in the woodshed and set the rabbit on the windowsill on my way out. Go, I'm heading out. Sorry to trouble you again, Dahan. It's no trouble. I didn't look back, but I heard movement behind me. Shinshioji chased out of the woodshed, holding up the rabbit and calling out, Dahan, take this back with you. We've got plenty at home. I called back. Give it to my brother to build his strength. I knew he'd stand in the doorway and watch me go, just like every other time. I heard later that Zi Changji, lying in bed, asked his brother where the rabbit in his hands had come from. Shinshioji said I'd slipped it there on the sly. Zi Changji wiped the corner of his eye. A few years back, he'd gone into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs and took a fall, tumbling down the cliff, and had been bedridden ever since. His clan would help him out a little during the holidays, but in times like these, who had grain to spare? Only me, a brother who couldn't even keep his own family fed, would bring him wild game a few times a year. When fate presses a man into the mud, the hand that pulls him back up often isn't the strongest one. It's the one that remembers him best. Back home, Chun Xiao and the others had already set dinner out on the low table on the comm. Dahan, dinner's ready. Coming. I hung my rifle and machete on the wall, took off my coat, washed my hands, and sat cross-legged on the warm comm. The earthen bed was toasty warm. In winter, a whole family sitting together around a meal was the most real kind of happiness there was in those days. Chun Xiao passed me a steamed bun. You didn't run into any danger this afternoon? I grinned and shook my head. Nope. I've scared the wolves so bad they won't come near me. Animals run the second they see me. Then I buried my head and dug into my food. Lu Yun laughed at my dopey act, chatting with Chun Xiao as she ate. After dinner, while soaking my feet, I let my consciousness sink into the farm and picked out the fattest pheasant to clean. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards. 5-foot fabric coupons ×2. Cash 5 yen. Claim. After Chun Xiao got her 2 younger sisters settled, she came in, crouched down to wash my feet, and looked up to catch me grinning like a fool. She rolled her eyes at me. Silly. Honey, tomorrow I'm gonna go check out the mountains nearby. I'll be back before dark. She looked up, her eyes full of worry. Dahan, it's too dangerous in the mountains. She knew I was risking my life for their sake. I won't go far, and I've got my rifle. It's plenty safe. For our sake, you'd better come back safe. Don't worry. I've still got to hold you while we sleep. Her face flushed red, and she gave me a smack. You'll say anything. Don't go blabbing that kind of stuff when you're out. Haha, I know. Seeing her smile, most of the worry from before faded away. I knew my wife's temperament through and through. All I had to do was play a little dumb, and she'd crack up every time. Early the next morning, she stuffed me with jerky and steamed buns and filled a flask with hot water. Dahan, be careful, please. I'll be waiting for you tonight. You bet. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, turned, and headed out. Up the mountain, I checked the traps first. Everything was normal. I grabbed 2 rabbits that had gotten snared and ran deeper in. My sense of everything within 3 meters spread out, and every pit and hollow beneath the snow mapped itself clearly in my mind. The whole mountain felt like my own backyard. That feeling of being in control of everything was indescribable. My body, remade by the gene serum, was astonishingly capable. After running for over an hour, my breathing was still steady, without a hint of fatigue. I couldn't be bothered with the medicinal herbs buried under the snow. Too scattered, too much time and effort. Coo. I stopped. I lightened my step and crept closer. On the snow, 5 wild geese were frolicking and playing around. My eyes lit up. According to the medical texts, goose meat dispels wind cold, strengthens the muscles and bones, and tastes absolutely delicious. I crouched low, judged the distance, and suddenly lunged. The geese startled and fled, all bolting in the same direction. A thought flashed. Collect. 3 landed in the farm. The other 2 got away. As much as I hated to lose them, I was already grinning ear to ear. That was one more ingredient added to my farm. I pressed on deeper. Suddenly, I heard a flap of wings. 5 meters away, Two pheasants stood out sharply, snow-white neck rings, brilliantly colored plumage, and long, sweeping tail feathers. Golden pheasants. I recognized them at a glance. These things flew incredibly fast, and my collection range was only 3 meters. I adjusted my position, held my breath, and burst forward. The pheasant beat its wings and shot into the air, sending the surrounding flocks scattering in a panic. I gave it everything I had. Seizing the moment as it circled a tree, I planted a foot hard against the trunk, the muscles in my right leg exploding as I launched myself into the air. Collect! I crashed hard into a snowdrift, but my face was pure joy. Off to a great start. The golden pheasant, king of wild game, combines meat, ornamental beauty, and medicinal value all in one, long known as the ginseng of the animal kingdom. Its meat contains dozens of nutrients the human body needs. Eaten in cold weather, nothing better replenishes vital energy. In my past life, I'd tasted every mountain delicacy there was, and my favorites were the hazel grouse and the golden pheasant. Hazel grouse only lived around the Changbai Mountains, none out here. Running into a golden pheasant today was a pleasant surprise. That pair of pheasants in my farm flew together, side by side. They mate for life, so there had to be one male and one female. Raise them for a while, let them breed, and I'd never have to worry about food again. I roamed around for a bit longer with no more luck. I found a spot to sit, pulled out my rations, and ate while surveying my surroundings. This was still just the outer edge of the mountain. Back in the day, my hunting master had brought me here and warned me over and over not to go deeper. There were mountain lords in there and weasel spirits too. Cross either one and you were in for serious trouble. The mountain lord was the tiger, king of all beasts. The mountain folk revered it. Before heading into the hills, they had to pay their respects to the mountain lord before they dared set out. I'd heard plenty of those mountain legends, in both my past life and this one, but had never seen anything with my own eyes. True or not, better safe than sorry. I've already been through a transmigration. What's impossible anymore? After eating, I got up and went looking for more game. Whoosh! A chestnut came flying through the air. I raised my hand and caught it. Up in the tree, a few little monkeys were glaring down at me. Hey, so I wandered into your turf. I changed direction. Mountain monkey troops were huge, and once they latched onto you, there was no shaking them off short of a full-on slaughter. They didn't bother me, so I couldn't be bothered to lift a finger against them. That chestnut did remind me of something, though. I still had 20 pounds of raw chestnuts stashed in my space. I'll haul them down the mountain on the way back and say I picked them up here. Seeing the intruder retreat, the monkeys in the tree, they cheered and jumped for joy. I wandered another hour or so and found nothing but wild hares, the one thing I already had plenty of. Then, suddenly, a cylindrical plant stood upright in the snow. My heart leaped. I hurried over, sensed the size of the root buried in the soil, took out my tools, and carefully dug around the outer edge of the fibrous roots. A dozen minutes later, a whole ginseng plant was moved into the farm. Harvested one 65-year-old ginseng plant. Obtained 65 wisps of plant essence. I scattered some ginseng seeds where it had grown, then trotted off. I'd already planted plenty of ginseng in the farm. In another decade or so, they'd become a whole batch of century-old roots. What others saw as priceless treasures were, to me, just a matter of the right price tag. In the distance, several wild geese landed in a grove. I grinned and picked up my pace. Even if I can't catch one this time, I'm bagging at least one to take home. I chambered around. A few dozen yards off, the geese strolled leisurely across the wide-open, exposed ground. They'll spot me the second I show myself. So I just raised my rifle, aimed at the biggest one, held my breath. Bang! Swung the barrel. Bang! Bang! 2 geese that had just taken flight dropped from the sky. The rest ducked behind the trees and got away. I ran over, retrieved 3 trophies, and pulled out my knife to dress them. The biggest one was nearly 15 pounds, the other 2 around 10 each, enough to eat for quite a few days. Game hunted in the mountains couldn't be cleaned too thoroughly, or it'd raise suspicions, so I didn't dare stash them in the farm. After about an hour of jogging, nearly back at the spot, I took out a sack of chestnuts, tied up a bundle of firewood, and hauled it all down the mountain. At the bottom of the slope, Lu Yun and the others were gathering firewood. Every so often, someone would sneak a glance at the quiet female educated youth. Wang Chong set down his firewood and sidled over. Comrade Wang Lanlan, need a hand? Well, well, Comrade Wang Chong, aren't you being awfully attentive today? If you ask me, he's got ulterior motives. Wang Lanlan gave a shy smile. Thanks, but I can manage. As she spoke, she cupped her hands and breathed on them to warm them up. Wang Chong put on a righteous face. It's about helping each other out, getting the new comrades settled in quick. Comrade Wang Chong, we're new here too. How come you're not helping us? Another female educated youth teased. I can't be in two places at once. And you lot, quit just standing around and watching. Pitch in. Get lost. Yeah, buttering someone up and trying to drag us into cover for you. The veteran educated youths burst out laughing. Wang Chong was about to fire back when he looked up and spotted a figure coming down the mountain, carrying a load. Dumb bro's back. Lu Yun brightened and went to meet him. Dahan, you okay? I grinned and shook my head. I'm fine. Found a bunch of chestnuts. I'll roast some for you all later. Wang Chong ran over. Dumb bro, that's quite a haul. There's plenty. Come by my place after work. Share some with you. No, no, no. This is what you earned. I'll trade you for it next month when I get my grain coupons. I could tell he meant it, so I pulled out a cigarette and handed it over. Take a break, have a smoke. The male educated youth gathered around, and I passed one to each of them. Han's got a big heart. A pack of big front gate cigarettes cost 35 cents, and you needed a tobacco coupon to buy them. Plenty of folks couldn't afford to smoke. The most they'd buy was a pack of filterless cigarettes for a few cents. Lu Yun asked, you eat lunch yet? Yeah, don't worry about it. Wang Chong stared enviously at the rifle slung across my back. Han, is shooting fun? I took a drag and nodded. It's fun. With this, no matter how fast the prey runs, it can't get away. That female educated youth, Wang Lanlan, sized me up on the sly. Seeing the simple, dopey look I often wore, she found my face almost adorably dumb, but a flash of contempt crossed her eyes. She worked quietly, occasionally putting on a wronged, helpless expression that, paired with that face of hers, made people want to protect her. Every one of her expressions registered with me. I sneered inwardly. Not so simple. So young, yet already this seasoned and calculating. Some people wield their frailty like a blade, hiding schemes behind their smiles. And the more someone's like that, the more you have to watch out for them. Lu Yun, take a break. This bundle of firewood is enough to meet my quota. I'm about done too. Have a seat and wait. We'll head back together. All right. I leaned against a tree and sat down, watching everyone work. A thought struck me. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. You've received carpentry skill, meat buns times 20, cash 500 yen. I chose to claim it. A skill's never a burden. Whatever the reward, I welcomed it. In an instant, the complete know-how for making beds, tables, chairs, and stools surfaced in my mind. Just ordinary furniture, though, without any carving or engraving. Good enough. For everyday household items, fancy trimmings are useless anyway. This time it was cash, not gold bars, but I didn't mind. When work wrapped up, everyone headed down the mountain. I carried 2 bundles of firewood on my back and a sack of chestnuts over my shoulder, walking with ease. The veteran educated youth were used to it, but a few of the newcomers stared in disbelief. He's ridiculously strong. No kidding. No wonder they all call him Big Han. Wang Lanlan trailed behind, struggling under her load of firewood, her eyes flickering. Who knew what she was scheming? After turning in my quota, I headed straight home. Chun Xiao came out to the yard to greet me. Big Han, you didn't get hurt, did you? Nope. And I found some good stuff. What is it? I set the chestnuts down on the ground. Tons of chestnuts. We can roast them. Oh my, that's got to be dozens of pounds. About that. Bagged something good too. I shook open the other sack. 3 plump, fat wild geese tumbled out. Only then did Lu Yun find out, and he exclaimed, they're huge. Ran into a whole bunch of them. The rest flew off, so I only bagged these 3. I pointed at them. We'll keep these 2 to eat, and I'll take the biggest one over to the team headquarters. Without the captain, where would I have gotten a gun? Chun Xiao nodded. Sure. Should we send one more, maybe? No need. They won't take more than that anyway. I set aside the 2 smaller ones, hung the gun and knife inside, grabbed the sack, and headed out. I greeted the neighbors along the way. Chin Shuli spotted me. Dahan, where you headed? Uncle, I'm going over to the team headquarters. I smiled and kept walking. Behind me, he muttered. What's he going there for? Lutzwillian was cooking. She poked her head out, saw the sack in my hand, and grumbled the way she always did. The team leader gives him a gun, and the second he bags something, he goes running off to hand it to the captain. Doesn't even think to bring a little something to his own uncle. Chen Shuli snapped. Woman, you remember every meal, but never a single lesson. If it weren't for Dahan, would you even still be standing here? The village gave him that gun. Of course he takes some game over. That's just how it should be. Lutzwillian's face stiffened. Remembering what had happened last time, she turned back to the stove, still mumbling under her breath. I was just saying, if he really cared about us, how come he hasn't come by to see us all these days? At the headquarters, Grandpa Ligua was smoking. He looked up when I came in. Dahan, heard you went up the mountain today. Just poked around nearby? Bagged some wild geese. This one's the biggest, almost 15 pounds. Figured you and the uncles could split it. He stood up and peered into the sack, impressed. Not bad, kid. That's a real good-sized one. He clapped me on the shoulder. I told you not to bring these over. Take it back and eat it yourself. You've been run down. You need to build yourself back up. I bagged 3. The other 2 together come to nearly 20 pounds. That's plenty for us. When Grandpa Ligua heard there were 2 more, he hesitated for a moment. Wild geese were valuable. Saved up for the year-end quota to turn into the town. One could count for half a pig's worth toward the village's assignment, and that meant the village could hand out a little more meat. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I'll hold on to this one for the year-end turn-in. I'll make sure you get some extra pork later. I scratched my head. My family's got enough. Just give everybody else a bigger share. He laughed and gave me another pat. Don't you worry about that. Grandpa's got it figured out. Head on back now. Okay. The whole way home, the neighbors called out warm greetings, some ribbing me a little. I walked into the yard and saw my wife and the others cleaning the geese. I went over. Honey, let me do it. We'll stew one tonight. We've got the pheasant meat today. Let's do it tomorrow instead. That works. I'll get these cleaned up. You all head inside. I took the tools, and the blade came down clean and quick. Lu Yin crouched nearby. This goose is huge. One of them will last us a good while. Without looking up, I said, goose meat drives out wind and cold, strengthens the bones and sinews, boosts vital energy, and benefits the internal organs. The fat can invigorate the blood and dispel wind, clears heat and detoxifies. Eat this to build up your strength. Up in the mountains, I also spotted some golden pheasants. Now those are the real deal. People call them the ginseng of the animal world. Once I catch one, I'll cook it up for you too. Chun Xiao and Lu Yun stared at me wide-eyed, like they were seeing me for the first time. Dahan, how do you know so much? Yeah, is this still the same big dummy we know? Chun Xiao smacked her. Dahan isn't dumb. I know, I'm just teasing him. Look at you, all protective now. Lu Yun couldn't stop laughing. I gave my usual dopey grin. The hunter who trained me told me all that. At that, the 2 of them relaxed, wearing an that explains it look. Dahan's really sharp. The master says something once and you remember it. The rest of us can't. Those poems he taught you before, you got them in one go. He's clever, all right. I kept my head down and went on tidying up, chuckling to myself. Who exactly was fooling whom here? Some kinds of cleverness are safest hidden behind a foolish smile. In a world like this, the ones who flaunt their edge live hard lives, while the ones who seem slow-witted actually go the furthest. Soon the 2 wild geese were cleaned, chopped into pieces, and frozen. I packed half of one into a bag. Honey, I'm taking this over to Grandpa. I'll be right back. Go on. I'd barely reached the door of the old man's place when I heard him scolding Ergo inside. I called out, Grandpa, I'm here. The scolding inside stopped short, and Grandpa Chuanwu's voice instantly brightened. Xiao Yao's here, come on in. Ergo opened the door, grinning like he'd just seen his savior. Dahan, you couldn't have come at a better time. I scratched my head. What's going on? You're really asking for a beating. Hurry up and let Xiao Yao in. Ergo ducked his head and quickly stepped aside. I carried the bag inside. Grandpa, I bagged a couple wild geese today, real plump ones. Brought you half of one. Grandpa Chuanwu looked at me, smiling warmly. Good, good. Xiao Yao just gets more and more promising. I'll head back now. You take good care of yourself, Grandpa. Ergo, grab a pack of brown sugar from the cabinet for Xiao Yao to take home. The second I heard that, I turned and bolted. No need. No need. We've got everything at home, and my wife's waiting for me to eat. Grandpa Chuanwu watched me go and shook his head with a smile. That boy, Ergo hefted the bag of meat. Plump enough. Gotta be 5 or 6 pounds here. By the time I left the old man's place that day, the sky was heavy with the promise of snow. What I'd brought over stayed behind, and I left empty-handed. I knew where to draw that line. Back home, the food was already on the table. I washed my hands and climbed onto the Kong. Is Grandpa doing all right? He Chunxiao smiled as she picked up some food with her chopsticks. Doing great. A man like Grandpa's got another few decades in him. Lu Yin propped her chin in her hand. They all say Grandpa fought on the battlefield. Really? Really? I nodded, my tone firm. I thought back to that flash of killing intent Grandmaster had let slip the other day, the kind of thing forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In my past life, I'd met desperados with blood on their hands, but next to Grandmaster, they didn't even come close. Then Grandmaster's a real hero. Xiaoyu's eyes lit up like someone had switched on a lamp. That's right, Xiaoyu's the smartest. I ruffled her hair. Lu Yin suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, that woman who framed you last time? Wang Chong said she hooked up with some educated youth and they're getting married. How can someone like that even get married? He Chunxiao flared up instantly. I didn't say anything, just sneered inwardly. That woman was lucky, born at the right time. A few years later, if she'd run into the crackdown, a two-bit hustler like her would have caught a bullet and been done for. I just kept piling food onto their plates and steered the conversation elsewhere. The next morning, I pushed the door open to a world of white. It had snowed all night, and a thick layer blanketed the ground. I didn't bother with a coat, just grabbed a broom and got to work. Nothing threatens a mud brick house like heavy snow. Sweep too slowly, and the roof could cave in. He Chunxiao got up to help, but I waved her off. Get back inside, I've got this. Once the yard was clear, I climbed up onto the roof. The whole village was awake by now, the sound of everyone sweeping snow rising up from every household. After finishing my own place, I hauled my tools over to Brother Chen Ziqiang's house. His wife, Zheng Qianxiu, was sweeping the yard. Dahan, I can handle it myself. Stop going out of your way for me. I didn't answer, just stepped up the ladder and onto the roof. She was used to it by now. She just smiled and kept sweeping. The uncle next door ribbed me. Dahan's here to help again, huh? Not scared your wife will chew you out? Nope. You've got plenty of kids over here. You don't need me. I grinned. Zheng Qianxiu shot back. You two sure love to run your mouths. If it weren't for Dahan last time, that woman would already be behind bars. I swept the roof spotless, hopped down, and piled the yard snow up against the base of the wall. I'm heading out, sis. Eat something before you go. My wife's already got food waiting. Sugar-roasted chestnuts. There's no work in the fields on a heavy snow day, and I don't head into the mountains either. Haven't spotted any big game these past few days. Checking the traps can wait till tomorrow. After eating, I started sorting through that pile of chestnuts. Dahan, what are you doing with these? He Chunxiao leaned in. Making you all some sugar-roasted chestnuts. You know how to make those too? Lu Yin looked surprised. There's a lot of things I know how to do. Xiao Xue and Xiaoyu immediately cheered. Brother-in-law's the best. Chestnuts to eat. I used my knife to score each chestnut, so they'd peel easily later. He Chunxiao crouched beside me watching me work, the smile on her face impossible to hide. But when it actually came time to put them in the pan, she started fretting again. That's a lot of oil and sugar to use. Stir it too much, and if there's not enough sugar, it won't smell right. The white sugar melted in the pan. I dumped in the chestnuts and started tossing them. You can't stop stirring during this part. The sugar and oil have to soak into each chestnut bit by bit, and if you're too slow, they'll burn. Every now and then I'd flick in a few drops of water, both to protect the bottom of the pan and to make the chestnut meat softer and stickier. The sweet aroma spread little by little, filling the whole room. Xiao Xue and Xiaoyu crowded up next to the pan, practically drooling. You two little gluttons, lean any closer and you'll fall right in. He Chunxiao laughed as she held them back. Hee, it just smells so good. The chestnut shells slowly turned golden. I picked one up, didn't mind the heat, peeled it open and took a taste. Soft, sticky, sweet. They're done, ready to eat. The two little sisters-in-law reached out to grab some, but I quickly stopped them. They're hot. Let your brother-in-law peel them for you. I don't mind the heat. He Chunxiao shot me a look. Aren't you something? Let them cool first before eating. What if you burn yourself? It's fine, the girls want to eat. I smiled, peeling them one by one and handing them over. On the Kong, we gathered around peeling chestnuts. Xiao Xue and Xiao Yu ate until their eyes crinkled into little crescent moons. These days, sugar-roasted chestnuts counted as a luxury. Who could bear to use sugar just to roast something? Dahan, he Chunxiao asked, should we send some to the old ancestor and the team leader? I shook my head. No need. Sending something once in a while is a kind gesture, but send it every day and it loses its meaning. Why? Lu Yin didn't understand. Giving gifts is about showing respect to your elders, but there has to be a limit. I smiled. A cup of rice earns gratitude. A bushel of rice breeds resentment. Help someone once, and they'll remember your kindness. Provide for them their whole life, and they'll start to take it for granted. The room went quiet for a moment. He Chunxiao stared at me blankly, as if seeing me for the first time. But Lu Yun's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and suddenly she reached out to pinch my cheek. I dodged, bewildered. What are you doing? I'm checking whether Dahan's wearing a mask, she said with a completely straight face. For you to say something that deep, somebody must have swapped out your brain. He Chunxiao laughed and swatted her. All you do is make trouble. Dahan, where'd you learn to talk like that? My hunting master taught me. I scratched my head. He was worried I was too kind-hearted, always wanting to help everyone I met. Anyone else saying that would have been laughed at. Who goes around wearing their kindness on their sleeve? But the way they looked at me was pure agreement. Your master was right. You really are too soft-hearted, he Chunxiao said softly. Today you taught us a lesson, though. Lu Yin nodded hard, but it felt like she was holding back a question she never asked. Xiao Yu peeled a chestnut and held it up to my mouth. Brother-in-law, you eat too. Delicious. When we finish these, I'll make you some more. What I didn't know was that in a haystack a few miles away, the woman named Lu Kaiping was whispering into the ear of a dark-faced young man. Wait until once the wedding's done, get Big Dummy from the Chun village over here. You boys work him over good. No problem. The young man smirked, cold and mean. Take him away from that village of his, and what's he gonna do? Turn the sky upside down. It would be a long time before I understood what that exchange really meant. Right then, all I was doing was sitting on the warm Kong, peeling one sweet chestnut after another, sweet enough to melt your heart. The snow kept falling until it finally stopped near evening. After I finished sweeping my own yard, I shouldered my tools and headed over to Chen Zichang's place. I walked into the courtyard without a word and climbed straight up onto the roof. Big Dummy, is that you? Zheng Qianxiu came out with a coat draped over her shoulders. Sister-in-law, it's me. It's cold out here. I'll be done in a bit. I roasted some sweet potatoes. Take some with you when you go. Sure thing. Thank you, sister-in-law. I didn't turn her down. Once I'd cleared the snow, I hopped down and called out, Sister-in-law, all done. Come in and warm up. Chen Zichang's voice carried out from inside the house. I set down my tools and walked in. Brother, how have you been lately? He propped himself up. His face was a waxy yellow, but he forced a smile. Doing just fine. Thanks for bringing over the meat and sweeping the snow. You and sister-in-law fed me plenty back in the day. He was quiet for a moment, then suddenly said, Good brother, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? His face flushed deep red. If someday I'm gone, would you look after your sister-in-law for me? In that moment, I understood everything. He was laying out a path for her, making sure she'd be taken care of. I sighed inwardly. In the shape he was in, he probably didn't have many years left. It was only because sister-in-law had been spoon-feeding him, nursing him along bite by bite, that he'd hung on this long. I didn't let on. I just nodded like a simpleton. Brother, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, nobody's gonna push sister-in-law around. Good. Hearing you say that, I can rest easy. He let out a breath. This talk, don't mention it to anybody. I'm only saying it for your own good. Zheng Qianxiu stood off to the side, wiping away tears. She thought I didn't understand a thing, but the truth was, I did. And even understanding, I had to act like I didn't. Some things, once you say them out loud, only end up hurting people. Big Dummy, she said, choking back tears with a smile. From now on, I'll treat you right. Come by whenever you can. Sure. I'm heading back. I didn't take the basket. I just grabbed a few sweet potatoes and started for the door. I'm off, brother, sister-in-law. After dinner, I soaked my feet and my mind sank into the farm. The animals in there were fat and thriving. The only problem was the place was getting cramped. With a single thought, I processed a batch of wild rabbits. Those things breed like crazy. Even after all that, there were still a dozen or so kits left. I got everything squared away and stored it in the warehouse. The corn had ripened too, so I harvested it all in one go, threshed it right there, and fed it to the livestock. Saved myself the trouble of cooking it down later. Check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bricklaying skill, can fruit times 10 jars, national grain coupons for 500 gene. Come get him. A whole flood of masonry know-how poured into my head. I had to laugh. First the carpentry skills, now the masonry. Somebody was practically shoving me toward building a house. Then I looked over that stack of grain coupons. National ones, good anywhere, in all sorts of denominations. Local coupons you could only spend in the area, but the national ones were honored wherever you went. Now that was real hard currency. Lu Yun walked in, saw me grinning like a fool, and sat down beside me. What's so funny? Seeing the girls happy makes me happy. She shot me a look and lowered her voice. You said today that people ought to have boundaries, so why are you so good to me? She'd been holding that question in all day. I found it funny inside, but kept a dopey look on my face. I just do what my wife tells me. You heartless thing. She was half mad, half laughing. There's no other reason you're nice to me? Huh? What other reason? She rolled her eyes, then broke into a smile anyway. On the windowsill, the kerosene lamp flickered a dim yellow, leaving the corners half lit, half dark. Suddenly she threw her arms around my neck and leaned in. I froze. Never figured this girl had that kind of nerve. After a good while, she pushed me away, breathing hard, cheeks flushed as she straightened her clothes. Don't you tell a soul. And with that she hurried out. I touched my lips and smiled. He Chun Xiao got her sisters settled and came in, crouching down to wash my feet. Get some rest early. Honey, I said, it's a pain to bathe here. Tomorrow I'll get some wood and make a big soaking tub. You know how to do that too? I know how to do a lot of things. I can even build a house. All right, make one then. Early the next morning, I headed up the mountain. Wading through snow up past my ankles, I kept a good pace, sensing my way around each hidden drift. I checked the traps one by one. Still no sign of any big game, but a few of the small snares had caught some pheasants and hares. I stuffed them in my sack and started back down. These days, cutting timber on the sly would get you fined, but there was some leftover scrap piled outside the brigade office from what folks had turned in, and you could trade money or goods for it. I headed straight there. The accountant, Chin Shuha, was warming himself by the fire. He waved when he saw me. Big fella, come warm up. Uncle, I caught 3 hares and 2 pheasants today. I'd like to trade for some wood. He stood and peeked in the sack. Well now, and still alive too. These fetch 6 yuan in town. Let me pick you out a couple of the thick ones. That enough? Plenty, plenty. Thanks, uncle. He led me over to an open patch where a dozen or so logs lay stretched out. He pointed to 2 that each ran about 200 pounds. These 2 thickest ones are yours. I was thrilled. After finishing the tub, I'd still have enough left over to make other things. I thanked him, hoisted one onto my shoulder, and started off. You foolish boy, put that down. I'll call somebody to help you. Old Lou said not to let you do heavy lifting, remember? It's fine. I'll come back for the other one later. I didn't look back. After dropping off the log at home, I saw a few villagers hauling another one over. I hurried to meet them. Let me get it. Let me get it. Nah, you've never done much heavy lifting. They set the log down, and I passed cigarettes around. Dahan sure knows how to pick good smokes. All right, we're heading out. He Chun Xiao came out. You got it back already? Bagged some game up in the mountains, traded it at the work brigade office. You're really something. You got tools. I'll borrow some from Uncle Ma. She turned and went inside, then came back and pressed a bundle of chestnuts into my hands. Take these. Can't go using his stuff for nothing. When I got to Uncle Chin Shuming's place, he was tidying up his horse cart. Uncle, I've got some things to build. Mind if I borrow your carpentry tools? Sure, I'll go grab him. He didn't bother asking if I even knew how, just turned and went inside. I set the chestnuts on the cart frame. He carried out the toolbox. You sure you can handle it yourself? I can help if you can't. I've got it. I took the box. My wife roasted these chestnuts. Have a taste. You little rascal, your uncle's not short on food. It's nothing, I'm off. Me doing carpentry work had all the neighbors gawking. Dahan knows how to do this too? Never seen him do it before. I ignored all the chatter and kept my eyes on the wood in front of me. The strange thing was, these eyes worked like a pair of calipers. Whatever I pictured in my mind, one glance at the wood, and I just knew how long to saw, how wide to split. It all came naturally. The skill the system gave me really was something else. I grabbed the saw and grinned. It was too cold, so the villagers watching the show soon scattered. My eyes were like a pair of calipers. One by one, the pieces of lumber were quickly divided in my hands, sawed into boards of identical thickness. Lu Yun stared at me, her mouth falling open in surprise. Dahan, you didn't even measure with a ruler. How are you cutting them so even? Isn't this how everybody does it? She rolled her eyes and stopped asking. This man was always working miracles anyway. Thinking back to last night, her heart inexplicably skipped a few beats. I pulled out the smaller tools and started chiseling mortises and shaving down tenons. Mortise and tenon, the soul of woodworking. No nails at all, just interlocking grooves and joints. When the craftsmanship is top-notch, the finished product looks like a single seamless piece, without so much as a hairline gap. By nightfall, the wooden tub was done, big enough for 2 adults to bathe in with room to spare. He Chun Xiao and the others gathered around, full of praise. Dahan, your craftsmanship is incredible. Yeah, it's like it was carved from one solid block of wood. Lu Yun chimed in. I scratched my head. Tomorrow I'll head into town to buy some tung oil. A few coats, let it dry, and it'll be ready to use. Over dinner, I mentioned I'd use the leftover time material to build a few more pieces of furniture. He Chun Xiao put some food in my bowl. Could you make a wardrobe? It's a hassle not having a place for our clothes. Sure, and I'll make you all a table and a few benches. Do we have enough wood? If not, I'll trade with the team for some. Lu Yun bit down on her chopsticks. No work tomorrow. I'm going into town with you to buy some women's things. Don't ask questions. I grinned and nodded. At dawn, I hiked up the mountain first to check my traps, then came home carrying a few pheasants. Lu Yun was already waiting. She grabbed her bag and headed out. At the edge of the village, Wang Chong and a few other educated youths were heading out too. Wang Chong, you guys going into town as well? Lu Yun called out. Hey, big guy, Lu Yun. Perfect, let's go together. Wang Chong's face lit up with excitement. Lu Feng here's got a wedding banquet to attend in a few days. He's got to buy a gift. That awful woman's wedding? What's worth going for? Lu Yun said sourly. Lu Feng scratched his head. Me and Wang Hai are classmates. He asked me personally. It'd be rude not to show. Who knows why he set his heart on a woman like that? Along the way, the newly arrived female youth, Wang Lan, stayed sweet and quiet the whole time. Every now and then she'd steal a glance at me with those big, watery eyes, then put on a bashful look the moment she got caught. Wang Chong bragged smugly to the newcomer. Stick with big guy, and you've got nothing to fear from bad guys. Last time he took on more than a dozen thugs in town all by himself, had him bawling for their mamas. Big guy's that tough. Lu Feng nodded. Of course. Somebody like you. You'd just be a weapon in big guy's hands. Lu Yun remembered the sight of me swinging a thug around like a hammer and burst out laughing. Comrade Wang Lan, you girls need to be careful. But with me around, I'll definitely keep you safe. Wang Chong sidled up to her. Oh, thanks. Wang Lan flinched like she'd been startled and edged away. Comrade Wang Chong, aren't you playing favorites here? Yeah, you're only protecting Lan. Wang Chong waved his hand. With my big guy around, it'll never even come to me lifting a finger. Lu Yun was speechless. The fact that you can say that with a straight face, you really have no shame. Everyone roared with laughter. Wang Chong didn't take offense. If anything, he got even more pleased with himself. I'm just setting big guy off so he looks all the more impressive, get it? I said nothing, just kept smiling. This kid had connections. That kind of confidence and devil-may-care attitude. Kids from ordinary families couldn't fake it. He seemed to be orbiting around Wang Lan, but his eyes stayed calm, without a trace of the frenzy of a man hooked by a pretty face. He was just having fun. More than 2 hours later, we finally trudged into town over the packed snow. Big guy, where you headed? Gotta buy a few things. Perfect, we're going the same way. At the store, I picked up tung oil, sandpaper, and the other supplies for finishing the furniture, then went out to wait for the others by the door. A young man walked over. I recognized him, one of by the fourth's men. Dahan, what are you up to? Brought some village youths in to buy supplies. Bagged any good game lately? Caught a few. Wild geese. Traded him with the folks in the village. The young man said right away, bring him to town next time. I'll give you $1.50 a pound. Sure. You want any golden pheasants? I've spotted their tracks. Come spring, once I can get up the mountain, I'll go looking. Golden pheasants. Seeing he didn't get it, I explained with a smile. A real pretty kind of wild pheasant. The meat's delicious. Fourth brother would know for sure. All right, I'll mention it to Old Bai when I get back. He handed me a cigarette. Next time you've got goods, come straight to Old Bai. The price beats the recycling station. Got it. Watching him walk away, I mulled it over. This Old Bai was no simpleton. He knew how to run his people, worth getting to know better. These days, anybody running a black market was a shrewd operator. Saying he had the whole town in the palm of his hand wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet the guy had been so friendly with me. That was caution. Only those who know how to respect others last long. As long as my luck didn't turn too sour, I'd go a lot further than this someday. Not far off, Lu Kaiping, bundled up in a thick cotton coat, was heading toward the co-op. She caught sight of me, and a flicker of spite crossed her eyes. Wang Hai, that's the dumb hick I told you about. In a bit, find some excuse and invite him to our wedding. I don't even know the guy. How am I supposed to invite him? Wang Hai lowered his voice. Besides, what's the point of asking him to the wedding? He was kicking himself raw. He just wanted a little fun, but this woman had lured and cheated him into a corner. Now if he didn't marry her, he'd end up in jail. You do what I tell you to do, Lu Kaiping said with a cold snort. Don't forget what happens if you don't listen. Okay. Wang Hai resigned himself to it. I'd spotted them a while ago. I leaned against the wall smoking, pretending I hadn't heard a thing. Big dummy. This is my fiancée, Wang Hai. Lu Kaiping put on a wide smile. I knew she was up to no good, so I ignored her completely. She cursed under her breath and shot her fiancé a look. Wang Hai steeled himself and said politely, Hey there, I'm Wang Hai. I went to school with Lu Feng. Oh, educated youth Lu is inside buying stuff. What a coincidence. Lu Feng's coming to our wedding in a few days. Why don't you come too? I hear you've taken real good care of them. Let me buy you a few drinks. I could see it plain as day. This poor sap had been wrapped around this woman's finger. I waved my hand and smiled. Nah, I've got things to do at home. You two go on and shop. When Lu Yun and the others finished buying their things and came out, they saw the woman and their faces darkened. Big dummy, let's go. I took their things and carried them off toward the exit. Lu Feng came out and ran into his old classmate, then saw Lu Kaiping and gave an awkward greeting. I just invited Big Dummy to the wedding, Wang Hai said. Talk him into it later, would you? You're all traveling the same way, so you can look out for each other. Wang Chong, standing off to the side, glanced at the woman, then called out, Dummy, wait up, and hurried after us. Lu Feng felt even more awkward. Your wife had just wronged the guy, and now here you were inviting him to the wedding. I can't really say. I'll ask around later. With that, he strode off. Wang Hai, let me tell you something. Lu Kaiping was seething. If Dahan doesn't come, you'll be sleeping on the floor after we're married. She flung her arm and marched into the co-op store. Wang Hai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. After a long moment, he sighed and followed her in. Just endure it. The day I get to go back to the city, I'll kick this poisonous woman to the curb for sure. What did that woman say to you? Lu Yun asked. Her man invited me to the wedding. I turned him down. Wang Chong chimed in. Good call. Nothing good would come of going. She'd probably frame you again, and in their village you'd have an even harder time getting away. He'd seen right through it. Wang Hai was getting married against his will, and the fact that he was dragging me along too was all that woman's idea. Once someone's got dirt on you, there's no one to blame but yourself. You just couldn't keep it in your pants. Hearing this, Lu Feng started to panic. Now that you put it that way, I'm scared to go. Forget it. I'll just drop off the gift and be done with it. He turned and ran back. I found it funny inside. A dainty voice piped up. Dahan, did that woman really frame you? Yeah, Comrade Lon Lon, you've asked the right person. Wang Chong perked up and launched into the whole story, spinning it with vivid detail. Wang Lon Lon listened with a wide-eyed, dumbstruck look. Seeing that I had no reaction at all, Lu Yun was satisfied inside. She hadn't forgotten the task Chun Xiao had given her. Dahan, come with me to the post office to mail a letter. Sure. On the other side of town, once his men filled him in, Bai Laoxi's eyes lit up. A 7-colored pheasant. Now that's the good stuff. Ginseng of the animal world. That Dahan kid's got some real skills. A pheasant's worth more than ginseng? Huh, you wouldn't get it. When you see him, tell him I'll offer him a price he'll be happy with. If it could be delivered before the new year, all the better. He'd been racking his brain over what to use to grease the right palms. The next day, after breakfast, the bell rang, and Lu Yun and I headed out to work. Everyone chatted and laughed as they grabbed their tools, then split off to their own tasks. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and headed into the mountains. I'd barely reached one of the traps when I saw it had been smashed apart. I hurried over. The pit below was empty, but the marks all around looked suspicious. Finally a big one shown up. I chambered around and followed the tracks. Lately there hadn't been any decent game around the perimeter, and now at last a big fella had come. After chasing for a dozen minutes. Oink, oink. The sound came from another trap. Smiling, I approached. A huge wild boar was stuck in the pit, its tusks a ghastly white and menacing, the stench of blood thick in the air. Dodged the first one, but still fell into the second. With a flick of my mind, the boar was tucked away into my farm space. First, fix the trap. In about 10 minutes, it was restored to its original condition. I walked off a dozen meters or so, released the boar, and dressed it clean, then dug a hole and buried the bloodstains. This pig's got to be close to 300 pounds, easy. Boar meat doesn't taste great, but this meat was scarce this time of year, so bringing this back was a real prize. I stashed it in my space and made another round of the other traps, but came up empty-handed. So I wove a little raft out of branches and dragged the wild boar down the mountain. You don't think this is from the same family as that so last time, do you? The villagers working nearby all snapped to attention when they saw me hauling the boar. Whoa, Dahan caught another wild boar. That's got to be 300 pounds. Lu Yun ran over. Dahan, how'd you catch it? Traps. I scratched my head. You're amazing. Wang Lanlan looked at me, a little flicker in her eyes, and asked in that sweet, innocent voice, Dahan, you didn't get hurt, did you? Then she shyly lowered her eyes. A few of the males sent down youths swallowed hard. Nope, it can't hurt me. Wang Chong gave me a thumbs up. Dahan's the man. One of the new female sent down youths sidled up. Dahan, could you share some meat with us? It's huge, enough to last a good while. Wang Lanlan suddenly said softly, but Dahan caught this himself. It wouldn't be right to just take it for free. How about we trade something for a little? Comrade Lanlan's got a point. Wang Chong laughed. Anyone who wants meat, bring something to trade with Dahan. Lu Yun glanced at Wang Lanlan, surprised she'd say something like that. Looking at it this way, she wasn't so bad after all. Was Chun Xiao just overthinking things? I catch game all the time. Come find me if you want to trade for meat, I said. I'm gonna go find Uncle Captain first. Then I turned and added, Lu Yun, this bundle of firewood is enough to meet your work quota. Come back with me. Sure. She loaded her tools and the firewood onto the raft, grabbed the rope, and headed down the mountain with me. Behind us, a female sent-down youth looked envious. How come Dahan's so nice to Lu Yun? Jealous. Wang Chong grinned like a rascal. Call me Big Bro Chong, and later we'll. Big Bro Chong, you're teasing me again. Wang Lanlan's face turned bright red. Huh, here's your chance. Hurry up and help Comrade Lan Lan with her work. You can call me Bro Feng too. Lu Feng leaned in. You two want to show off so bad? Then just do all of Lanlan's work for her. Damn, why don't you do it? On the mountain path, Lu Yun tugged the rope, beaming. This thing's so huge. What are you going to do with it? Trade it with the village. Full-grown boar tastes bad, and we're not short on meat at home. Those two words, at home, made her heart go all warm and fuzzy. Whatever you say. I looked at her and grinned. How about you come sleep over at our place tonight? Her face flushed, and she gave me a little smack. No way. Careful, or Chun Xiao beat you up. I can't. Of course not. Chun Xiao would get upset. She looked at that goofy face of mine and had to fight back a laugh, then lowered her voice. And don't go saying stuff like that out loud. It'd be trouble if someone heard. I won't say anything. I scratched my head, with a look of complete confusion. she said softly. Someday, when the time's right. As soon as the words left her mouth, her own face flushed red. She felt like she was getting bolder by the day. Yeah. I grinned like a fool and nodded. Silly. The two of us chatted and laughed our way into the village. Chinshuha came out when he heard us. Whoa, big guy, you catch that today? Uncle, trapped it. It's huge. Chinliguo walked out with a coat draped over his shoulders and broke into a grin too. Caught another one, huh? You're really something, kid. Grandpa, can I trade it to the village for money? Of course. Boar meat doesn't taste as good, but meat's meat. Skin, bones, and all. I'll give you 30 cents a pound. Deal. Deal. Pork was 70 cents a pound and you still needed ration coupons. And that was for pure meat. This price wasn't bad at all. A boar close to 300 pounds would fetch 90 bucks. We weighed it right there. 294 pounds. I'll round it up to $390. Chinshuha, the accountant, counted out the cash to me on the spot. It was a win-win. Every year the village had to fill a meat quota for the town, and Boar could count toward it. That way they could save on their own pigs and sell off the extra for cash. After helping Lu Yun turn in her work, we headed home in good spirits. Honey, I made some money. He Chunxiao stared at the stack of bills, stunned. This much? Didn't you just go up the mountain? Big guy bagged a 300-pound boar and sold it to the village. Lu Yun jumped in. You didn't get hurt, did you? He Chunxiao looked me over from head to toe. Nope. It fell into the trap. No danger at all. I was really happy with this wife of mine. Her family had fallen on hard times, but they used to be a respectable, scholarly household, and she'd always treated me this way. Genuinely. Word that I'd taken down a 300-pound boar spread through the whole village in a single afternoon. As people finished work and came back, the chatter rose from every direction, envy plain in their eyes. Hey Mincy, ever since Big Guy moved out of your place, his life's been getting better and better. Huh, no kidding. Stick with Mincy and you'll starve 3 times a day. My Uncle Chin Shuli's face darkened. What's all this nonsense? Big Guy's doing well. As his uncle, I couldn't be happier. Your wife might not feel the same though. Yeah, don't let that soft heart of yours get talked into hitting up Big Guy for money again, just so you can turn around and hand it all over to her family. Those words drifted into my ears while I was lying in bed, letting my meal settle. I silently recited in my mind, check in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received tea making skill, 5 pounds of pastries, and $100 in cash. Claim. A flood of knowledge about tea trees poured into my mind. Planting, picking, pan-firing, the whole process crystal clear. Too bad I didn't have any tea trees on hand. I sat up. That's it. Back when I used to go into the mountains with my hunter mentor, I'd seen a patch of wild mountain tea. I'd go get some this afternoon. And if there are extras, I'll just transplant a few onto the farm. The sound of He Chun Xiao and the others chatting drifted in from next door. I smiled, put on my shoes, and poked my head out. Honey, I'm heading into the mountains for a bit. He Chun Xiao stepped out. Sure, there's snow everywhere up there, so watch your step. Don't worry. I ruffled Xiao Xue and Xiaoyu's hair. If I find anything tasty, I'll bring some back for you too. Be careful, brother-in-law. I answered with a grunt, slung my rifle over my shoulder, grabbed my machete, and headed out of the little courtyard. The village was unusually quiet after lunch. Every household was taking its midday rest. I jogged all the way to the foot of the mountain, then broke into a full sprint. That patch of wild tea trees wasn't too close, wasn't too far. Even at my pace, it'd take a good hour to get there. Over at my uncle's place, my Aunt Lu Tzuilian was busy filling Chin Shuli's head with her poison. You old fool. You just love listening to those gossiping busybodies. Here I am, working my fingers to the bone for this family day and night. And all you can say is that I'm just handing everything over to my parents' place? Have any of you ever gone hungry on my watch? Chin Shuli kept his head down, puffing silently on his pipe. And then a few days ago, when my niece got married, I was kind enough to invite Dahan, and what does he do? He didn't even acknowledge it. What kind of behavior is that? So he didn't go? Big deal. Chin Shuli finally spoke up. Those two never had anything going on in the first place. Dahan gets all skittish just looking at your niece. If he'd actually shown up and caused a scene, wouldn't that just make trouble for your family? As if there hasn't been enough trouble already. If those two had gotten together back then, none of this mess would have happened. Lu Tzuilian's voice suddenly shot up. Just look how long it's been since there's been any meat in this house. The kids are practically skin and bones. That precious nephew of yours goes hunting in the mountains every single day. Would it kill him to send a little something our way? Dahan's got plenty of mouths to feed at home too. Didn't he bring over some wolf meat just the other day? Lu Tzuilian's hands itched with anger, but in the end she didn't dare actually hit him. Instead, she changed tack. Today Dahan bagged a 300-pound fat hog and traded it for a big pile of money. Knowing how he is, there's no way he'll hold on to it. As his uncle, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Chen Shuli nodded. When I see him this afternoon, I'll have a word with him. Can't let him go blowing it all. What good is a word? You need to take the money and hold on to it for him. From now on, if he wants any of it, he has to come ask you. That's how you keep him in line. Dahan's got a wife now. How's it going to look, me holding his money for him? That wife of his, is she the type who knows how to run a household? Eating a little less meat isn't going to starve anyone. Wouldn't it be better to take that money into town and get something worthwhile? No, she's got to stew meat every single day. Chen Shuli sucked on his pipe, and the more he thought about it, the more sense it seemed to make. These days, what family could afford to eat meat every day? Fine, I'll talk to him when I see him. Seeing that he still wasn't getting the point, Lu Tzuilian felt a wave of exhaustion. Her gaze swept over to her second daughter, who was tidying up in the corner, and her eyes gave a crafty little roll. Lao Men, Xiaoer's 14 now, same age as Dahan's two sisters-in-law. Why not let her move over there? Squeezing into one room with her older and younger brothers at home, it's just too inconvenient. She said convenient, but her mind was running a different calculation. One less mouth to feed, and the family could save on grain. Whether it worked or not, might as well give it a try. When Chun Zixio heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. At home she ate the worst and worked the hardest. If she could go with Dahan, at least she wouldn't go hungry. As long as she was diligent and kept her sister-in-law happy, it should. No way. Chen Shuli shook his head like a rattle drum. Where would Dahan's place have that much room? Besides, it's not like our family can't put food on the table. Sending Xiao over there, what kind of talk is that? The light in Chen Zixio's eyes dimmed, bit by bit. Why not? Dahan's all alone out there, surrounded by strangers. What if someone cheats him? The way I see it, we should just give Xiaoer to him as an adopted daughter. From now on, she'd be his real little sister. With one of our own watching out for him, he won't get taken advantage of. What nonsense are you spouting day in and day out? Chen Shuli knocked his pipe hard against the ground, then tucked it back at his waist. Dahan's still a kid. Give her to him. I think you've healed the scar and forgotten the pain. Enough. Time to get to work. Go get ready, quick. Lu Tzuilian said nothing more. It was just an offhand remark anyway. It didn't work this time, but there'd be plenty of chances down the road. I stood before a wild tea tree as thick as a bowl. With the skill I'd just acquired, I could tell at a glance. This tree was over 300 years old. It really has been around a while. I reached out and stroked the leaves, soaking up the essence of the sun and moon deep in these mountains all day long. Even a wild tea like this can't taste bad. I pulled out my cloth bag and went straight for the tender buds, picking tea calls for one leaf and one bud. After I'd filled most of the bag, the rest was just too old, so I stopped. I took out my tools, dug up a few small tea saplings, and moved them into the farm space. With a flick of my mind, spring water came gushing down over them. I hoisted the bag onto my shoulder and headed back. Near the bottom of the mountain, I took out a big sack of wild persimmons and mountain jujubes from the space and strolled along carrying it. Suddenly, a rustling came from the woods up ahead. I froze mid-step and crouched low. Could it be more big game? I held my breath and crept closer. When I'd closed in to within a few meters, a faint sound of water reached my ears. I stiffened, my face flushing hot, and quickly stepped on a dry branch on purpose to make noise. Who's there? A woman's voice. It was my sister-in-law, Zheng Qianxiu. I called out, Sis, I thought you were prey. Over there. The heart that had leapt into her throat settled back down. Dahan, you scared me half to death. Don't be afraid, I'll keep watch for you. I glanced around. Sis, why did you come out this far? It's not safe on your own. The snow's shallower over here, so looking for wild mountain delicacies. A voice came from behind the tree. You've been up the mountain? Yeah. Pick some wild tea. Gonna roast it and send some to my brother later. There was a rustling of clothes being straightened behind the tree. A moment later, Zhang Qianxiu stepped out. Keep it for yourself. If he drinks too much water, I'll be the one running around cleaning up after him. I scratched my head and gave a dopey grin. Sis, I also found a whole bunch of wild persimmons and mountain jujubes. Let me share some with you. She looked at the stuff in my bag and smiled. You've really got a knack for it. Take it back for Zhiqing and the others. This kind of thing isn't for me. Without waiting for an answer, I stuffed a handful into her bamboo basket. It's fine, there's plenty. When it's gone, I'll just get more. Zhang Qianxiu gazed at me, her eyes softening a little. You big oaf. Somehow, even she found it hard to believe how much I'd changed these past 6 months. Big oaf. Why haven't you come by to visit lately? Oh, I've been busy building furniture for the house. She slung the bamboo basket over her back. I'll head down first. You wait a while before you come down. Why is that? I stared at her, totally lost. You wouldn't get it. Just do as I say. Have a smoke here first, then go. Okay, I'll listen. That got a laugh out of her, and she turned and headed down the mountain. I lit a cigarette and stared after her retreating figure for a while, lost in thought. Only after the cigarette had burned all the way down did I pick up my things and start heading down. Halfway down the slope, Lu Yun was sitting on a rock, chatting with someone. Wang Lan Lan, a newly arrived educated youth, sidled up to her, looking all sweet and innocent. Sister Lu Yun, when we're not working, can I come hang out with you? Lu Yun was about to nod when she remembered how wary Chun Xiao was of this girl. An apologetic look crossed her face. Lan Lan, I'm just staying at Big Oaf's place too, you know. Oh, right? Why didn't I think of that? Wang Lan Lan made a face that was both dumb and dismayed. As good as Big Oaf and Chun Xiao have been to me, it's not my place to make decisions for them. I understand. I just didn't think it through. Wang Lan Lan lowered her eyes, her voice dropping. There are too many people at the educated youth quarters. I wanted to rent a room from one of the villagers, but I'm afraid I'd get pushed around. Almost everyone here is from the same clan, Lu Yun said, shaking her head. Someone rented a place years back, but after living here a while, friction always came up. Eventually, the village just stopped renting altogether. If you want to move out, either you get invited like me, or you pay to build your own place. But once you leave, the house goes back to the village. Building a house is so expensive. Looks like I'm stuck at the educated youth quarters forever. Wang Lanlan's eyes reddened slightly, wearing such a pitiful, heart-wrenching expression that even Lu Yun was moved. She reached out and took her hand. I happened to walk up right then and caught the whole performance. Well now, this girl's no amateur. Lu Yun, let me help you carry your things. Take it back. I cut them off, bending down to help gather her things. The light in Wang Lanlan's face dimmed. She silently lowered her head and started packing up her own belongings. I pretended not to notice, picked up Lu Yun's gear, and called for her to head down the mountain with me. Dahan, that Lan Lan is a really nice girl. Huh. I put on a completely blank look, as if I hadn't understood a word. Seeing this, Lu Yun swallowed the words she'd been about to say. Fair enough, this wasn't something she had any say over. Back home, I handed the persimmons and wild jujubes to my wife, then turned to deal with the tea leaves. I rinsed them a few times in clean water and set them out to dry in the inner room. We only had one pot in the house, and dinner was already cooked, so the tea would have to wait until tomorrow to be roasted. I washed my hands, climbed onto the Kong, and ate while listening to Lu Yun talk about Wang Lan Lan. Chun Xiao laughed. We really don't have room to spare. If we did let her stay, what would the other sent-down youth say? Deep down, she had her reservations about the girl. She thought Lan Lan was too calculating and figured it was best to keep some distance. I kept my head down and shoveled in my food without a word, though privately I found it all rather amusing. After dinner, I lit a cigarette and let my mind sink into the space. The wild boar had grown quite a bit. It was closing in on 200 pounds. But what pleased me most was that the wild geese and the multicolored pheasants had actually bred, for goslings and 13 pheasant chicks. I should get a few more chickens and ducks to raise. Game every day gets old. Time for a change of pace. Chun Xiao settled her little sisters onto the Kong, and then she felt the warmth I couldn't quite hide. I slept soundly all night. At the first gray light of dawn, I looked at my sleeping wife and chuckled to myself, then got dressed and pushed the door open. The cold wind hit my face, sending a shiver through me and leaving me refreshed all over. Lu Yun came out and, not seeing Chun Xiao around, walked over to me and gave a vicious pinch to my waist when no one was looking. Ow, ow, ow. Humph, you rotten thing. Her ears turned red. She shot me a look, then turned to go wash up. At the breakfast table, Chun Xiao's face was flushed too, and she gave me an annoyed glare. Beside her, Lu Yun covered her mouth and giggled. I slipped off to the outer room to roast the tea. Holding a bamboo whisk, I slowly turned the leaves over the low fire in the pot. After about 2 hours, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Another half-hour or so of roasting, and it was done. I brewed a cup and sipped it slowly. Bitter at first, then sweet on the finish. Good tea. Chun Xiao leaned in. Let me try. She took a sip, and her little face scrunched up into a knot. So bitter. But before she'd even finished speaking, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, there really is a sweet aftertaste. Put these away for me, honey. I'm going up the mountain to take a look. Sure, be careful on the way. I threw on my coat, slung my rifle over my shoulder, hung my knife at my side, and left the village. Lu Yun came up to greet me from a distance. Dahan, heading up the mountain again? Yeah, going to check the traps. I'll be back soon. I answered with my usual dopey manner, catching out of the corner of my eye that shy look on Wang Lanlin's face, laced with a trace of admiration. I pretended not to see it and strode on toward. Walking up the mountain, Lu Feng came running after me. Hey, big brother Han. What's up? Listen, if you catch a wild rabbit today, would you trade me one? I'll give you 5 pounds of grain coupons. I scratched my head. Sure. If I get one, I'll save it for you. Thanks. I'll be waiting for the good news. He trotted off happily, muttered a couple words to Wang Lanlan, and got back to work in high spirits. Once everyone was out of sight, I broke into a run and sprinted deep into the mountains. After checking all my traps, I heard a few gunshots ring out in the distance, hunters from another village. Running into strangers deep in the wilderness was the most dangerous thing of all. If someone meant you harm, they could make sure your body was never found. I turned around and headed back down. The traps were all empty today. I pulled out a half-dressed wild rabbit from my space, grabbed it, and walked out of the mountains. Lu Feng spotted me from far off and came bounding over. Big brother Han, you're the man. I handed him the rabbit. It's almost 4 pounds. Here you go. You're a real stand-up guy, Han. I'll get you the grain coupons when we're back on the job this afternoon. Wang Chong started ribbing him from over there. Lu Feng, you treating us all to some meat? This is for looking after the ladies. Maybe I'll toss you a bowl of soup later. I ignored their bantering, found a rock to sit on, lit a cigarette, and waited for them to finish up. A gaze lingered on me. I turned my head. Wang Lanlan was watching me with a look of pure admiration. The moment our eyes met, she quickly lowered her head, bashful. The whole sequence of movements and expressions flowed seamlessly, sweet and innocent with a hint of playfulness, timed just right. My face gave nothing away, but I saw right through her. This woman was interesting. Down the road, if the chance came, a little harmless flirtation wouldn't hurt. But anything more? Not a chance. On the walk back after work, Wang Chong and the others belted out mountain folk songs at the top of their lungs, and I trailed behind with a dumb grin. My uncle, Chen Shuli, called out to me from the roadside. Dahan. What is it, uncle? I walked over. He tucked both hands into his sleeves. Now that you've got some money, don't go throwing it around. You need to save it. You hear me? I nodded. I won't waste it. I gave all the money to my wife. She's in charge of it. Hey, good then. He grinned, then turned and headed home. Ergu was waving at me from a distance. I said goodbye to Lu Yun and walked over. What did your uncle say to you? Nothing much. Just told me not to waste my money. Ergu lowered his voice, a sly, gossipy grin on his face. Let me tell you, Shirtu overheard your aunt egging your uncle on to take the money out of your hands, but your uncle didn't bite. Then she wanted Xiu'er to move into your place, and on top of that, she was trying to get her adopted into your family. Your uncle chewed her out good for it. I sneered inwardly. That aunt of mine really had a short memory. The scars barely healed, and she'd already forgotten the pain. Now she was scheming to have her little sister adopted into my family. Honestly, though, I didn't mind Zixio as a sister. She never said much, but back in the day, she'd always secretly save food for me. If she were truly being mistreated to the point where she couldn't go on, I wouldn't hesitate to bring her here. But in Chin village, nobody would dare abuse a child. The whole village's spit alone could drown them. My uncle didn't bring that up, I said flatly. He'd be too embarrassed to, Urga chuckled. But knowing your aunt's temperament, she'll definitely keep nagging about it down the road. And if your uncle's ears go soft on him, well, you'd better keep your wits about you. I'm off. I walked the rest of the way home. Life in Chun village was pretty good compared to the surrounding area for miles around. We couldn't afford meat at every meal, but we never ran out of food either. Let's hope they don't push things too far, I muttered, looking toward my uncle's place. Otherwise, who knows, one day I might just have to line up a second wife for the old man. Chun Xiao saw me come back and called out cheerfully for dinner. Dahan, everything okay? Yeah, he was just worried I'd blow through the money, so he lectured me a bit. The second I told him you were in charge of all the cash, he left grinning ear to ear. Lu Yin shook her head. I really can't figure out your uncle. Does he actually care about you? Or is it all an act? Who cares? Chun Xiao laughed. Things are just fine the way they are right now. Let's eat. I grabbed a steamed bun and dug in. We hadn't gone a single day without meat in this house, and my two sisters-in-law were looking prettier by the day. Watching them eat with such appetite, I kept piling meat into their bowls. Chuanxiue's eyes crinkled into little crescents as she smiled. You should eat too, brother-in-law. We've got plenty over here. You two are still growing, eat up. Meanwhile, over at Chinshuli's place, the family was also having dinner. As usual, Lu Tzulian handed out cornbread buns to everyone else, while her own daughter's bowl held nothing but a plain vegetable cake. Old mute, did you actually ask Dahan to get the money back or not? What's the point of bringing that up? Dahan said his wife's in charge of all the money. Those educated youth could pack up and leave any day now. What if she runs off with Dahan's money? Then what? Chen Shuli took a sip of his porridge, a smug look creeping across his face. She can't run. Without a letter of introduction from the village, she can't go anywhere. He'd already figured this out long ago. Facing his fuming wife, he was quietly pleased with himself. You really think just because they call me old mute, I don't understand a thing? That afternoon, I wandered through the mountains. I'd already checked my traps in the morning, so this time I was specifically hunting for mushrooms. There were plenty of them this season: wild mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, shiitake, lion's mane, you name it. The mushrooms buried under the snow were full of moisture, fresher than in any other season. I let my senses spread out. Within a 3-meter radius, everything beneath the snow surfaced clearly in my mind. Whenever I found one, I'd brush away the snow, pick it, and bag it. Where others might search half a day and barely find a few, it was effortless for me. After circling through the woods for an hour or so, I'd gathered several pounds. Dahan, what are you up to? A voice suddenly came from behind me. I heard footsteps, turned my head, and grinned like a big goofball. Sis, I'm hunting for mushrooms. Zheng Qianxiu walked over. You silly boy, the mushrooms are all buried under the snow. How are you going to find any? You gotta look where the snow's thin. Haha, I already found a bunch. Look, I opened up my bag for her to see. She froze, her face full of surprise. That's gotta be several pounds. You're way too lucky. I scratched my head. Sis, why'd you come all the way out here by yourself again? It's dangerous. Don't come alone anymore. I'm not scared. You're not always around these parts, you know. She smiled back, then teased me. Big guy, you want to come play over there with me? Play what? You'll find out when we get there. I shook my head. Nah, I've still got to find mushrooms. She rolled her eyes at me. Probably figured it wasn't a good spot out in the open. Too much trouble if someone spotted us. So she changed her tune. Fine, you keep looking. I'll holler if I need you. Sure, I'll be right nearby. Watching her head off, I lowered my head and started searching again. I came to a rock wall, maybe 4 or 5 meters high. I pushed off with both legs, tapped my right foot against a jutting rock, and used the momentum to flip myself up. The cliff top was several acres wide, just as thick with snow. A thought stirred in me. I sensed beneath the snow, reached out, and plucked a lion's mane mushroom. No villagers had ever been up here. In no time, another few pounds went into the bag. There were plenty of medicinal herbs buried under the snow too, but I didn't touch those, just gathered mushrooms. In a little over an hour, I'd cleared the whole area out. Both bags were heavy. I tucked most of it away into my space and kept about 20 pounds. Hauling the bags, I made my way back, cheerful as could be, to where I'd split off from Zheng Qianxiu. Sis, how'd it go? Big guy, I'm over here. I lugged the bags over and saw two lonely little mushrooms sitting in her bamboo basket. Without a word, I dumped in half a bag. She let out a gasp and swatted at me. What are you doing? Put it back, quick. I've still got another half. I'll get more once we've eaten through this. It's cold out here. You should head home, sis. She stared at me, her eyes going red, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. She covered the basket with dry firewood, settled it steady on her back, and her voice brightened. Big guy, let's go home. Okay. Big guy, how about I take care of you from now on? No need. I've got a wife. I'll take care of you just like your wife does. Want that? Heh, no. If my wife found out, she'd whoop me. Silly. If we don't say anything, then there's no problem. Not a word about this to anyone. I didn't answer, just smiled. Seeing me like that, she laughed so hard she could barely stand up straight. In that moment, there was a kind of ease on her face I'd never seen before. From far off, Lu Yin called out, Big guy, sis, where'd you two run off to? Hunting mushrooms. Found a whole lot. Zheng Qian. Xiao teased. Well, Jiqing Lu, so concerned about Dahan. Lu Yini tossed her head, her voice sweet and coy. Chun Xiao told me to keep an eye on Dahan, so of course I'm doing my job. Looks like Jiqing he is afraid will snatch Dahan away. Zheng Qianxiu laughed so hard she was practically shaking. Dahan would never, right? Lu Yin looked proud and defiant. I nodded. Look, I found a whole bunch of mushrooms. I opened up the bag to show them. All right, I'll stop giving you a hard time. I'm heading back first. Dahan, come by and hang out when you get the chance. Zheng Qianxiu waved and left. Take care, sis. Lu Feng sidled up and handed me a 5 grain coupon. Hanji, here you go. I took it and tucked it away. He grinned. Hanji, mushroom stewed with wild rabbit. That's gotta be delicious, right? It sure is. Let me pick some out for you. I crouched down and started sorting through them. Hazel mushrooms stewed with wild rabbit smell the best, and I found plenty today. Lu Yun sighed helplessly. You trade for a wild rabbit and still want mushrooms on top of it. Don't you have any shame? Wang Chong chimed in. Yeah, this Lu Feng kid's got some nerve. Then don't eat any tonight. No way. I can't let Han Ji's kindness go to waste. Everyone should eat extra tonight. Smiling, I picked out over a gene for him and threw in the recipe for good measure. Lu Feng and the others nodded eagerly. Han Ji, you really know a lot. Wang Lanlan looked at me with pure admiration. Da Han Ji, you're about my age, but you know so much. You must have been through a lot when you were little, huh? Everyone froze. Remembering what I'd been through in the past, a flicker of heartache crossed their faces. Lu Feng dug through his pocket and pulled out a 1 grain coupon. Han Ji, I'm not taking the mushrooms for free. Let me trade this for them. Wang Lanlan glanced around at everyone, bewildered, then lowered her voice timidly. Did I say something wrong? I waved it off. No need. It's just a few mushrooms. Put that away. I'd always known this woman was no simple character, but I'd still underestimated her. Her game was on a whole other level. Absurdly high. Wang Lanlan dressed plainly, her clothes covered in patch upon patch, yet after a little sprucing up, they somehow looked neat and presentable on her. That kind of attention to detail was well beyond her years. To have honed the skill of reading people at such a young age, it had everything to do with her background. From her clothes, her family had to be dirt poor, with lots of kids, and clearly favoring sons over daughters. In an instant, I'd pieced together most of her past. The most remarkable part was that she didn't show off. She kept her cool, buried her deepest thoughts where no one could see, and knew exactly when to say what and what to do. I found myself actually admiring this woman. A blade forged through hardship often understands how to survive far better than a flower raised in a greenhouse. Years down the road, in the world of business, having someone like her by your side would be a huge asset. And yet she still wore that look of clueless innocence and awkward helplessness, completely. She didn't realize she'd already been seen through by this village idiot everybody knew about. Lu Yin took her hand to comfort her. Don't worry. Sure, life was hard for Big Dummy back in the day, but that's all behind him now. Look how capable he is these days. Clearly, she'd been touched by this careful concern too, and felt a pang of sympathy for me. I smiled and pushed Lu Feng's ration coupons back. No need. A few mushrooms are nothing. Big bro, If I ever get the chance to go back to the city, I'll definitely send you some of our local specialties. Yeah, me too. We've got tons of good food back home. Everyone chimed in at once. I just smiled and said nothing. Luyan gave me a sympathetic look. All right, let's get to work. She paused. Big dummy, you heading back first to drop off the mushrooms or waiting for us? I'll go ahead and take care of them, so they'll be ready to eat tonight. Okay, be careful on the way. Sure. I picked up the bag and headed into the village. Behind me, Wang Lanlan watched my retreating figure, her face full of guilt. Sister Lu Yun, I didn't mean it the way it came out. Big dummy won't mind. Let's just get to work. Wang Lanlan murmured a reply and stepped aside. She thought back to a moment ago. There hadn't been the slightest flicker of emotion in my eyes. Either I really didn't understand anything, or I was the one hiding it all the deepest. But that nagging feeling that this guy isn't so simple burned especially strong in her. If he were really that dumb, how could he bag prey every single time? Talent only goes so far. You still need brains. Could someone really be that lucky in this world? I had no idea what was churning through her mind. I just cheerfully carried the mushrooms in through my front door. Honey, I got some mushrooms. Let's add them to dinner tonight. Chun Xiao took one look and smiled. Sure, go rest for a bit. I'll handle it and dry some of the rest. I hung up my rifle and machete. Seeing my sister-in-law working on problems at the desk, I gave a little smile and went into the main room. I brewed a cup of the mountain tea I'd roasted that morning. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received contraceptive pills times 10, soap coupons, and towel coupons times 5. Claim. My interest was piqued. I hadn't expected something like this. A porcelain bottle appeared in the space, and a stream of information flooded into my mind. I grinned. One pill's effect lasted a year. After taking it, any medical exam would show infertility. Once the effect wore off, everything returned to normal. With a flick of thought, a peanut-sized pill dropped into my palm, and I tipped my head back and swallowed it. It melted the instant it hit my tongue, no strange sensation at all. Way more convenient than any other method. Now there was no need to ration them. I picked up my tea mug and took a sip, bitter at first, then a sweet aftertaste, with a lingering fragrance in my mouth. This mountain tea isn't bad. Or maybe it's just my spring water that's so good. Big dummy, Chun Xiao called from outside. Go trade sister-in-law Qianqiu for some cabbage and radish. Let's do that. I stood up. All right, I'll take a pheasant to trade for some. You really should. How about grabbing some flour too? I threw on my coat and shook my head. Next time. One pheasant's plenty for now. I grabbed the bamboo basket and headed to the woodshed, picked out a plump pheasant, tied its feet, tossed it into the basket, and carried it out of the yard. At Chen Ziqiang's place. What's got you in such a good mood today? Chen Ziqiang watched his wife bustling around cheerfully. Zheng Qianqiu laughed. That Dahan is such a sweet kid. I only found a couple mushrooms, and he just handed me half a sack. Over 10 pounds. Yeah, that Anne of his just doesn't know when she's got it good. If she'd treated Dahan even a little decent back then, things wouldn't be like this now. Don't even mention that vicious woman. Old Lu said Dahan couldn't handle heavy work, so she flipped out and split up the family right then and there. Then she regretted it and started causing trouble, even teamed up with her niece to frame him. If Lauman weren't so soft-hearted, he'd have kicked her out ages ago. Chen Ziqiang nodded. Oh, right. We've still got vegetables, don't we? Send some over to Dahan. Sure, I'll go grab some cabbage and radishes. Before she'd even finished speaking, I walked into the yard with the bamboo basket on my back. Big brother, sister-in-law, I came to trade for some vegetables. Zheng Qianqiu had just finished packing the vegetables and came out smiling. Your brother was just telling me to bring them over to you, and here you are. Huh, thanks you too. This is for you. I pulled out the pheasant. She waved her hands quickly. No way. You gave me all those mushrooms today. These vegetables are nothing. Take it back. I set the pheasant down on the ground and dumped the vegetables from her basket into my own. We've got plenty at home. I'm heading out. You silly Dahan. Come in and sit a while before you go. Next time. My wife's waiting to start cooking. I walked out the door without looking back. Behind me, Zheng Qianqiu stared at the pheasant hopping around on the ground. Nearly 2 pounds. Worth over $1 at the market in town. Chen Ziqiang sighed. Just keep what Dahan gave us. Trade it for some cash later and save it for yourself. Let's just stew it. Dahan meant it to build up your strength. My health's already what it is. I shouldn't eat too rich, or I'll just wear you out again. Listen to me. Take it to town tomorrow and trade it for money. I got home, piled the vegetables in the woodshed, and brought in a head of cabbage and a big radish. Honey, I put the vegetables in the woodshed. I'll grab more if it's not enough. That's plenty. Go have some tea and leave the rest to me. I hung up my coat. Next year, let's have sister-in-law plant more vegetables so we can just trade with them. He Chunchao smiled. Sounds good. Whatever you say. She knew I had a kind heart, and she knew that Zheng Qianxiu, who came across as a bit improper, actually just liked to tease. But deep down, she had the best heart of all. In town, Bai Laosi had been keeping the game I'd mentioned in mind. The new year was fast approaching. Early one morning, he called over 2 of his men. Dawayu, take Haozi over to Chen family village and ask Dahan if he's found those ring-necked pheasants yet. If not, some wild geese would do just fine. Sure, we'll make the trip, Zhang Wei said with a nod. He'd met me before, so he was the only one who could handle this. After breakfast, I filled my canteen with tea, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and hooked on my machete. Lu Yun had finished getting ready too, and the 2 of us headed out together. Over at the village square, people were picking up their tools and heading off to work. I spotted someone riding a bike toward us in the distance. Looked familiar. I turned and said, Lu Yun, you all get started. I'll catch up later. What's up? Might be someone looking for me. I'll go check it out. Lu Yun glanced at the bicycle coming from outside the village. Curious as he was, he didn't press. All right, we'll head out first. I walked to the edge of the village and waited. Zhang Wei waved from a ways off. Dahan, how come you haven't been to town lately? Before he'd even finished, he caught sight of the machete at my waist and the semi-automatic on my back, and he gave me a thumbs up. Hey, you really look the part. I gave a sheepish grin. Been busy at home. So what brings you 2 out here? New Year's coming up. Old Bai wants to know if you've had any luck with those ring-necked pheasants. I took a peek at the pheasants in my space, alive and thriving. Ring-necked pheasants reach maturity in 4 or 5 months, and at the rate time passed on the farm, they'd be full-grown in another couple of weeks. Selling him a dozen or so wouldn't be a problem then, and I'd have plenty more down the line. I nodded. I've got a lead. I'll be setting traps up in the mountains these next few days. I'll definitely bag some. Zhang Wei lit up. That's great. Old Bai was worried you might come up empty. He said to grab a few wild geese in the meantime to tide him over. No problem. 2 weeks tops, and I'll bring the goods. Perfect. We'll be waiting to hear from you. Oh, right. I'm Zhang Wei. Call me Da Wei. This here's Wang Hao. We call him Haozi. Watching them ride off into the distance, I smiled to myself and turned to head down to the foot of the mountain. Lu Yun came up to meet me. Everything okay? Yeah, they were just asking whether I'd bagged any game. Wanted to trade for some New Year's goods. I'm off to check the traps. Go ahead. Be careful. Inside the brigade headquarters, Brigade Leader Chen Ligua was in a meeting with several cadres. Director Li's given the order. Some of the Black 5 categories are being assigned to our village. What do you all think we should do with them? Chen Shuha took a drag on his pipe. Total nonsense. We should just send them back like we did before. Chen Shuwen shook his head. The assignment's already been handed down. Just refusing outright isn't going to work. Let's put them up in that rundown place at the foot of the mountain. At least that'll save face. Isn't the base of the mountain a bit dangerous? They're here for reform, sure, but if something happens, Chen Ligua made the call. That's the spot. The Han patrols the mountain every day. Nothing's going to go wrong. Besides, it wouldn't be convenient having them live in the village. Their village had never taken in people like this before. But since the higher-ups had spoken, pushing back any further would be defying orders. And in any other village, what cadre would dare refuse? He'd been removed from his post and put under investigation ages ago. During those famine years, the officials sent in from outside threw their weight around in the village, driving quite a few people to their deaths. My family was the most tragic example of all. Later, when the old ancestor came back to the village and found out what had happened, he beat that whole crew within an inch of their lives. If someone from up top hadn't shown up in time to stop him, they'd probably have all ended up buried in the village. After that, they never sent any outsiders again. All the officials were replaced with our own clansmen. I made a loop through the mountains, checked my traps, gathered a big sack of mushrooms, stashed half a sack into my space, and headed back carrying the rest. Near the work site, I hoisted 2 more bundles of firewood onto my shoulders. Over at the work site, Wang Lanlan blushed and murmured, Sister Lu Yun, I'm going to step over there to relieve myself. I'll come with you. No need, I can manage on my own. She jogged ahead, and when she spotted me coming down the mountain from a distance, her eyes lit up. She came toward me shyly. Dahan. I scratched my head. Huh? What are you doing over here by yourself? Don't come alone next time. It'll be trouble if you run into danger. Her face was full of bashfulness, her voice thin and soft. I need to go relieve myself. Oh, then hurry up and go. I'm heading off. I lifted my foot to leave. She nervously grabbed the hem of my shirt. Dahan, could you stay with me? I looked at her. Sure. Great. Thank you, Dahan. Her eyes shimmered, full of admiration. I waved it off. It's nothing. Then I followed her into the woods nearby. You go behind there. I'll wait here. She glanced at the patch of grass 10 meters away and shook her head. Dahan, come a little closer. I'm scared. Seeing my confused face, she simply tugged at my shirt and pulled me farther in. I chuckled to myself. This girl was trying to pull a honey trap on me. Okay, Dahan, wait right here for me. She ran shyly behind the grass. Through a gap in the grass, Wang Lanlan watched me turn my face away. Today she'd come to test me. She'd heard from others that Chun Xiao always had Dahan tag along, and that afterward he'd often help people out with their work. She'd timed her arrival carefully, and sure enough, she'd run right into me coming down the mountain. Now it seemed this man was quite decent, exactly as she'd been told. Once I'd finished a cigarette, she straightened her clothes and stepped out, her face as red as a ripe fruit. Dahan, you won't tell anyone, will you? Huh? Why not? I looked completely puzzled. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, then said bashfully, if Sister Chun Xiao finds out, she won't be happy. I nodded in sudden understanding. Right, can't let the wife know. I definitely won't say anything. Then, can I ask you to come with me again next time? She asked cautiously. I shook my head over and over. No, I can't be around you when it's not convenient. Convenient. With that, he shouldered his load. I'll head down first. He strode briskly down the mountain. Behind him, she suddenly laughed out loud. Heh. She headed downhill, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. She thought she'd figured out exactly what kind of person I was. Some people think they've seen through others, when really they've only seen the side that person chose to let them see. Lu Yin came up to meet me. Dahan, find anything else? More mushrooms. I opened up the sack. Wow, that many, she praised. Then she caught sight of Wang Lanlan coming up from behind and shot the two of us a suspicious glance. Wang Lanlan picked up on that look immediately and put on a dopey, innocent expression. I just saw Brother Dahan hauling all this stuff and still walking so fast. He's really something. Lu Yin smiled. Dahan's plenty strong. Her suspicion vanished at once. I just grinned foolishly and said nothing. When everyone finished up, we all headed down the mountain together. Passing a rundown shack, people noticed someone was inside and craned their necks to look, curious. By the time we got into the village, the gossip had already spread, and I'd pieced together what had happened. Inwardly, I sighed at those people's bad luck. They'd nearly made it through, only to get caught in the end after all. A few women clustered together, wagging their tongues. Capitalists really are different. That woman's a real looker. Being pretty won't help. Can't work means you go hungry all the same. That's right. Old folks and little ones, relying on just 2 young girls. What good is that? Lu Yun lowered her voice in warning. Dahan, you keep your distance from those people. Don't get dragged into it. I scratched my head. Okay, got it. Wang Lanlan hurried to chime in. Brother Dahan's so kind-hearted, he mustn't get dragged into anything. Best to steer clear. I just gave a dumb little smile and didn't answer. Families sent to our Qinjia village usually had some connections behind them, someone who'd pulled a few strings for them. In other villages, that's where the real suffering was. Going hungry was the least of it. Every few days you'd get hauled out to be publicly denounced. Qinjia village was different. Here, nobody dared bully the newcomers so easily. Whether you ate your fill came down entirely to your own ability. Back home, lunch was already on the table. Another family came to the village, Chun Xiao said between bites. An old man in his 50s, 2 pretty women, and a little girl, 5 or 6 years old. Lu Yun nodded. They're staying in that broken-down shack at the foot of the mountain. Doesn't even have doors or windows. They've got hard times ahead. He Chunxiao suddenly thought of her own parents and let out a sigh. Lu Yun quickly consoled her. Auntie and uncle are surely fine. I hope so. I looked at my wife and said with certainty, don't worry. Next year, it'll all be over. Why next year? She looked up. The emperors of old held 9 as the ultimate number. Next year is the 10th year. It goes beyond that ultimate. When things reach their extreme, they turn back, so I ended on a confident note. I was talking complete nonsense with a straight face. Lu Yun burst out laughing. If you can exceed by a year, why not 2? Because he's already outlasted every emperor. Dragging it out any longer would be pointless. The two of them exchanged a glance, and somehow they actually bought it. For a moment, they even thought it made sense. It was all bogus anyway. As long as I could bluff my way through, it worked. With stuff like this, the more mystical it sounds, the more effective it is. He Chunxiao smiled and picked out some food for me. Dahan, if you turn out to be right, I'll definitely reward you good. Haha, sure. Silly. Her eyes curved into little crescents. He Chunxiao also picked out a piece of meat for me. Brother-in-law, you eat. When the time comes, I'll have a reward for you too. Me too. He Chunyu chimed in, joining the fun, though she honestly hadn't understood a word. The whole table broke into laughter. After the meal, I lay on the bed thinking it over. What should I do this afternoon? Maybe I'd fix up the house a bit. Our home was considered warm. Other families couldn't bear to burn that much firewood. Every stick of dry kindling had to be rationed. Getting through winter for both people and livestock depended on it, and freezing your animals to death was no joke. In winter, every household would burrow into their quilts whenever there was nothing to do. Indoors, it was below freezing, and every morning there'd be a layer of ice on the water jar. Me, though, I had the space the system gave me. One trip into the mountains, a casual grab, and I'd have enough firewood for the whole winter without a worry. In the afternoon, I went to the foot of the mountain to gather yellow clay. I filled 2 sacks and stuffed a good deal more into the space. Passing by that rundown courtyard, I glanced over. 1 man and 2 women were bent over, tidying up. The women were indeed good-looking. One in her early 20s, the other a few years older, with a little girl sitting obediently to the side. They heard the noise and looked at the 2 sacks of dirt I was hauling, but none of them said a word. I didn't linger. I dragged everything home and mixed the yellow clay with warm water. Dahan, is that all it takes? He Chunxiao asked, curious. First we make it into clay bricks and let them dry. In a little over an hour, both sacks of dirt had been kneaded into bricks of uniform size. Taking advantage of the ground not being frozen yet, I stacked them neatly in the yard. Once she went inside, I pulled out more dirt from the space and repeated the process. When Lu Yun got back from work, the yard full of square bricks made her grin. You made this many. I sipped my tea and smiled. Still not sure if it's enough. I'll test it out tomorrow. I planned to build a fireplace in the outer room and lay a chimney running straight up to the roof. Once the fire got going, the room would be warmer than the heated brick bed, and I wouldn't have to lie there roasting all night, unable to sleep. As for burning firewood directly in the room, too easy to catch fire at night, so that was out. After dinner, I sat soaking my feet when I suddenly remembered I hadn't checked in the pile of mushrooms I'd picked today. The thought had barely crossed my mind when, ding, check-in successful. Obtained, special effect cold medicine times 10 tablets, cash 50 yuan. Collect. A stream of information flooded my mind. 1 tablet swallowed would temporarily turn your body into an antibody. Under normal conditions, it could keep you cold-free for 3 months. I stared at those 2 blister packs of medicine in the space, and my heart leaped with joy. These days, catching a cold or running a fever in winter was common, but the folks in the village could only go to Old Lu to get a few doses of Chinese medicine that tasted absolutely awful. If someone really came down with a high fever, unless they went to the clinic in town, all they could do was tough it out. The previous owner of this body was just that, too simple-minded to even say he was hurting. 1 high fever, and he didn't make it. Cough, cough. Coughing came from next door. I dried my feet and headed over. He Chunxiao was patting her little sister's back. What's wrong? Xiaoxua seems to have caught a cold. She's coughing a little, but at least there's no fever. Don't worry, I'll go get some medicine. I bought it last time I was in the city. I went back to the main room, took out a pack from the space, and poured a cup of warm water. Xiaoxua, take 1 pill and sleep it off. You'll be fine. The moment the little one saw the pill, her small face scrunched up. Brother-in-law, it's so bitter. It's not bitter. Take a sip of water and swallow it down. Then have a piece of candy. Your whole mouth will taste sweet. She looked at the pill, then looked at me. Then, if it's bitter, you have to take one too as punishment, brother-in-law. Deal. I'd never lie to you. She swallowed the pill, and Chun-Xiao slipped her a fruit candy. Wow, it really isn't bitter. Brother-in-law wasn't lying. Her eyes lit up. Chun-Yu leaned in. What does it taste like? Sweet. I patted her head. Get some sleep, and you'll be better by tomorrow. Then I handed the medicine to Chun-Xiao. Keep this safe. One pill will do the trick for a cold or fever. Okay, got it. Lu Yun watched from the side, her eyes full of laughter. She followed me into the inner room and reached out to wrap her arms around my neck. Big Han, she said in a low voice, if I got sick, would you be this thoughtful with me too? I gave her a kiss. Of course, but it's better not to get sick. It's miserable. She smiled sweetly and rested her head against my chest, breathing me in greedily. If I ever leave someday, would you come looking for me? I shook my head. No. She smacked me, displeased. Why not? Because if you left, you'd definitely leave me your address. Uffed. She laughed so hard she could barely stand up, and after a while she finally managed to squeeze out. Humph. Then I just won't tell you. What are you two laughing about? So happy over there. Chun-Xiao's voice came from next door. Lu Yun quickly scooted away. Laughing at your big Han, of course. Feeling sorry for you both. I carried the foot-washing water out and dumped it, then came back and got straight into bed. Seeing that her little sister was sound asleep and had stopped coughing, Chun-Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and went back to her room with a smile. She had just washed up and lain down when I scooped her right over. You rotten big Han, MMPH. A night of sweet dreams. At dawn, I went up the mountain and came back with a wild rabbit, 2 pheasants, and 2 more sacks of soil, making my way down the whole time. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. You've received a set of pots and pans, money 1. 0 yuan. Hey, we've got plenty of these at home already. Claimed. Back home, I cleaned the game and got started building the stove. I coated the mud bricks with clay, stacking them neatly, leaving an opening at the bottom for scooping out ash. By midday, the fireplace had taken shape. Then I climbed up on the roof to check the chimney. Thick white smoke billowed straight up into the sky, and not a wisp leaked anywhere inside. Honey, from now on, if you want roasted sweet potatoes, just toss them up here. You can boil water too. Chun-Xiao looked at my handiwork, full of praise. Dahan, you're amazing. The room warmed right up. At night, cover this part before bed and the fire dies down. Open it back up during the day. The bricks aren't fully dry yet, so it'll get even warmer after a couple days of burning. Then I showed her how to clear out the ash. The moment Lu Yun walked in, she noticed the difference and couldn't stop praising the stove. That evening, instead of sitting on the calm, we all gathered around the round table in the outer room. The firelight lit up the whole house. Dahan's so clever, warm and bright. Lu Yun teased. So tell me, what else can you do? I put on a thoughtful act. Well, aside from giving birth, I can pretty much do anything. Puffed. Chun-Xiao burst out laughing until tears came to her eyes. Where'd you learn that? You're killing me. The whole room filled with laughter, mixed with the crackle of firewood in the stove. The rundown house at the foot of the mountain was another story entirely. A family of 4 sat huddled together, each clutching a corn bun smaller than a fist, no one saying a word. Even the youngest girl was heartbreakingly well-behaved, glancing at Grandpa, then at Mom and Auntie. Yao Lingyun forced a smile. Xiang'er, hurry and eat. It won't be good once it gets cold. Okay. The little girl nodded. Grandpa, Mom, Auntie, you eat too. A trace of warmth flickered in Yao Zitao's eyes. Good, that's my sweet Xiang. After the meal, Yao Lingyun carried her daughter off to put her to sleep. When she came back out, she took a deep breath and looked at her father and sister. Dad, sis, this whole thing is my fault. If it weren't for that heartless Zhuang Tao reporting us, our family never would have fallen into this mess, and Mom wouldn't have. From now on, Xiang'er takes the Yao name. We'll just pretend that man never existed. A cold light flashed in Yao Lingyue's eyes, followed by a sigh. Sis, don't bring it up again. Mom wanted us to live well too. Right now, let's just figure out how to get through this. Yao Zitao fought back his tears. As the head of the family, He couldn't fall apart. Don't you worry, your dad's not old yet. I'll go to work with everyone from now on. You two stay home and watch Xianger. Be careful with the food. Get through this winter, and come spring we'll think of something else. That's what he said. But the very next day, he couldn't stop coughing. A man used to a life of comfort, now living in this drafty, rundown shack. It'd be a miracle if he didn't fall ill. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Yun and I grabbed our tools and headed up the mountain. Passing by the rundown house, we could hear fits of coughing inside. A few of the sent-down youths were, face full of gloating. Yeah, one day here, and she's already breaking down. Serves them right. People like this deserve. I let it slide. These days, that's how most people thought. The young girl stepped out and asked timidly, "Excuse me, where can I find a doctor?" Everyone shrank back, keeping their distance. Not a single person answered. Lu Yun grabbed my arm and murmured, "Don't say anything. Let's go." Yao Lingyue pleaded everywhere with no luck, her face bitter, and hurried off toward the team headquarters, only to come back empty-handed, of course. That's just how the world was now. The fact that no one had dragged her whole family out for a struggle session like they did elsewhere was already something to be grateful for. I made a round up the mountain, fixed the traps, and pulled out my machete to chop firewood. A few hours later, I came down carrying 2 bundles of wood and met up with Lu Yun and the others. The girl looked at us again, her face full of pleading. No matter how pretty a woman was, no one dared get involved. I scratched my head. She looks pretty pitiful. Lu Yun gave me a smack. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go home and eat. Oh, I obediently followed. Anything within 3 meters, I could sense clear as day. That flicker of despair in her eyes, I took it to heart. When people's hearts turn cold, it's colder than this winter. But no matter how cold the weather, someone has to be willing to offer the first bit of warmth. When He Chunxiao heard Lu Yun describe that family situation, she didn't feel good about it either. Her own parents were somewhere out there, suffering. She had no idea where. After dinner, she came into the main room. I was lying down resting, and when I saw her come in, I sat up. "What is it, wife?" She sat down and lowered her voice. "Dahan, that family's really pitiful. What if we gave them some medicine?" "Sure, I'll go right now." She yanked me back, both annoyed and anxious. "You big oaf. I feel sorry for them, but I don't want you getting into trouble. Find a chance to sneak it in and leave a note, that's all." Only then did I catch on, and I chuckled. "Got it, I'll write one now." I found a piece of paper and wrote 4 characters, for treating colds. It was the first time He Chunxiao had seen me write, and she froze for a moment. "Dahan, I've never seen you practice. How is your handwriting this good?" I scratched my head. "Is it good?" "Of course it's good. Better than any of us. About as good as my dad's." I didn't answer, just smiled. She shot me a look. "All you do is grin like a fool. You'd better be careful." "Yeah, got it." Watching her leave, I smiled to myself. It was because of what happened to her own family that she felt for that family so deeply. Truth be told, she didn't even need to say it. I'd already planned to sneak them the medicine. Having seen how the world would turn out in the years to come, I just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Some things weigh on your conscience, and once they do, you can't set them down. I took 1 pill from the sheet of medicine at home, and another from the sheet in my space. 2 pills. I wrapped it in the note, tucked it away, and lay back down. That afternoon, when Lu Yun came in for her shift and saw me sleeping, she didn't wake me. I dozed another half hour before finally grabbing my weapon and heading out. Inside the rundown house, Yao Lingyun held out a bowl of warm water. "Dad, drink a little. We'll figure out how to find a doctor." Asterisk cough, cough asterisk. Yao Zitao propped himself up, took a small sip, and let out a long breath. "The people here haven't come after us, so we should be grateful and not cause any trouble. I'll rest for a day and be fine by tomorrow." Yao Lingyue walked in. "Dad, I'm heading out to work." "Sis, you take good care of Dad and Xiang." "Little sis, you've never done hard labor. Let me go instead. I can learn." The team leader said as long as I work hard, I'll get some grain. Maybe not as much as the others, but still something. Yao Zitao looked at his daughter, his heart aching. "It's all my fault for being useless. And now I've gone and gotten sick on top of it." "Dad, don't say that. Once you're better, little sis and I will work while you watch Xianger. No matter what, we'll get through this." Bang! A sound came from outside the window. "Who's there?" Yao Lingyue snapped, instantly on guard. No answer came from outside. She rushed out and caught only a glimpse of a man's retreating back, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Who is it? Oomph, someone from the village. No good intentions, I'm sure. Yao Lingyun came out too, glancing around. Seeing no one, she sighed. Never mind. As she turned to go back in, something not far off caught the corner of her eye. She strode over to it. Sis, what is it? A crumpled ball of paper. She checked to make sure no one was around, then snatched it up in her fist. Let's talk inside. Back in the house, she unfolded the paper. When she made out the words on it, her eyes lit up. Dad, it's medicine for a cold. What? Yao Linghua leaned in for a look and froze too. Then, remembering how she'd wrongly accused the man earlier that day, her face burned with embarrassment. Yao Zitao didn't reach for the medicine right away. He took the note first, studying the few characters on it, and slowly nodded. The handwriting is strong and vigorous, rounded, but with a sharp edge. Good penmanship. Whoever wrote this must be around my age, or even older. Yao Lingyun shook her head. From the back, he looked like a young man to me. Maybe an elder in his family sent him to deliver it. That makes sense. Keep this quiet. From now on, if you see that man, take note of him. We can't forget this kindness. I'll remember. Dad, take the medicine first. The note says 1 pill is enough. Let's start with that. She helped her father take it, then carefully put away the remaining pill. If it really worked, this was something that could save a life. The moment the medicine went down, Yao Zitao felt a great deal of relief in his chest. He'd thought he wouldn't make it through this, and yet someone had been willing to risk delivering medicine to his door. Help in his darkest hour. He wouldn't forget it. Before long, drowsiness overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Yao. Lingyun pulled her little sister outside and asked in a low voice. Do you still remember which one it was? Yao Linghua thought for a long moment, then shook her head. I can't remember. Suddenly she stood up, her eyes lighting up. I saw him head up the mountain. He'll have to come down sooner or later. I know his clothes, and he had a rifle slung over his back. If I see him again, I'll know him for sure. Good. Let me know when you spot him. And remember, don't talk to him. We don't want to cause trouble for his family. Yao Lingyun didn't believe those words had come from the hand of some ordinary villager either. Whoever could write like that might be just like them. Only they'd settled here earlier. If that was the case, maybe they could count on a little more looking after down the road. It wasn't that she was greedy. It was just that they'd only just arrived, with nothing to their name. A quiet helping hand from someone would make it that much easier to put down roots in this village. Sometimes what saves your life isn't a handful of medicine. It's the little bit of human warmth that hasn't frozen to death in this cold world. I spent the afternoon wandering the mountain but came up empty, so I pulled 2 pheasants out of my storage space, dressed them on the spot, and carried them down to meet up with Lu Yun and the others. Dahan, the village work is winding down in a few days. When it does, let's get the house cleaned up and head into town for New Year's shopping. Sounds good. We've got a nice pile of rabbit pelts and chicken feathers saved up. Perfect timing to take them to the recycling station. Inside the rundown yard, the Yao sisters were packing up their things. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look. Yao Linghua was quietly keeping an eye on the crowd of workers heading home, and a young man carrying pheasants, grinning like a fool, walked right into her line of sight. Sis, that's the one with the pheasants. Yao Lingyun followed her gaze. The young man wore a simple, good-natured smile, and 2 pretty women were chatting and laughing beside him. Her lovely eyes brightened. Now there was a strapping young fellow. That raw, masculine energy of his stood out sharp to a woman who'd been around like her. And me, not a single glance within 10 feet of me slipped past unnoticed. I carried the 2 pheasants down the mountain, and as I passed that dilapidated yard, I caught 2 women inside staring at me. I flashed a wide grin, same dopey look as always. Behind me came hushed voices. Sis, why do I get the feeling this guy's a little slow? Slow, sure. But take a look at those 2 pheasants in his hands. He's no pushover. I didn't turn around. I didn't slow my steps. Playing the fool is my armor. The less anyone takes me seriously, the safer I am. Back home, I cleaned the pheasants and tossed them in the kitchen. The moment I stepped inside, He Chunxiao looked up at me, her voice dropping low. Everything go okay this afternoon? All good. She let out a breath of relief. I knew what she was worried about. That batch of herbs had saved the Yao family. and she was afraid that little act of kindness might bring trouble down on me. Luyan thought we were talking about the trip up the mountain. She dug into her food with a laugh. Dahan goes up the mountain every day? What could possibly happen? After dinner, I went to my room for some tea and let my mind sink into the system. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards: 5 pounds of apples, $10 cash. Claim. A pile of bright red apples appeared out of nowhere in the space. So red they seemed to glow. I fought down the urge to take them out. I'll make another trip into the mountains tomorrow and just say I picked some wild apples. My wife and the others won't be able to tell the difference anyway. He Chun Xiao came in carrying a basin of water for my feet. Let me wash them for you. I grinned and pulled off my shoes and socks. Honey, I'm heading into the mountains again tomorrow. I'll be back before dark. Again, there's nothing left on the outskirts, so I'm going to venture deeper. New Year's is coming up. I want to stock up so I've got more to trade in town. Go on then. Just be careful. She rubbed my feet. You're the backbone of this family now. I know. She poured out the water and went next door to look after my 2 younger sisters-in-law. I'd just lit a cigarette when Luyan slipped in again. Smiling, I pulled her into my arms. On the east end of the village, Wang Hai crouched outside his own front door, both fists clenched white. The sounds coming from inside came one wave after another, each one carving into his heart like a knife. After a long while, a man's voice drifted out. Your husband's been trained well. I'll have someone keep an eye out for him down the road. Lu Kaiping cooed, he deserves it. Can't even trick that idiot into coming over. Useless, the lot of him. The Qin village isn't an easy mark. Otherwise I'd have hauled that fool out of there ages ago. We'll just have to wait for another chance. Humph, that's your problem to figure out. If you can't get it done, don't count on ever getting into my bed again. The village thug, Brother He, finished dressing and strolled out. He looked down his nose at Wang Hai crouched outside the door and sneered. Kid, wise up. From now on, I've got your back. With that, he swaggered off. The scolding started up again inside. Useless. Go heat up a basin of water. Can't even read the room. Wang Hai said nothing. He turned and went to fetch the water. The rage rose up to his throat, but in the end, he swallowed it back down. Cowardice is a funny thing. Once you've resigned yourself to your fate, you can never stand up straight again. The next day, I headed into the mountains from a different direction, running for over 2 hours straight. Beneath my feet, a pile of goat droppings. My heart leaped. Click! I chambered around and instantly lightened my steps. Deep in these mountains live wild black goats, jet black from head to tail, with tender, flavorful meat. My old hunting master had bagged one once, back in the day. That was the first time I ever tasted goat. They're rare, and I'd never come across one since. I followed the tracks deeper in, walking for over an hour with nothing to show for it. Just as I was getting discouraged, bah, I froze, then crouched low and crept to the edge of the cliff to peer down. A grin spread across my face. 5 black goats were clinging to the cliff face, nibbling on tender shoots. The cliff wasn't too steep, jutting stone ledges stacked one above another, with saplings poking out of the cracks, just budding new branches. Those little beasts sure knew how to pick a spot. More than 6 meters down. I scanned the area, not a soul in sight. I pulled a rope out of my space, tied it firmly to a big rock, aimed for the flock, gripped the rope, and jumped. A person dropping out of the sky sent all 5 goats into a panic. One backed up too hard, its hooves skidded, and it looked like it was about to tumble off the cliff. A single thought, and all 5 goats vanished into my space in an instant. Standing on the ledge, I grinned ear to ear. 3 rams, 2 ewes. The rams had horns thick as sickles. The ewes had small horns curving back, easy to tell apart at a glance. Keep the ewes for breeding and 1 ram. Slaughter one for the family come New Year, and haul the other into town to sell. I took another look around. All quiet. I grabbed the rope and climbed back up. Out in the village fields, Yao Zitao brought his daughter, Yao Lingwei, to join the work crew. Nobody paid the pair any attention, just a wave of cold stares. Neither of them said a word. They just kept their heads down and worked. Big Han went into the mountains again today. Wonder what he'll bring back. Whatever he catches, he ain't giving it to you. Uffed, like you're any different. The group joked around for a while. Then Ergu rolled a cigarette and sat down. A while back, Big Han's aunt pulled another stunt, wanted to hand her daughter over to him as an adopted kid. What? Has Lu Tzuilian lost her mind? The nerve to even say something like that. That which should have been run out of the village long ago. Urga blew out a puff of smoke. Old man actually wised up this time. His wife talked him out of it, and he turned her down. Humph, where was that since before? If they'd treated Big Han even a little better back then, they wouldn't be locked out now. Big Han's just kind-hearted. Anybody else would have thrown his aunt away the first time. Yao Linghua leaned close to her father's ear. Dad, is that the guy they're talking about? Yao Zitao didn't answer. His brow furrowed slightly. If there really wasn't anyone else in that household, then that life-saving remedy, that handwriting on it. Who wrote it? He remembered the writing. Steady, seasoned, carrying the weight of real experience. A simple-minded kid couldn't produce that kind of depth. In this world, the most effective disguise is often those 4 words, harmless as they come. I spent the better part of the day roaming the mountains. 5 black goats in the bag. I was more than satisfied. I hummed a little tune the whole way down, casually stashing good herbs and mushrooms into my space along the way. Then I took out the apples I'd gotten from yesterday's check-in, bagged them up, tied off 2 bundles of firewood, and hoisted them onto my back. Passing the rundown courtyard, that pretty woman stood outside the door and gave me a nod and a smile. I smiled back and kept walking toward the village. Big Han. I turned around. Wang Lanlan poked her head out from behind the woodpile and waved at me. I walked over. Why aren't you home? What are you doing out here? Her face turned red. I saw you still weren't back, and I got a little worried. I gave my usual dopey grin. I'm fine. It's cold, head on back now. With that, she turned and walked away. In the distance, Chen Zixing crouched in the corner, watching the whole scene unfold. His face turned green. Why? Just because he could hunt? He was completely bewitched by Wang Lanlan's face, yet he didn't dare approach her. He knew he wasn't good enough for her. But the more he thought about it, the more it ate at him, and he trudged home with his head down. At the front door, Chun Xiao came out to greet me. Dahan, you're back. Honey, I only caught a few wild rabbits, but I also found this. I shook open the bag. Her eyes lit up. Wow, what huge apples. Lu Yun, Xiao Xue, and Xiao Yu came running out too, staring hungrily. It had been so long since they'd had apples. There are apples this big up in the mountains. I picked them in the mountains, I said with a sheepish grin. Wash them off and eat up. After dinner, the group shared a single apple. 1 bite, and they were all won over. Wow, I've never had anything this sweet. The stuff the system gave really was the real deal. It was just a little short on quantity. Seeing my sisters-in-law still wanting more, I said, Honey, don't hold back on my account. Chun Xiao shook her head. We're full from dinner. Let's save the rest for tomorrow. Xiao Xue nodded obediently. Yeah, we're totally stuffed. I laughed and ruffled her hair, then went inside for some tea and sank into the system. Ding! Check-in successful. Rewards. 100 pagoda-shaped deworming candies, 50 in cash, 5 cigarette coupons, and 5 liquor coupons. Claim. Sanitary conditions were poor these days, and just about everyone had roundworms in their gut. Kids had it the worst, and they relied on these pagoda candies to get rid of the worms. When I was little, candy was precious, and even the deworming candy tasted sweet to me. It satisfied my sweet tooth and cured me at the same time. 5 cartons of Great Front Gate cigarettes, and 5 pounds worth of liquor coupons. Perfect for stocking up on liquor for the new year. The Lu household. Lu Tzuilian was clearing away the dishes when she noticed her eldest son sulking. She snapped irritably. Why aren't you in bed? What are you just standing around for? Chen Zixing muttered. Ma, how come Dahan's so popular with the women? She was about to blow up, but stopped short. Who's popular with women? Educated youth he, educated youth Lu, and even that new educated youth Wang keep crowding around him. Lu Tzuilian's eyes darted around. Educated youth he was Dahan's wife, and educated youth Lu had moved in with them because the two were close. But this educated youth Wang, when did she get mixed up with Dahan? Where'd you hear that? I saw educated youth Wang waiting for him behind the woodpile outside the village today. Her eyes suddenly lit up. What else did you see? Nothing. They talked for a bit and went their separate ways. Her heart sank, but she wasn't ready to give up. If she could just get some dirt on that dimwit, wouldn't he be putty in her hands from then on? Come on, Ma, say something. Chen Zixing pressed anxiously. I'm already 19. I'll be 20 next year. It's time I started a family. Lu Zuoyan changed her tune, forcing out what she imagined was a loving smile. Xiaoxing, so you've got your eye on that educated girl, the Wang girl? He nodded sheepishly. Yeah, but I know I'm not good enough for her. What do you mean, not good enough? She's a city girl sent down here. If she doesn't marry a local, she's in for a world of hardship down the road. We farmers rank high these days. Her marrying you would be like her ancestors' graves, sprouting good fortune. Chen Zixing's eyes lit up. Really? That's the thing, though? She's so pretty, plenty of guys are after her. If you just come right out and ask, she'll turn you down flat. She let out a sigh, then dropped her voice, a flicker of malice in her eyes. But there is a way. Chen Zixing's eyes lit up again. If you want to win the pretty girl, you've got to play it smart. Tomorrow at work, you casually let something slip, say that to Han and that one girl. That morning I checked my traps as usual. Empty. So I turned and headed back up the mountain. Out in the fields, Chen Zixing worked while turning over his mother's instructions in his mind, his heart pounding. Lauman, your boy Xiaoxing isn't so young anymore. Time to find him a wife. That's right. Dehan's a year younger than him, and he's already got a family. The words just tumbled out of Chen Zixing. I can't hold a candle to Dehan. All the educated girls flock around him. Why? Just yesterday, that new one girl called him out to the woodpile past the edge of the village. Huh. Everything went quiet. Every head turned toward him. Only then did he panic. I didn't say anything. Chen Shuli kicked him. I'll kick you to death. You think you can just say things like that? He grabbed a shovel, ready to bring it down on him. The others rushed to hold him back. Lauman, calm down. Give him a couple kicks and leave it. Don't go breaking anything. Chen Shuli threw the shovel down and cursed. That Dehan kid doesn't know any better, but if word like this gets out, what happens to the Wang girl's reputation? Team 3's leader, Chen Shuwen, spoke around the pipe clenched in his teeth. Xiaoxing, what exactly did you see? Chen Zixing scrambled up, trembling, then gritted his teeth. All for that pretty face. I saw Dehan coming down the mountain, and the Wang girl called him over behind the woodpile. They talked for a bit, then split up. I didn't hear what they said. Hearing this, the others actually laughed. And here I thought you'd seen something. Huh, that simple kid Dehan sure is popular. Chen Shushan blew out a puff of smoke. Don't go reading into it. She probably just wanted to trade for some meat. Chen Shuan nodded. People are always coming to him at the educated youth quarters to trade for meat. Besides, with a temperament like Dehan's, what could he possibly get up to? Picturing my dopey look, the whole group burst out laughing again. But a few of the young guys traded glances, grinning with bad intentions. By noon, word had gotten all around. The moment Wang Lanlan showed up, a few brash young men crowded in. Wang girl, come to me if you want to trade for something. I'll give you way more than Dehan. You can come to me too. I can't hunt, but I can go into town and buy some for you. Her face flushed bright red, and she didn't know what to do with herself. The other educated youth crowded around. Lanlan, you traded stuff with Big Han. When did this happen? How come we didn't know? She waved her hands frantically. No, I don't know anything about that. Wang Chong smirked. Oh ho, Comrade Wang Lanlan. You wouldn't keep all the goodies to yourself, would you? Her eyes reddened, and she was on the verge of tears. I really don't know. Seeing this, the others didn't have the heart to press her further. Her mind raced. Someone must have seen that exchange by the woodpile yesterday and was deliberately smearing her name. Once she figured out the reason, she actually calmed down. That afternoon, a few of the women working in the fields started throwing shade too. Big Han's a married man now. You'd think he'd keep his distance. He seems so decent, but turns out it's all an act. Wang Lanlan's eyes were red as she kept her head down and worked, not saying a word. A few of the educated youth couldn't stand it and stepped forward. Auntie, you can't talk like that. By your logic, if any of us exchanges a single word with a man in this village, that's not keeping our distance. We came to the countryside to support the construction effort, not to be slandered by the likes of you. Oh, quite the sharp tongue. An unmarried girl ought to keep her distance. If she really had no such intentions, why didn't she bring a few more people along to find Big Han? Somebody saw it. Yesterday that youth Wang was waiting for Big Han by the woodpile outside the village. If it was all so above board, why the hiding and sneaking around? Wang Lanlan wiped her tears. I was going to the outhouse and ran into Big Han coming down the mountain, so I said one thing to him. Luyan had stayed quiet the whole time. She'd long considered me her own man. So if Wang Lanlan really had something going on, she'd have drawn a hard line. But looking at how wrong the girl seemed, her heart softened, and she believed her. Because she knew better than anyone what kind of man I was. She herself had only gotten me to give in by catching me by the throat and making the first move. Lanlan, stop crying. Once it's all cleared up, it's fine. If anyone slanders you again, we'll go to the team headquarters and have the captain settle it. Thank you, Sister Luyan. Luyan took her by the hand and led her off to work elsewhere. Up in the mountains, I made a full loop without any other catch. Then, on a whim, I pulled out a black mountain goat, gave it a quick dressing, and stuffed it into a burlap sack. Over 50 pounds, enough to eat for a good while. Carrying it down the mountain, I was already making plans. Roast mutton tomorrow. Just thinking about the taste made my mouth water. By the time I headed down, the sky had already darkened. Wisps of cooking smoke rose from the village, a picture of dusk settling over the mountain hamlet. With the firewood on my back, I made my way home, grinning ear to ear. When Yao Lingyun saw me come back, she worked up her courage. You're back. Yeah, took a walk up the mountain. Her face reddened. Thank you for that medicine the other time. I gave my usual dopey grin. It's nothing. My wife's waiting for me to have dinner. I'm leaving. She watched me walk away, lost in thought. Everything her father and sister had dug up matched what she'd seen for herself. This man was the real deal when it came to being simple-minded. But she already knew the story. I'd lost my parents when I was just a kid, spent a few years living with my uncle, and had only recently split off to start my own household. Somehow I'd married a pretty city girl, one of those educated youth sent down to the countryside, and had even taken in both of my wife's younger sisters to look after them. I took care of everything, and wouldn't even let my wife work out in the fields. So how could a dumb kid who probably couldn't read more than a handful of characters produce handwriting like that? And that handwriting, it was definitely not a woman's.